Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. My name is Matt Morris. It is Thursday. We are going to be doing yet another all-day live coverage broadcast. This could be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hours. God knows how long at this point. Every single day we've been doing these. Things continue to escalate in the Middle East. Thank you all very much for tuning in. We are live right now on YouTube as well as on Rumble at Matt Morris TV, folks. Before we really start breaking down every single thing that we have missed over the last couple hours and get into our live breaking news coverage, some bullet point updates. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kurds and the Azerbaijanis are right now on the cusp of potentially invading Western Iran. We might see Kurdish and now Azerbaijani boots on the ground invading northern Western Iran. The Iranian regime now is also threatening to blow up an Israeli nuclear reactor at Dimona. They're talking a lot about that. So we'll have to look into that today as well. Our NATO allies, namely up in Europe, are now considering getting directly involved as things continue to escalate with this entire conflict. The Iranian regime also might be surrendering. We're hearing talks about the Iranian regime looking to make a deal and potentially even surrender. However, President Trump might have rejected this Iranian peace or de-escalation offer. The offer might not have been satisfactory for President Trump. There are 10 different stories going in 10 different ways right now. And we're also getting word that, you can already tell I'm losing my voice, goodness gracious. We're also getting word that tonight it is getting dark. It is actually just about sunset in the Middle East right now, sunset about an hour or 2 hours ago. We're also hearing that tonight in the Middle East is going to be particularly eventful, that there's going to be big action tonight in the Middle East. So we are going to be here all day for it. And also, of course, right now, you might have noticed over the last 2 days, we have had some technical difficulties with the start of our broadcast. And so I'm looking at the YouTube chat and the Rumble chat to make sure, folks, are we good? Are we having technical difficulties? The last 2 days, we have had a pretty turbulent start going live here on YouTube and Rumble. So hopefully we're not going to have any tech difficulties today. We'll see how that goes. We're praying for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have our live cams. We have our live cams all across the Middle East. We have Ben Gurion Airport, North Israel, Haifa, Israel, another Haifa, Israel, Tel Aviv, Beirut, South Israel, Kuwait. We've got live cameras all over the place. But wait, there's more. We also have footage coming out of Beirut in the top right, but also now, ladies and gentlemen, special surprise for you today. We have live footage coming from the streets of Beirut. In southern Beirut, this is right along the border with Israel. There's effectively a mass evacuation right now. We actually have camera footage on the streets of southern Beirut, Lebanon. I think I just misspoke a minute ago, but anyway, it doesn't matter anyway. These are the streets of Beirut, Lebanon. There's effectively a mass evacuation. People are getting out of town because Israel continues to conduct airstrikes targeting Hezbollah. So right now, people are doing everything they can to get out of the blast zone, because Hezbollah continues to get battered and targeted. In fact, I saw earlier this morning, about an hour and a half ago, there was another Israeli airstrike in downtown Beirut. So right now, people are getting out of town, and we have an on-the-ground live feed showing that. We're going to be tuning into that today. We also have footage, of course, coming out of Tel Aviv. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing this. This kind of makes me feel a little bit better. I'm seeing that Lookner at No Agenda TV, Agenda Free TV, was having technical difficulties yesterday as well. Yeah, you guys know, hey, we've only been live here on YouTube and Rumble for like 5 minutes now at this point. I hate to get conspiratorial right out of the gate, but you can't help but notice that a lot of these broadcasters covering what's currently going on in the Middle East have been having technical issues. Everybody else is fine. Everybody else is all good. It's only the broadcasters that are covering what's going on in the Middle East. We are having, Lookner, having some technical difficulties. That's a little bit weird. I don't want to be getting conspiratorial 5 minutes into the day, but anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and get right into the news? If you're new here, do me a favor, hit that follow button, make sure to like and subscribe. Folks, we have a lot to talk about because it has been a very eventful couple hours since I last saw you. In fact, how about this? Why don't I give you folks a little bit of a sit rep, and I am going to, well, wait, hold on. Where did our flight radar go? Wait just one moment. Wait just a moment. Where did our marine traffic flight radar? There it is. Okay, we've got that back up. You can actually see a little Royal Air Force drone. Take a look at that. Royal Air Force drone. What is he doing? What is that little guy? This is the Royal Air Force Base on Cyprus. Take a look at that. And what is he doing? He's flying laps out here. What do you think he's up to? He's just sort of loitering up there in the sky. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that's already an alarm coming out of Israel. We've got a confrontation. Wait just a minute. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to find the best camera for this. On the northern coast of Israel, the northern border of Israel, where it directly touches Lebanon, we've got some type of confrontation right on the northern border. Let me flip this off. We're kicking today off. Things are already hot. I told you it's going to be a crazy night. Defensive posture, that's right. It says confrontation line at Metula. All right. And if you will allow me, I'll go ahead and maybe I can pull up exactly where that is. This is where and you can see here on Google Maps. So this is Haifa down here, the Israeli port city up in the north. Right up here, as north as you can be in Israel. Metula, like right on the border, pretty much surrounded by Lebanon. To the west, to the north, to the east. Red alert, confrontation line, so potentially some type of gunfire. Normally, if it's an enemy aircraft or a drone or a missile or a rocket, it'll say something else. This is probably some exchange of gunfire up here on. This is as far north as you can possibly be in Israel. So I'll keep you posted on that. But you know, like I said, I want to go ahead. Here's what we're going to do. Bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep our eyes up here on the northern border of Israel, and I'm going to read you a little bit of a daily sit rep. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Now, first off, we have a new supporter on YouTube. Goes by the name of Paradox Modular. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon to you. Thank you very much. You know, just to ease my concerns here, because I'm so scared I have like tech difficulty PTSD. If you are here right now on YouTube and Rumble, go ahead and type the number 42. If I can see a bunch of 42s here on the screen while we wait to see what's going on here, I want to see nothing but 42s in the live chat just to make sure that you guys can actually hear me, because this is day number 3 where we might be having tech difficulties. So let's see if we actually have a live chat here. And it looks like we do, because I see nothing but 42. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You guys are easing my concerns. Like I said, I've got tech difficulty PTSD at this point after 2 days of that bull crap. Okay, folks, we are looking at the northern border of Israel. I would be looking at Cam 5 probably. And while we look at that, keep your eyes peeled. I'm going to read through a little bit of a daily sit rep and let you guys know what's been going on. Breaking news, Iran conflict. Iran overnight developments just dropped. This is no longer just an air war. Read every line. Thousands of Kurdish fighters have reportedly launched a ground offensive into western Iran from Iraq. These Kurdish fighters took combat positions inside Iranian territory. Iranian forces evacuated the border city of Mariwan. Kurdish fighters are now positioned deep in the Zagros Mountains. Now, by the way, this is something that the Kurdish foreign minister specifically denies. He says, no, that's not happening. No, none of our Kurdish fighters have stepped 1 inch into Iranian territory. But there's a lot of fog of war. We're hearing over here one thing, over here another thing. We're having Iranian reports. We're having the Iraqis are saying, yeah, they're up there. The Kurds themselves are saying, no, we're not up there. No, we haven't done anything. No, there's no ground invasion. Well, we might be getting confirmation here. CNN reports the CIA is working with Kurdish groups to spark an armed uprising inside of Iran. Trump spoke directly with Kurdish leaders. The White House denied agreeing to any specific plan, but Heggs has said, quote, other parts of the U.S. government may be involved, likely referring to the CIA. Iran's intelligence ministry responded, saying it struck Kurdish separatist positions along the western border. The IRGC claims to have hit Kurdish bases inside of Iraq. The Pentagon announced a major escalation, a full gravity bombing campaign. What's a gravity bomb? It is a bomb that is guided by gravity. It's just falling down to the ground. It's not propelled down to the ground by anything other than gravity. It's called a gravity bomb. Hegseth says the U.S. has near near complete control of the Iranian skies and will begin dropping 500, 1,000, and 2,000 pound GPS guided bombs. Said they have, quote, a nearly unlimited stockpile of bombs like this, of gravity bombs like this. Quote, nearly unlimited stockpile. We heard that from President Trump also yesterday. Now we also have this. Hegseth also said, quote, we are accelerating, not decelerating. More and larger waves are coming. We are just getting started, he said. The Senate voted down the War Powers resolution yesterday afternoon, 47-53. Rand Paul was the only Republican that voted yes. Fetterman was the only Democrat that voted no. The war continues with no congressional check. The House is going to vote on Thursday. Kind of doesn't matter at this point, though. I'm doing a total recap to let everybody know where we are. Hegseth confirmed the U.S. has killed the leader of the Iranian unit that plotted to assassinate Trump. Hegseth said, and I quote, he was hunted down and killed. There you have that. Now, we have heard that the Iranians attempted to kill Trump 2 times. I personally, maybe I missed out. I have not heard any of the very specific details. How, when, did it come close? Were they almost successful, or did they stop this would-be assassination attempt very early? I don't know any of the details with this, but we've heard it happened twice. They tried to do it twice. So I'm hoping to get more details about that. Now, we also see this. Iraq has suffered a complete and total blackout after Iranian strikes hit infrastructure across the country. So Iranian strikes in Iraq, total blackout. Well, we also saw yesterday U.S. and Israeli strikes in Iraq also. That might have something to do with it. Israel's Home Front Command is relaxing shelter-in-place guidelines for the first time since the war began, starting Thursday afternoon, a sign that incoming Iranian fire is slowing down. Oh, and it absolutely is. We're going to talk about that massive Iranian reduction in projection of power. The Iranians are having a very hard time launching any type of missile, rocket, suicide drone, or otherwise. And that's going to tie into some other stories we're going to talk about today, like this alleged supposed peace offer between the Iranian regime and the Trump administration. Seems like Trump might have actually rejected that offer because their terms were unacceptable. We're going to talk about that here pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Like I said, it's going to be a big deal. We have a lot to talk about today. And one more time, early reports are suggesting that now, tonight, it's nighttime in the Middle East, is going to be very chaotic. Allegedly, it's going to be a very chaotic night, maybe going both ways, from the Iranian point of view, the Israeli point of view, and the United States point of view. It's going to be one chaotic night. We'll keep going here. When asked about China and Russia, Hegseth responded earlier today, quote, they are not really a factor. Our problem is Iran's nuclear ambitions. So Hegseth is just coming out saying, listen, yeah, Iran and China, they might not be happy about what's going on, and they are not. They are not. China especially is very unhappy. We talked a lot about that yesterday. There's more news today. China is very unhappy with what is going on right now. You know, in a lot of ways, we always talk about the Iranian proxy forces, Hezbollah and the Houthis and whatever else. Well, in a lot of ways, Iran, the Iranian regime, is almost a proxy for China. You got proxies inside of proxies inside of proxies. The Iranian regime is sort of a proxy for the CCP. The Chinese are very unhappy with how all of this is unfolding. Now we have more here. The Iranian rate of ballistic missile launchers has significantly declined since day one. Analysts say their stockpiles are depleting and they are rationing their remaining missiles and drones for a longer war. Yeah, we'll see how long this goes. Non-essential American workers in Cyprus were asked to evacuate this morning. State Department told Americans to avoid traveling to Cyprus entirely. European nations are deploying warships to defend the island. And also, if I can pull this back up, we now see this is a, I need to move my big dumb head over here. So take a look at this. This is flight radar. Over here on Cyprus, there is a Royal Air Force base right here on the southern tip, right there. That's a little Cyprus island, not too far from Israel and Lebanon. And once again, what do we have right now? We have a Royal Air Force drone. It's like effectively a Reaper drone. It's the British version. It's called a Protector RG Mk1, and it is soaring here in between the waters, between Lebanon, Beirut area, in fact, and Cyprus. Because Hezbollah, they have developed a little bit of a penchant for firing suicide drones over at that Royal Air Force Base. And the Brits are not having it anymore. So it seems to be true. Whoops. I'm going to keep on going through the updates here. The Pentagon is preparing a supplemental funding request for Congress. House Appropriations Committee confirmed the Defense Department is working on a package now. Ground offensive, gravity bombs, Kurdish insurgency, nuclear threats, and they say they're just getting started. And that's where things currently stand. But now, folks, we have a lot more updates here I want to start working through with you folks. Like we said, the Iranian capacity to project power and fire missiles, rockets, suicide drones, and whatever else is almost entirely depleted. President Trump says Iran's missile arsenal is rapidly being depleted. Open source intelligence data suggests supports it as U.S. and Israeli strikes destroy launchers and drone infrastructure. We've seen footage. The U.S. and Israel are just hunting ballistic missile launchers, all of it, just bombing the hell out of them. And so, yeah, I mean, if you keep on having your ballistic missile warehouses, storage facilities, storage bunkers, and ballistic missile launchers getting blown up by the U.S., it's going to be pretty hard to do what? To fire ballistic missiles. And so now this is what we saw. Day one of the conflict, folks, put this up on the big screen. The Iranians fired 350 ballistic missiles. Day 2, 175. Day 3, 120. Day 4, they only fired 50. And day 5, that's yesterday, we were all here together, they only fired 40. So every single day, the Iranians are firing fewer ballistic missiles. Exact same for suicide drones. Day 1, 294. Day 2, they actually fired more, 541. Day 3, 200. Day 4, 85. Day 5, 45. So this is going down also. And then the Iranians, believe it or not, they've got cruise missiles too. On day 1, they fired 10, 8, 5, 2, 0 to 2. Yesterday, we're not exactly sure. So anyway, they are firing fewer and fewer of these drones, missiles, and rockets. Now, we have a statement last night from Stephen Miller. I want to take a look at this. Let's put this up here.
The president has made clear that he believes America's awesome military might should be used to protect and defend America's interests, not to surrender the world to our adversaries, to our enemies, to those who would do us harm, not to surrender the world's resources, lanes of commerce, or capacity to keep our citizens safe. No, America first means America will be the greatest, most unquestioned, unmatched power in the world. And it means we will defend American lives. And yes, we will avenge American blood. Iran has waged war against the American people, this regime, for 47 years. They took our embassy hostage. They bombed our Marines in Beirut. They kidnapped, tortured, and murdered the CIA station chief. They have maimed and wounded and attacked thousands of American troops. All of that American blood spilled by this regime. And President Trump for years has said, we will not allow a regime that sheds the blood of our citizens, that menaces our people, that spreads terrorism around the world, that trains proxy armies. We will not allow that regime to have missiles that can reach our troops, that can reach our bases, that someday in the future could reach the American mainland, and certainly will not allow that regime to have nuclear weapons. But what you're seeing right now, Sean, is a military under President Trump's leadership that's not fighting politically correct, that isn't fighting with its hands tied behind its back. One of the reasons I fear, Sean, that some people in this country lost faith in the military and the capacity to use that military to defend us is because we had a woke Pentagon, because we had a military who at the very highest levels, not the warfighters, was forced to fight a less than full fight. What you're seeing now, Sean, is a military that is unleashed in all of its lethal prowess to go out and seek, destroy, and kill the enemy, which is what militaries are for.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, he's absolutely right. We are not fighting a politically correct war here, and already it is absolutely pissing off the leftists and the libtards. Can I show you something? Yesterday, the big news of the day yesterday, well, one of the big components of the news yesterday, was that a U.S. Submarine used a torpedo to blow up an Iranian gunship that was actually off the coast of Sri Lanka, off the tip of southern India. You heard about that. In fact, we talked about that here. And in fact, this is actually the first confirmed U.S. torpedo kill shot on an enemy naval vessel since 1945. So everybody, it was a big deal. We used a torpedo to blow up an Iranian gunboat. Okay, cool. Just like, that's awesome. Off the coast of Sri Lanka. Now, what happened was, I guess there were like 31 or so Iranian survivors that jumped off the edge of this gunboat, and they were floating in the water as their boat was exploding and sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Now, the liberals, the left-wing media, this was one of the big narratives yesterday, was that, well, the United States, we should have picked up and saved these survivors that jumped off the side of this gunboat. They were floating in the water off the coast of Sri Lanka, that this U.S. submarine should have gone to surface and opened up its hatch and let it was 42, however many there were, these couple dozen Iranian survivors, we should have taken them into the submarine and offered them safe haven and refuge inside of our submarine. We should have picked them up and saved them. And I'm just sitting here like, seriously, you think that we should have surfaced the submarine, opened up the hatch, and brought 42 Iranian enemy combatants whose ship we just sunk? We should have brought him into our submarine and pulled him up out of the salty brine. Anyway, this is the story that all the libtards were running with yesterday. They said, yeah, you should have saved him. You should have brought him into the submarine and helped him out. Yeah, no. Now, as far as I understand, Sri Lanka actually sent a boat out and recovered and saved all of these Iranian survivors. So I think they did getting picked up by somebody. It was the Sri Lankans. But it's just like, come on, really? You think we should have done that? You're just not really living in reality. Now, this is where we start getting to some of the crazy news today. And by the way, sorry, that was my news on my computer. You don't need to worry about that noise you just heard. Breaking news. Iranian drones and missiles have struck Nakhchivan Airport in Azerbaijan. The Azerbaijanis are pissed off, and we are going to talk about this. The Iranians allegedly fired a drone or a missile at an airport in Azerbaijan. Now, where are we talking? Where is Azerbaijan? Do we have a map here for you folks? Here is Azerbaijan. It's all the way up here. It's kind of, you can't really make sense of it. Now, the Iranians, as far as I understand, are denying this. They're saying it's Israel. No, Israel. It was a false flag. Israel fired a missile up there at the Azerbaijanis. It wasn't us. I suppose you can kind of make sense, if Israel's firing rockets or drones or missiles over at Israel, and then a rocket or missile or drone lands in Kuwait, well, you can make sense of it because Kuwait is kind of along the way. But there's nothing up there. There's no reason for Iran to be firing missiles or rockets at Azerbaijan. They deny it. They said it wasn't us. It was an Israeli false flag. Now, we actually have video footage of that. Take a look at this. Breaking: Iranian suicide drones strikes the Nakhchivan airport in Azerbaijan. The Islamic regime of Iran just attacked yet another country. There it is. And you can always tell when it's a drone. It's an iconic noise, right? And it visually, it looks different. Now, just to pull this up, Nakhchivan Airport, just to show you all exactly where this is. You guys know. Here it is. There it is. There's that airport in Azerbaijan. And we are zoom out a little bit, zoom it out, zoom it out, zoom it out just a little bit. Is our map going to load? There it is. So it is just about right on the border with Iran. Tough neighbor to have, not a good neighbor. Now, more to this story is coming out. Azerbaijan's military, in response, says it is, quote, preparing retaliatory measures against Iran after Iranian attack drones struck the Azerbaijani city of Nakhchivan. So the Azerbaijanis, they are not happy. They're a little bit pissed off about this. They're preparing some type of retaliatory measure. We also have breaking news here. The Azerbaijani Ministry of Defense says that Iran launched attacks on the Nakhchivan International Airport and, quote, other civilian infrastructure using UAVs. So perhaps it wasn't just one drone, it was multiple. They say not only the airport, but other civilian infrastructure as well. Azerbaijan says it is, quote, preparing the necessary response. These acts of attack will not go unanswered. This entire situation, this entire dynamic is escalating, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have incoming missile alerts? Is that right? Hold up. Hold up, ladies and gentlemen. We might have live missile alerts right now. I'm seeing somebody right now incoming. Now, I don't see that alert on my... One moment here. I believe we do. I believe we do have incoming missile alerts. I think the Iranians are popping them off. Let me grab my phone so I can use the app. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now we are bunkering down because I believe we have missile alerts inbound at the moment. So everybody get ready here. We might be hearing some alarms or sirens. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute ago, Home Front Command, due to detection of missiles alerts may be activated in the coming minutes in Beit Shan Valley, Northern Galilee, Northern Golan, Center Galilee, Upper Galilee, Ha Carmel, Southern Golan. Okay, so pretty much everywhere. Okay, yeah, okay, missile alerts right now. Big time alert, actually, folks. Massive alert. Now, it is so weird because I have the SoFar app, and then I've got the SoFar website up. Sometimes the app has alerts and the website doesn't. And I'm not exactly sure why there's a discrepancy between the two. It seems like the app is generally better than the website. Matt, you are an effing machine, brother. You could take that two ways. I'm an effing machine or I'm an effing machine. And, you know what? Hey, that's between me and my wife. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for tuning into the show. I really do. Thank you very much. Matt, Google Earth would be better. Google Earth is not live. So we're not going to see anything live happening on Google Earth, and that's what we're trying to look at. I'm going to quickly take a look at our other cams. There are evacuations in Beirut right now. We have on-the-street footage in Beirut, Lebanon. Evacuations in Beirut happening right now. I'm going to flip us back over. I think this is probably what we want to look at. Okay, I need to, while we have a moment here, folks, big missile barrage inbound. Red alert all across Israel. Kona's mom said when Iran threatened Trump, they showed a video that was made that had a sniper on this RC thing, showed it at Mar-a-Lago. It was scary. Oh, I remember that video. It was on like a little remote-controlled car. I remember that. I do remember that. That was on the campaign trail, I think. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that reminder. Yeah, you're right about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Brian Larson, he says, Afghan veteran here. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. A bunch of red alerts on northern Israel now. So here, if I can take a guess here what's happening, I would bet that the Iranians have launched a massive suicide drone ballistic missile launch wave right now. And at the same time, Hezbollah is launching rockets from Lebanon. I think they're trying to time it up. I would bet that it's both at the same time here to try to overwhelm the Iron Dome. That would be my speculation. So keep your eyes peeled here, folks. And if you have not already, do me a favor, hit that like button. Another one, big time. North Israel, big time alert. These are new ones also. Yeah, Hezbollah is doing something right now. Let's check our Beirut cam. Oh my... Okay, folks. This is Haifa area. This is a very big attack. Do we have sirens now? This is a very big attack. This is a big one. Big one. I told you we had reports that tonight was going to be a big night. I told you here. I'm going to flip our, just take a peek over here. Flipping back. Okay. More alerts coming out of Haifa. There's another round of alerts here. The audio didn't signal on that one though. Right now, yeah, okay. Like I said, folks, it seems as if both Hezbollah and the Iranian regime have fired ballistic missiles, short-range rockets from Lebanon, and suicide drones all at the same time. Oh, yeah. If you are living in Haifa, it's probably time to get inside the bunker. That's northern Golan. That looks like more Hezbollah rocket attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, Cam 6, something in the sky. That is a new one right there. I'm not sure. That might be a plane or what else. I'm not sure. But something was in the sky there. North Israel. We are on standby here. I'm looking for some more information. Okay, folks, Kuwait right now. Kuwait says their air defense is engaging incoming missile and drone attacks. Kuwait, over the skies of Kuwait. Kuwait is attempting to blow down missiles and drones. And Kuwait is like right about halfway, right? It's the halfway point, almost. Now, I don't think we see anything over the skies of Kuwait at the moment, though. Well, good grief. We're off to a crazy start. We're already off to a crazy start today. We're hoping everybody here stays safe. I've got a report here coming out while we have a second, ladies and gentlemen. This is per The Economist. Iranian army soldiers and members of the IRGC and police are reportedly ghosting their duty. They're not showing up to work. Per The Economist, I mean, what do you call that? Desertion? I guess you just have to call that desertion. Can't blame them, I guess, given the circumstances here. Maybe they should be doing that. They're not showing up. Oh, folks, okay, over Tel Aviv right there. What is that? Camera number 4. Camera 4. That might be an airplane, but I'm not sure. So normally it takes, I don't know, 11 or 12 minutes for a ballistic missile to make its way from Iran to Israel. And so if we saw a moment ago that in Kuwait they were trying to shoot him down, it'll be just a couple more minutes until potentially we see them over Israel. We will see here. Lock in here, ladies and gentlemen. Checking my app again. That's right, okay. Okay, I'm seeing some things over the skies of Cam 5. They're kind of just faded out again, though. Now I can't see them anymore. You saw that, right? Right in the middle of Cam 5, I saw something right above the mountain line or the hill line. If you are tuning in right now, we have a massive red alert ballistic missile / drone barrage inbound to Tel Aviv and northern Israel right now. Expected to arrive here at some point. Probably in the next couple minutes. My friend's daughter is scheduled to go to Jordan next week on a mission trip. Yikes. They should not go. Do not go. You should tell your friend's daughter. Tell your friend's daughter that I personally forbid her from doing that. Do not do that. That's a very bad idea right now. That's a bad idea. That is not a good idea. There's another light over the hills on Cam 5. Once again, it's hard to tell. We don't know if these are airplanes or if these are interceptor missiles or if these are Iranian ballistic missiles or what. These might be interceptors that are getting fired off. And while we have a minute, while we're waiting to see what happens, I'm going to go through some super chats here. JRG Project says, come to Azerbaijan, you know you want to. At this point, there should be a scoreboard like the Olympics so you can bag the most supreme leaders. Everybody is getting a supreme leader these days. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome back to the show. Those of you that tune in every single day, I remember you guys. I never forget a chatter. DL Hammond says, sorry for the late chat. The higher the prop pitch, the smaller the prop, aka Iranian drone. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think so. Thank you. Hey, thank you. You know, my favorite thing about doing these broadcasts is, you know, I'll speak for myself here. I don't know everything in the entire world. But as long as all of us know 0.1% of something, we've got enough people here that we can kind of piece together exactly what's going on. If we all know a little tiny thing, we're like a hive mind here. Thank you very much. Rod Jones, hey, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. Legendary CEO. We've got a legendary CEO. Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And also Jared Weeks, he says, multiple reputable sources are saying all the Israel cams are not live feeds, but are instead on a loop as to not show the damage Iran has inflicted. Fog of war is thick. We've seen nothing. I think that is not true. I think that's not true. And the reason why is because time and time again, we have personally seen, we get a report, we get an alert, missiles or drones inbound, and we actually see them live pop up. So I think that's not the case. What I will tell you is that some of the cameras, like this camera right here, bottom left, Tel Aviv, anytime there is drama over the skies of Tel Aviv, they do rotate the camera so that we can't actually watch the missiles inbound. They do kind of obscure what's going on. But whether or not they're looping, I don't think so. Because we have seen action happen live as it is happening. Time and time again. And now at this point, folks, it might be the case that... It might be the case that this entire Iranian attack has been intercepted. We might have just intercepted everything again here. Asmongold is part of the Morse Force. You know, it's funny, incidentally, Asmongold was speaking highly of me yesterday, and also we didn't even coordinate this, I was talking highly about him yesterday as well. There's that clip going viral of... I guess Asmongold is going to be coming over to Rumble. You know, while we have a moment here, I'll tell you something here. You guys know I'm kind of a one-man show. I don't really like to do collaborations. I would break my rule for Asmongold. We're friends because we're friends. We go way back. I've known him for almost 10 years now. I would break my rule for Asmongold, meaning I would have a podcast with him or do some collaboration with him. I would if the opportunity arose, I would do some type of show with Asmongold. I kind of doubt that would happen, but if it did, I wouldn't be opposed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we might have seen everything get intercepted here. This attack might have been intercepted. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, what do you say we keep on reading through some news because we still have a lot to talk about. Somebody said camera number 7. It might be all quiet on the Israeli front. It might be all quiet on the Israeli front. I think everything is fine at the moment, folks. Okay, everybody at ease. Everybody relax a little bit. Take a deep breath. You can relax in your chair. I've got to show you something. This just popped up. I want to show you. These are members of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. What do their helmets look like? The helmets look like these Nazi Germany era. I think they call them Stahlhelms. Yeah, they're very iconic. They have a very iconic shape. It looks like these are members of the Wehrmacht or the SS or something. It's the old German Stahlhelm. Now, I'll tell you, honestly, without endorsing the Nazis here, the helmets I always thought they looked cool. They look kind of cool. However, they don't look cool when they're on a bunch of slouched over, emaciated Iranians. These guys look like they don't want to be here. They're slouched over. They're barely... Look at this guy. He's... Okay, hold up. Red alert. What do we have? Hold up. Okay, these are rocket launches on the northern border. These are probably more Hezbollah rocket launches. Actually, no, it says hostile aircraft intrusion. Could be Hezbollah drones. Hezbollah drones. Okay, well, we've got our northern Israel camps here. We're going to keep looking at this here for a minute. We're not going to move on. Seems like Hezbollah drones are coming in right now. Right as I said you guys could, relax back in your chair, we've got potentially suicide drones flying across the northern Israeli border. Now, one moment here. I'm getting reports of something totally unrelated. Okay, so folks, I just saw a bunch of people talk about this. Has this been corroborated? I see a very early report saying that President Trump is preparing to fire Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, but this is coming out of the Wall Street Journal. According to the Wall Street Journal, Kristi Noem is about to get fired by President Trump, but NBC News is also saying this. President Trump has grown frustrated. Oh, is it officially on Truth Social? This guy says, stop spreading fake news, Matt. Shut up. I will always talk about the news every single step of the way. I will tell you what, I don't see this on Truth Social, though. I do not see this on Truth Social. I'm doing a quick scan. I'll do a little bit of a deeper look here. President Trump this morning is pushing the Republican senators to pass the Save America Act. That's right, push that damn act. Push that act. All I really see is this Wall Street Journal report, and then other people, like NBC, is talking about the wall, but it all goes back to Wall Street Journal. So I'm going to file this away in the category of unconfirmed news. We'll give it some time here. Oh, okay, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, here, we actually have confirmation. Let's break this down real fast. It seems like we have a little bit of reprieve from the rocket and drone strikes. President Trump says, I am pleased to announce that the highly respected United States Senator from the great state of Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen, will become the United States Secretary of Homeland Security, DHS, effective March 31st. The current Secretary, Kristi Noem, who has served us well and has had numerous and spectacular results, especially on the border, will be moving to Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, our new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere. We are announcing on Saturday in Doral, Florida. I thank Kristi Noem for her service at the Homeland. Serving 10 years in the United States House of Representatives and 3 in the Senate, Mark Wayne has done a tremendous job representing the people of Oklahoma, where I won all 77 out of 77 counties in 2016, 2020, and 2024. A MAGA warrior and former undefeated professional MMA fighter. He was an MMA fighter. Mark Wayne truly gets along with the people and knows the wisdom and courage required. We just cannot get a break today. Good Lord. Hold up, we've got red alerts in northern Israel once again on a confrontation line. I believe this is gunfire being exchanged across the Israeli and Lebanese border. This is not a rocket launch or a drone launch. I think this is gunfire on the border is what that is. President Trump goes on to say, as the only Native American in the Senate, he's just a white guy. Mark Wayne Mullen is Native American? Wait, what? Mark Wayne is a fantastic advocate for our incredible tribal communities. Huh? Yes. Yes. Ho, ho, ha, ho, ho, ha, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, he's Native American. Yeah, sure thing, whatever you say. Yeah, sure, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Anyway, the cams aren't live. Yes, the cams are live. One moment here. So anyway, Mark Wayne Mullen is going to be the... So who's taking his job in the Senate? Effective March 1st. That's pretty soon here. Maybe he's just going to do both. Can you be a senator and the DHS secretary? Maybe he'll do both. Anyway, we're gonna look into that more later because I think right now we've got more pressing things to talk about, frankly. So we're going to talk about some other stuff right now. Dog Mama says, I saw it on ABC, she was fired. Seems like she's kind of getting a side promotion or like a lateral promotion or something, whatever you want to call that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. By the way, good morning, Dog Mama from New York. We have a big super chat here from the Pepsi Cola. He says, message confusing. We were told U.S. must hit Iran to avert base attacks if Israeli strikes first, but last time Iran warned pre-strike for prep. Why not repeat? No need to hit. Seems, yeah, hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I don't really think that's the case. I don't really think it's that confusing. But I'm not going to relitigate that right now. There is something I'm trying to do here. Okay, while we have maybe some peace here at the moment, listen, folks, it has been crazy so far. Thank you very much. I'm going to flip on these cams. We're going to take a look at our Beirut cams. There is sort of an evacuation out of Beirut, Lebanon right now. People are fleeing the city because Israel keeps on carrying out airstrikes against Hezbollah inside of the city. So we've got sort of a skyline view and then also an on-the-ground view. And then also we've got footage over the skies of Tel Aviv. What we have. And I have a stuffy nose today. Okay, and so while we have a moment here, I wanted to keep on talking about these Iranian strikes on the Azerbaijani airport because we have more information about that. So, okay, so folks, where we left off, if you're tuning in, the Iranians, a couple hours ago, fired a suicide drone, or potentially several suicide drones, into Azerbaijan, which is on the northern border of Iran, far northwest. We have footage of this Iranian drone attack in Azerbaijan. I want to play the footage here because things are really escalating in this region of the world. So effectively, Iran has attacked another country now. And Azerbaijan is all the way up here to the north. Here's Azerbaijan. And so the Azerbaijanis are very, very unhappy about this attack. The Iranians actually, very curiously, are denying it. They said it wasn't us. Hey, no, it wasn't us. We didn't attack Azerbaijan. It wasn't us. They said it was Israel. Israel attacked Azerbaijan to make it look like we attacked Azerbaijan, but really we didn't. It's an Israeli false flag. The Azerbaijani Minister of Defense said earlier today that Iran launched attacks at their international airport and other civilian infrastructure as well using suicide drones. Azerbaijan also said that it is preparing the, quote, preparing the necessary response. Stop calling them suicide drones. Some of you people are like trying to speech police. Are you trans? Anybody that tells me what to say or what not to say, I'm just going to assume you are a transsexual. Hey, don't say that. This is my new name. My new name is Lilith. My name used to be Derek, but you need to call me Lilith now. I'm a they, them, and you better get my pronouns right. Some of you people are like, hey, Matt Morris, don't say that. You need to say this. Don't say that. I'm just going to assume you are a mentally ill transsexual person, okay? Because you are the only people that do that. It's like, dude, shut up. Shut the hell up. Keep your weird transsexual shit to yourself. Shut up. It is so annoying. You see, people are so annoying. Anyway, like, dude, can it, stuff it. Anyway, now that we've kicked out that transsexual person out of the chat, we're going to move on here. Breaking news, Azerbaijani President Ilham Aliyev has just called the drone attacks on his country from Iran a terrorist act, according to the APA news agency. So the Azerbaijani president, as well as the defense minister, I believe, of Azerbaijan, have come out and said that, listen, this is a terrorist attack. We're not going to tolerate this. He went on to say that the Azerbaijani armed forces have been instructed to prepare retaliatory measures against Iran. Azerbaijan has sent its army to the Iranian border. Folks, we are living in interesting times. About 60% of Azerbaijanis live as a minority in Iran. Whoa, wait a minute. 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in Iran. Only 40% of Azerbaijanis actually live in Azerbaijan. Oh man, this could escalate very quickly. So now what we see is, yesterday we were hearing a lot about these Kurdish sort of militia groups armed or backed by Israel and the US. Dude. Oh my gosh. What do we have? This is in Western Galilee, red alert. Okay, if we're having reports in central Israel, well, sort of north central Israel, west of Galilee. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Okay. This is happening right now. Folks, I would suppose this must be a drone or ballistic missile coming in, so I'm going to flip back up our cameras here. Tune in. There's a lot going on today, folks. Thank you for bearing with me. I appreciate that a lot. And once again, if you are new, make sure to hit that follow button and make sure to drop a like. Make sure to hit that follow button and make sure to drop a like. We are on standby here. Tune in, everybody. Pay attention now. That's where, that's right. That's where Jesus walked on water. That's right. Tettlewis. More. Same spot. More alerts. More alerts. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Tettlewis. Very based. Very based. Dude, it's these speech policers. Oh, hold up. Something over Haifa. Ladies and gentlemen, something just got intercepted over Haifa on Cam 11. That just happened. I think you all saw that also. Okay, now you really need to pay attention. And these red alerts are just to the east of Haifa. Yeah, so, okay, new red alerts in northeast Israel. I'll show you on the map right here, far to the northeast, on the border with Lebanon. Northeast Israel now. Matt Morris, you only have 5,700 likes and 1,600 viewers. All right, folks, put the likes in the bag and nobody gets hurt. Put the likes in the bag and nobody gets hurt. And also put the subscriptions in the bag also. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my cool. Something just got intercepted over Haifa, or just right outside Haifa. We have a big super chat here from Christy. She says, I spent more time with all of you this week than my own husband. I can't look away. The husband would like a word. Well, tell him to come watch also. He needs to get in here and monitor the situation along with us. Thank you very much. And I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here. Oh, massive red alerts in Haifa proper. This is Haifa. Massive alerts in Haifa. These are drones or missiles inbound. I told you it's going to be one hell of a night. I told you guys. Now north of Haifa. Now north of Haifa. And we've got sirens. Look on Cam 5. There's something over the hills right there. This is the most active day that we have seen in a very long time. Oh, yeah. Can we crank up the audio here? Oh, Haifa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, look over there. Look at that. Top left, top left. Massive. Oh, boy. Okay, for everybody that said the cameras are not live, now we have massive missile interceptors popping off, trying to blast down Iranian ballistic missiles over the skies of Haifa, North Israel. It is not over, folks. It's not over. It is not over. Just wait a minute. Just wait a minute here. It's not over. I'm telling you. I promise you here. Chosen Outlaw says he's a Cherokee. There you have it. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bond, thank you, sir. Teddlewise, thank you. Rocks and Cows, thank you very much. Trish Killian, thank you very much. Crazy day. Crazy day. Crazy day. Absolutely crazy day. I think that was a bug. Bill Tracy, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm happy we haven't had any technical difficulties today like we had the last 2 days. Thank you, sir. Thank you. David Half says Mark Williams Mullen is Native American. Yep, I guess so. Thank you. Dave Arico says when I get bored, I listen to you at 0.25 speed and get a good laugh. Thank you for the info. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Dog Mama. Folks, we have had some type of new alert every like 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. This is the most active day that we have had in a very long time. Very active day here. I want to take a quick peep at what's going on in Beirut. The evacuation of the city still seems to be underway. People are just fleeing the city en masse because they don't want to get hit by an Israeli airstrike. The Israelis are trying to take out Hezbollah locations all throughout the city of Beirut. Whoops. You hear police sirens or ambulance sirens or fire sirens or some type of siren. That's coming out of Haifa. Okay, what I'm going to do, folks, is take a look around, and I'm going to see if we can find any footage. I'm looking for footage here of those recent attacks. But first, real fast, we have Frost. This is a massive super chat. Frost says, thank you. Keep up the great work. I've been watching you for about 5 years. Oh, and I'm a dude playing as another dude. Don't call me a girl while I'm also in South Idaho. He's a dude in South Idaho. 5 years. See, we're back and watching back in the Twitch days. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ground explosions on Cam 7. I am going to look for updates. That's a big super chat. Thank you very much, Frost. Dude, thank you very much. Superfed says, thank you all for all you do, Matt. Been tuning in from the very start, from one WoW vet to another. Thanks for all you do. Thank you very much. Taunting, taunting, taunting. You know, can I just say something here? Give me a 1 in the live chat if you watch Asmongold. Give me a 2 in the live chat if you watch Liberal Hive Mind. Liberal Hive Mind if you press a 2. Or give me a 1-2 if you watch them both. Now, here's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, Asmongold, Liberal Hive Mind, and myself, of course, we're some of the best right-wing political commentators out there. We're some of the best in the game. And you know what's so funny? All of us came from the same place. You know that if you rewind the clock 8 years ago, guess what? Asmongold and I and Liberal Hive Mind, all three of us, we were friends playing World of Warcraft. We all met each other playing World of Warcraft almost a decade ago. We were all World of Warcraft friends. And now, almost a decade later, guess what? We're all still friends, and now we're all I don't know. We're all dominating the right-wing commentary scene, I suppose. So what is it about that? Why are World of Warcraft players? Why do World of Warcraft players end up making the best right-wing political commentators? How the hell does that make sense? But anyway, there's 3 for 3. 3 for 3. How funny is that? How funny is that? What a weird twist of fate, right? Funny twist of fate. We all happen to be playing World of Warcraft together. And it's funny because we're not even working together. We all had our own path that kind of ended up going to this similar place. But we didn't like get here together. Now, I feel like every single time I try to talk, there's another alert. There's another attack on Israel. So maybe I just need to stop talking today. Every time I talk, I jinx it. Yeah, once again, a little bit of an update here. Breaking, President Donald Trump has announced that Senator Markwayne Mullin will become the new U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security effective March 31st. Current Secretary Kristi Noem will move to serve as the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. So she's getting a new job. And now it's Senator Markwayne Mullin. He's going to be our new DHS secretary. Now, of course, by the way, a position like the Secretary of DHS has to be confirmed in the Senate. You need, I believe you need 51 votes, perhaps 50 plus a vice presidential tiebreaker. So it's 50 plus 1 to get confirmed in the Senate, I believe, for a position like this. And so presumably they have the votes. We have the votes to replace Kristi Noem and then insert Senator Markwayne Mullin. So there's that. This is from Girth Brooks. He says, a collab with you and Asmongold would be fire. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Last time I hung out with Asmongold was 6 or 7 years ago now. It's been a little while. There we go. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while we have a little bit of a reprieve here, I want to keep on getting to the news. Because, like I said, things are just getting crazy. So we left off talking about the Azerbaijanis and how they might actually be invading Iran. Or doing something at a minimum. We also heard from the Turkish Defense Ministry, this is yesterday evening, that a ballistic missile fired from Iran towards Turkey. Iran fired a ballistic missile at Turkey. And then NATO air defenses in the Eastern Mediterranean shot down the missile. And I believe we have footage of that. There are reports that Iran launched a second ballistic missile at a U.S. Air Force base in Turkey tonight. This is yesterday evening. A ballistic missile was shot down in space. So now the Iranians are firing extremely high altitude ballistic missiles at air bases in Turkey. Now, this is obviously a very big problem. And the reason why is because guess what? Turkey is a member of NATO. And if Turkey gets attacked by Iran, if they wanted, they could invoke Article 5 of the NATO Charter, which says pretty much an attack on one is an attack on all. You can see how things are escalating here. Turkey is attacking Azerbaijan. That's not a NATO member nation, but Turkey is. I'm sorry, Iran is attacking. We heard from NATO Secretary General Rutte earlier today about this.
And how big is the risk that an incident like this draws all of NATO into the conflict, that Iran or one of its proxies attacks a NATO ally, that ally invokes Article 5, and NATO suddenly then is at war with Iran?
Well, Article 5, I think, is not in order here. Nobody's talking about Article 5. And the most important thing is that our adversaries have seen yesterday that NATO is so strong and so vigilant, and even more vigilant, if possible, since Saturday because of the situation, of course, in the Middle East. So they see and know and sense that our military are on this.
Okay, so Secretary General of NATO, Rudd, he says, okay, we are not considering Article 5 right now. We think we don't need to do it. We hear from the Iranian foreign minister's spokesman, whatever the hell his name is. He says, if the European Union countries remain silent in the face of this violation of international law, they will pay the price sooner or later. So now we're like whiplash going the other way. Now Iran is threatening all of Europe, saying that if they don't stop the United States and Israel from attacking Iran or condemn the United States and Israel, then Iran is going to start attacking Europe. Iran is making big threats here. Big threats. Iran is saying, you need to stop America and Israel, otherwise we're attacking you next. And this is totally in line for the Iranians, because this is also presumably why they've been attacking the Arab Gulf nations. Why do you think it is that Iran has been attacking Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Kuwait? Why do you think? Well, it's because if Iran can attack these countries and put pressure on them, maybe these other countries are going to get so sick of getting bombed by Iran, they're going to say, all right, America, Israel, we got to shut it down. You got to call off the attack. It's not worth it. We're sick of having our hotels and our buildings and our restaurants get blown up by the crazy Iranians. We're not happy with the Iranians, but we just don't want our buildings to get blown up anymore. So please, U.S. and Israel, stop attacking Iran. Let's de-escalate all of this. That seems to be the Iranian strategy, is apply pressure not just to Israel and U.S., but to the Israel-U.S. regional allies to try to get those allies to speak up and kind of pull on the leash a little bit. The problem here is that these countries are not the ones holding the leash. And even if they were, it seems like they're not even yanking on it. None of them have come out and condemned the U.S. or Israel. In fact, all of them have come out in solidarity and support of U.S. and Israel. All of them are overwhelmingly condemning Iran. Iran's strategy here has totally backfired. They were trying to, like, you know, leverage our regional allies against us by blowing them up. And it hasn't worked. It has not worked. Now we also see, and so, you know, now it seems like first they tried to do that with the Arab Gulf nations. It hasn't worked so far, and now they're looking at Europe. Maybe now they're looking at Azerbaijan, they're looking at Turkey, and they're also saying, hey, Europe, if you guys don't put pressure on the U.S. to pull this thing down or shut this thing down, then we're going to be attacking you next also. Iran is trying to hold the entire world hostage, effectively, and it's just not working. Nobody is playing along with them. Iran, we said a moment ago, is making big threats. Well, we saw this yesterday, and we're talking more about it today. Iran has threatened to strike Israel's Dimona nuclear site. An Iranian military official has warned that Tehran will target Israel's Dimona nuclear facility if the U.S. and Israel continue pursuing regime change, according to semi-official ISNA news agency. Dimona is the heart of Israel's undeclared nuclear program buried in the Negev desert. A strike there wouldn't just be military escalation, it would risk a radiological disaster across the entire region, including Jordan, which sits just miles from the site. There it is. So now, Iran, this is a threat that they issued yesterday, and they're doubling down on it again today. The Iranians are threatening to blow up Israel's nuclear site. It's called Dimona. I think I've got it pulled up here. Yeah, there it is. And to show you exactly why is my Google map not working? Come on now. Do I need to reload? Okay, no, we've got it pulled up here. Perfect. Okay, here it is. So anyway, zoom out. Here's a little country called Israel. And right here, kind of in the southern desert, right, like that report said on the border with Jordan, is called the Dimona Nuclear Research Center. There's a city called Dimona, but out here in the desert, middle of nowhere, here it is. The Nuclear Research Center. And so Iran is saying, we're going to blow it up. We're just going to launch some ballistic missiles and try to blow it up. If you don't stop attacking us, and if you don't abandon your pursuit of regime change in Iran. So this is also part of the entire equation. This entire dynamic here is obviously getting very, very, very complex. There's a lot of moving pieces. There's a lot of chess pieces moving around. We also got a report earlier today. I want to share this with you guys. When I said that this entire thing is becoming incredibly complex, well, it is, because now we have reports also coming out earlier today saying this. Capitulation begins. The Iranian deputy foreign minister issued a quote today. Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program on condition that the United States presents a satisfactory alternative offer. Once again, earlier this morning, the Iranian deputy foreign minister has just said, as of this morning, Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program on condition that the United States presents a satisfactory alternative offer. So here's the thing, you know, we tried to give them satisfactory alternative offers to a nuclear program for 13 months, and they pretty much rejected all of them, and that's why we're here right now. So I wonder, in their mind, what would that look like? What, as far as the Iranians are concerned, what is a satisfactory alternative offer? What are they looking for? Regardless of whether or not they're going to get it, same report here coming out of BRICS News, Iran says it is ready to abandon its nuclear program if the U.S. offers a, quote, satisfactory deal. What do you think they're looking for? What do you think they want? Iran sent a message to the United States earlier today, ready to start talks to end the war. This is Abbas Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister. Iranian deputy foreign minister, Iran says Iran is ready to abandon its nuclear program on condition that the United States presents a once again, what is this satisfactory alternative offer that they are hoping to get? Now, we got a report from Trump. Actually, this is reposted by the official White House rapid response page, so I'm going to share this with you folks. This is from Trump. He says, they are wasting their time. Khamenei's son is a lightweight. I have to be involved in the appointment, like with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. We've heard reports that the Iranian regime is trying to appoint Khamenei's son, Khamenei Jr., to be the new Ayatollah, the new leader of the country. Trump says, he's a lightweight. I don't like him. I need to be involved. Whoever's going to be the new leader of Iran, you got to run it by me, says Trump. Trump is calling the shots. Trump is calling the shots. He added that he refuses to accept a new Iranian leader who would continue Khamenei's policies, which he said would force the U.S. back to war within 5 years. Trump is looking for a permanent solution. He's not trying to kick the can down the road. He's not kicking the can down the road. Permanent solution or the bombing continues. Trump said, Khamenei's son is unacceptable to me. We want someone that will bring harmony and peace to Iran. So we're doing it the Trump way or no way, or the bomb way. The Trump way or the bomb way. The bomb way is also the Trump way. You have two options. A leader who we approve of, or we're going to keep bombing you. Another report here. Oh, folks, pay attention. Something very curious I wanted to share with you. Everybody, pay attention now. If you're kind of idling here, wake up, pay attention. Look at this. There's an original post here. It says, Chinese growth is falling off a cliff. The CCP just announced its official growth target of between 4.5 and 5%. This is the lowest growth in China in 30 years. At the same time, with Venezuela and Iran off the chessboard, their energy supply, China is increasingly challenged in getting the atoms they need, the energy they need to supply themselves, to sustain themselves. It makes for a very constrained set of decisions over these next few years, especially with Taiwan. Okay, so pretty much the post here is China is screwed. Somebody says, why are we making these moves on Venezuela and Iran? This is why, to screw over China. Well, look who responded to this. Mr. Elon Musk. And Elon Musk, in response to this opinion about why all of this is happening, China, that's why. Elon Musk, he says, the stage is being set for what is to come. Elon Musk, he says, why is all this happening with Venezuela, Iran? Why are we doing this in Iran right now? I can't make any sense of it. The stage is being set for what is to come, and big time, guess what? It pertains to where? To who? The CCP in China. Okay? So, Elon Musk gets it. We had a big segment yesterday talking about China. Also, what's going on with Venezuela and now Cuba and soon, now Iran and soon Cuba. You know, Cuba's up next on the chopping block here. A lot of this is targeted at where? At China. Trump is ripping the legs out from underneath China's stool. He's taking the wind out of their sails. And he's doing it very effectively. We also got word today that Italy says it is now supplying Gulf countries with air defense, anti-drone, and anti-missile systems. So Italy is getting involved, not directly, but Italy has now agreed to supply Gulf countries in the region with air defense, anti-drone, and anti-missile systems. Good for Italy, good for them. Italy is now involved. We saw France is moving an aircraft carrier and an associated carrier battle group into the region. Into the Eastern Mediterranean, we saw. The United Kingdom is now flying over the skies of Cyprus right off... Here, can I pull this up? In fact, we might even see it right now. Oh yeah, look at that. What do you see there? The Royal Air Force has an air base here on Cyprus. And right now, they're flying drones trying to blast out Iranian and Hezbollah drones right out of the sky. They're flying loops hunting these drones. So, if I can just do a little bit of a recap here, can we talk about this for a second? Who is involved? You know, I really should probably pull up a map. Let's do comprehensive recap here, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, the United States and Israel, they are involved. We are actively bombing Iran. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, they have all been the targets of Iranian bombs and and suicide drone strikes. And they have all said that if it continues, they might actually go on the offensive against Iran. So their kind of periphery status here, they might actually get offensively involved rather than just defensively involved. We're also seeing potential Kurdish militants potentially getting ready, or maybe they already have, taken a combat position in northwestern Iran. The Kurds are potentially getting involved as well. Azerbaijan yesterday was targeted by a series of Iranian suicide drone strikes. Their airport, namely the Nakhchivan International Airport, was targeted by an Iranian drone strike. And now the Azerbaijanis are considering getting directly offensively involved in North Iran as well. The Turks have come out. They have condemned Iran's behavior. Seems like Iran tried to launch this outer atmospheric ballistic missile at a U.S. base. It was really a NATO base in Turkey. NATO defense batteries shot it down out of the sky. And so Turkey, we're not sure exactly, but so far they have condemned what Iran is doing so far. Italy is now directly providing anti-air defense missiles and missile batteries, interception batteries, to the Arab Gulf states. So Italy is involved. France right now is in the process of relocating a carrier battle group into the Eastern Mediterranean, alongside the USS Gerald R. Ford U.S. battle group, carrier battle group, that's already over there. And the United Kingdom is now using Typhoon fighter jets and sort of like Reaper-style drones to blast Iranian drones and missiles out of the skies. So this is there's a lot going on. There was a lot going on. This is becoming a very complex situation. We're doing our best to keep on top of it, folks. There was a lot going on. There's a lot to talk about. The bigger the channel, the more trolls there will be. Wait a minute, are people trolling in my channel? Trolls? In my channel? We better ban them. We better ban them. But pretty much what has happened here is that Iran is totally isolated. Now, what we do see, seems as if Russia has kind of cut off Iran. Russia's like, good luck. China seems to be giving satellite imagery to the Iranians. China is also very upset about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, which we haven't even talked about today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do a quick status check on the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil supply travels through, coming out of the Persian Gulf. You're looking at the Persian Gulf right now. Now, early on in this conflict, 4 or 5 days ago, Iran said, all right, listen, we are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. You know what? I want to put this up on the big screen. Let's have a big, like a real talk about this, actually. Pull it up on the big screen here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. There it is. So this is really the Strait of Hormuz. Let's pull it up on the big screen. You can see all of these dots and arrows over here are vessels trying to get in, tanker vessels trying to go pick up the oil to bring it back out and ship it elsewhere, make some money. These boats here are stuck on the inside. These vessels are stuck on the inside, and they probably want out. I would imagine that they are actually already loaded up with oil, and they're looking to get it out and go ship it elsewhere. So anyway, massive traffic jam because Iran has said, all right, listen, because of this conflict here, because we are under attack by U.S. and Israel, we are shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Anybody going out, in or out, coming in or out, we're going to blow them up. And we have seen them follow through. We've seen them do that twice so far. Now, very curiously, what do you see? You see one ship here attempting to make its way. What is this, Australian? Vessel details. From the Cook Islands. From the Cook Islands. And you know what? This might sound a little bit racist, what I'm about to say. This ship looks a little bit Chinesey. Can I say that? This ship is looking a little bit Chinesey to me. I see some red, potentially Chinese flags up top. The Penguin. The Penguin. You see Chinese up there, some type of Chinese symbols. The Penguin up there. So the ship is registered out of the Cook Islands, but it seems a little bit Chinesey to me. And so they've just decided, you know what? We're going in. We're going in. They are sending it. They are done waiting. They are going to risk getting blown up. They're done. Can I go back here? They're just going in. And also we have another one here. Another ship that's well, held up, do we? Oh, that's the one we were just looking at. No, that's the one we were looking at. Okay. They're called the pushback. The pushback. They're just going in. The Penguin. Yeah, it sounds like the Penguin. And then we have some smaller vessel. What are you? The Safine, the Prestige. So some of these vessels, they said, you know what? We are totally comfortable getting blown up. You're coming out of Malta. This is a ship out of Malta, a little island nation in the middle of the Mediterranean. They said, you know what? We're going to risk it. We are willing to risk getting blown up by the Iranians if it means we can maybe keep on making money. The Safine Prestige. They said, I'm going in. Okay. And I think we had one more. Let's take a look at the other ship. I think there was one more here that was trying to make the run. Can I go back? Yeah, there we are. There was one more right here, a little blue ship. What are you? The Musafa. The Musafa 2. And with this guy, I don't even think, I mean, this is coming out of the United Arab Emirates, so he's in his home territory here just about. And we don't have any photos of this one. I don't know what type of ship this one is. The Musafa 2. He's going in. What are you? You are also United Arab Emirates. One more vessel that's kind of in the region here. You're another. Oh, you're coming. You're registered with Aruba. Aruba. Well, isn't this thing just a big hunk of shit? Sorry, pardon my language, but really, though. The Ocean Lion. So, okay, so there you have it. There you have it. Some of these boats, they must not really value their lives that much. They're willing to try to navigate the Strait of Hormuz in spite of all of these Iranian missile threats. More power to them. Thoughts and prayers. Good luck with your journey. And stay safe. it really is just a little bit wild. You wouldn't catch me on one of those boats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do a little bit of a research deep dive here. I want to see if we have any breaking news coming out. Why don't we go ahead and see what we can find? Just about an hour ago, we had a massive series. A massive series of red alerts over Israel, but it's been quiet now for maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a statement from Vladimir Zelensky. Are you ready? He says, "We received a request from the United States for specific support in protection against shaheeds in the Middle Eastern region. I gave instructions to provide the necessary means and ensure the presence of Ukrainian specialists who can guarantee the required security. Ukraine helps partners who help ensure our security and protect the lives of our people. Glory to Ukraine," he says. So Zelensky is saying, all right, hey, we're going to help the U.S. and Israel and Middle Eastern nations that are being barraged by Iran right now. We're going to help you shoot down these Iranian drones. Glory to Ukraine, he says at the end. Okay, well, hey, thanks. I guess. Thanks, I guess. Thanks, I guess. We have a report coming out from CBS News. You know, I really should quickly take a look at some of these super chats. Right now, folks, you are watching sort of an evacuation of Beirut, southern Beirut specifically. A lot of people are trying to get out of town because they're sick of having Israeli Air Force fighter jets drop bombs in the city. Now, the Israeli Air Force is targeting Hezbollah locations, but still you can understand, just because the bombs are dropping on the house a few doors down doesn't mean you really want to be there. So I think a lot of them are trying to get out of town. So I have that up on the camera right there. But also, I want to take a look at some super chats here. We have a big super chat here from Wrench. He says, "Matt, you and the stream are great. Keep giving to those pronoun identity losers." Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey there, guys and gals, and all of the non-binary pals. I kid you not, I tuned into a Twitch stream the other day. It was on the homepage of Twitch. It was like the first thing you saw if you open up Twitch. And I was like, all right, what's this gonna be? And I clicked on it, and it was one of these streamers, you know, the type. They had purple hair, blue hair, purple hair, pink hair. They had all of it, rainbow-colored hair. And right as I tuned in, they said, "Hey there, guys and gals, and all of our non-binary pals." And I said, okay, I've seen enough. All right, that was the first thing on Twitch when I opened it up. I said, okay, I've seen enough. Goodbye. Goodbye. You wouldn't find that on Rumble or on YouTube. You're not going to find it here. Couldn't believe it. Okay, we had a massive super chat here from Curtis. Curtis said, by the way, thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. He says, "Satisfactory alternative offer. How about we won't destroy your country? How about you do exactly what we say, everything we say, what President Trump says that is, and maybe we'll stop bombing. Until then, we're not." That seems to be the ultimatum right now. Thank you very much, Curtis. Thank you, sir, by the way. I hope everything is going well, or well enough. Thank you, sir. Suited says, "France wanted to name their country Iran, but it was already taken." Thank you. Good one. Thank you. Thank you. Omniscient Foolie says, love your dedication. I work in maritime industry, and many vessels are registered out of Cook Islands, Marshall Islands, and the Cayman, and a few others. So I bet you probably know a lot about this Lloyd's insurance fiasco that's going on right now. You probably appreciate this dynamic where Trump has stepped in and said, hey, listen, we are going to insure all these ships for a reasonable price and maybe even back it up with the U.S. Navy. You're probably following that dynamic very closely. We talked a lot about that yesterday. It's a big deal. We talked about that yesterday. Thank you. That's right, Steve. Yeah, we talked about the Mark Wayne Mullen and the Kristen Noem dynamic. That's right. Now, I'm going to pull something up here. Stand by here, folks. We're on the lookout for red alerts. I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're on Rumble or YouTube and you have not already followed or hit that like button, it does help a lot. I believe that there was something that I missed here. Did I miss something here? Did I miss something here? Oh no, maybe I didn't. Okay, no, I think we're good. Pizza Friday said that boat can make the Kessel run in 2 parsecs. I was actually thinking of Han Solo when I was looking at that. I didn't say it, but hey, we're on the same page. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm quickly doing a scan here, ladies and gentlemen. We've got reports that it's going to be really a crazy night. Sinner says, thanks, Matt, for the coverage. I've watched for a long time. Best news coverage on the tube. This is biblical war, by the way. The end time is near. Some people are saying that. You know, ironically enough, it seems like some of these Shia Muslims seem to think that also. They just have a different end time prophecy that they're pursuing. Everyone's got their own end times prophecy. Thank you very much. Yeah, Amber, yes, that is true. Kristi Noem has a new job, or she will have a new job here very soon. And she's going to be replaced by Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you very much. Cabin Girl says, Matt, you should say your wife is brilliant and married you. And no, I'm not alternate living. Thank you. Thank you. I've got a good wife. I've got a good wife. It is true. It is very true. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. A quick scan here. Once again, folks, right now, both sides of this equation, the U.S. and Israeli side, and everybody else, and the Iranian side, both sides here are talking a big game. Something is coming. Something big is coming. Some big attack is coming. The Iranians are still talking about launching the largest ballistic missile drone attack they've ever launched. They're talking about that still. They're also talking about blowing up an Israeli nuclear reactor. The Dimona reactor specifically. So that would be catastrophic. That would be very bad. And then, of course, we are the U.S., to be specific, is talking about really laying into the Iranian regime. We're getting sick of the games. Trump is sick of the games. The IRGC has just now launched, released footage of the launch of Khyber Shekan. Wait, what? Okay, these are different types of missiles. I'll pull this up and show you. This is coming from the IRGC. Take a look here. This is under the category... Allahu Akbar. This is under the category of Iranian propaganda. Warning, by the way. They're showing themselves launching ballistic missiles. Allahu Akbar. Aloha snack bar. I could go for breakfast. I could go for an Aloha snack bar breakfast right now. I'm getting a little bit hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. It's almost noon. 100% AI. I think it's real footage. I'm not sure why it would be. I mean, I mean, we know the Iranians are launching ballistic missiles. Somebody's launching them. Okay, I gotta call you guys. I don't know why you guys are saying AI. I really don't. I don't know why you would say that. We know that they're launching ballistic missiles. Somebody's launching the goddamn ballistic missiles. Sorry, pardon my language. We know that they're launching, so it's like, why do you think they're faking this? They could just very easily record themselves launching their ballistic missiles. We know they're launching them because we keep on intercepting them, right? So I don't know why they would need to use AI to fake this. I think it's probably real. We know they're launching the damn things. Somebody's launching the ballistic missiles. Now, I will tell you, there is a lot of AI bullshit out there. There's a lot. It's nighttime. Yeah, so this is footage from a couple hours ago. I think so. Matt, it's all AI. You're right. Everything is AI. Wait a minute. How do I know that you aren't AI? Huh? How do I know you aren't some AI chat bot in my live chat? You might be AI. How can I even prove that you are real? Okay, I do have something to show you here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, where did it go? Okay. How do you know I'm not? You don't know I'm not. You don't know. We have a little update here. It's a little thing called Faith. Coming out of the Faith2X network, at least 9 US MC-13-0J Special Operations aircraft have arrived at the Royal Air Force Base Mildenhall in the UK over the past few days, most arriving at night with tail numbers covered and not appearing on tracking websites, according to our local observer. So allegedly, Special Forces U.S. aircraft has been arriving at the Royal Air Force Base at Mildenhall in the United Kingdom over the last several days. Very, very curious. Makes you wonder what is going on. Makes you wonder what exactly is going on here. We have a super chat here. Craig Custer says, if Mullins is leaving Senate to replace Noam, how does that affect? Well, here's the deal. We actually don't know if Mullins is leaving Senate, the Senate. He might have both jobs. I haven't seen that report anywhere that he's leaving. We've only seen he's picking up a job, not that he's losing a job, so I'm not sure. We are waiting for that information. By the way, thank you very much. Smokey Dave says, we've had over 4 years to watch Ukraine battle Shahed drones from Russia. The Department of War didn't pick up a single tip. 400 FPV. Well, to be very clear, we are shooting down Shahed drones. It's not like we just don't know how to do it. It's not like we can't do it. It's just more difficult, and they're firing a lot of them. But I don't know. Perhaps the notion that we've been caught with our pants down insofar as Shahed drones, I'm not exactly sure that that's the case. I think that's not the case. Big rumble rant from Footy Fam. If certain physicists are correct, and we are all living in a simulation, then we are all AI. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my gosh. We have a little bit of a reprieve from the action. You saw an hour ago, just about now, it was like total chaos. Oh, I do have an update here. Total chaos. We have an update here coming from Finland. Finland's Minister of Defense, Antti Häkkänen, announced today that the government has proposed and is expected to pass legislation lifting its ban on the import and transport of nuclear weapons, potentially paving the way for the deployment of a nuclear-capable aircraft and warheads by members of NATO, including France and or the United States, onto the territory of Finland. So Finland might be looking to have NATO nuclear weapons within its territories and its borders. Up until this point, they have not done that. Why might the Finnish be looking to have nuclear weapons within stored, operable nuclear weapons within its borders? Well, because they're concerned about Russia. That would be why. And, you know, the Finns are really not big fans of the Russians. The Finns are not big fans of the Russians. They have some historical beef, to say the least. Same goes for the Poles. The Poles, we had a report 2 days ago. The Poles are looking to have NATO nuclear weapons on their borders as well. Where did I go? Oh, I turned my cam off, did I? What did I do? Did I do that? I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Thank you for your patience. I'll tell you what, though, personally, every single Finn that I have ever met, I like them. I like Finns. I'm a lover of Finns. What can I say? I like them. I like the Finns. I'm hearing from Harold Finch. Good morning, Harold Finch. Good afternoon, Mr. Finch. He says, give you a polite, gentle heads up. Please keep yourself available Friday, Saturday, and Sunday because those are going to be big days. It's going to take at least 24 to 72 hours for the B-2s and B-52s and B-1s to get to Diego Garcia and England, too. They're in transit right now. They're en route. Once those bombers get to those bases, you're going to see Strategic Air Command start racking up sources like no other. So once again, we've already heard today that this evening, like now, is going to be a very big day. But also, look at that. Looks like a bunch of Beirutis there are lighting things on fire. What in the world are those Beirutis? Yeah, zoom in. What are they doing over there? Maybe they're just trying to keep warm. Anyway, tonight's going to be a big day, but also this weekend. We've got a bunch of bombers en route. You Finn lover. Well, you know I'm really a German lover. I love them so much I married one. What is the temperature in Beirut? I love the Germans so much I married one. So in Beirut it is 54 degrees right now, 54 degrees Fahrenheit, 12 degrees communist units. F stands for freedom, C stands for communist. Okay, so 54 degrees freedom, 12 degrees communist. So they're probably just trying to warm up a little bit over there. Trying to warm up a little bit. I mean, it's not really that cold. 52 degrees is not really that cold, to be honest. It has been 49 minutes since we have had any red alerts in Israel. It was 49 minutes ago. And you remember, who was here for that about an hour ago, 49 minutes ago? It was just chaos. All hell was breaking loose in northern Israel. In fact, we saw Israel over the skies of Haifa launch up ballistic missile interceptors into the sky. We haven't been seeing a lot of that lately, but we did see about an hour ago. You think they're having a barbecue? Yeah, probably not a pork barbecue. They're probably not grilling up pork chops over there. That would be my speculation. I could go for some pork chops. Man, if I had some pork chops right now, you wouldn't even believe it. Okay, I have footage here I want to show you folks. This is from a couple hours ago. This is from a couple hours ago, but I'll show you anyway because we haven't talked about this yet. The U.S. is currently bombing underground facilities in Iran. Underground missile facilities. The guy in the back says, I've only seen something like this in Call of Duty. Really? Let me turn up the audio.
می‌بینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم.
Something, 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 Call of Duty. Yeah, wow. Wow.
می‌بینی صدا انفجارشو؟ من اینا رو فقط تو کال آف دیوتی دیدم.
You know what's really crazy is that in maybe 5 years, maybe 10 years at most, Activision is going to be making a new Call of Duty game about what's going on in Iran right now. What's happening in Iran right now is going to be the theme of a Call of Duty game in potentially as soon as 5 years. You'll be able to play through all of it in Call of Duty. That's really just how they kind of do things over there. Won't be long either. Won't be long. We also have... Oh, I have something to show you folks right now. Okay, military equipment right now is en route to the Kurdistan region's border with Iran. Kurdistan regional government saying they are only for border protection. Uh-huh. So the Kurds are relocating military equipment over to the border with Iran, and they're saying, no, 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 don't worry, it's only for protection, it's only for border protection, don't worry about it. We wouldn't dare use these to launch a ground assault in northwestern Iran. No, 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 of course not. Oh, thank you. I'm starving. Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got some lunch here, folks. So they're getting ready. You can't help but be reminded, this is like a week or two before Russia invaded Ukraine. We were all tracking massive military equipment and troop buildups along the Russian-Ukrainian border. And everybody was like, hey, Russia, are you about to invade Ukraine? It sure looks like you're about to invade Ukraine. And they always said, nope. No, 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 no. We're not about to invade Ukraine. No, no. This is for border security, and it's really just a training exercise. It's just a routine training exercise. Is while we're amassing all of this military equipment on the Ukrainian border. Don't even worry about it. And then they did. And then they did invade Ukraine. Is exactly what they did. What's for lunch? Looks like my wife ordered something this time. What do we have here? Looks like some Asian, I don't know, beef noodles. Looks like something Asian, something Asian. Looks like something Asian. All right. Now, what we're going to do while I quickly have my lunch, I'm going to see if I can find a good report for us to watch together while I'm stuffing food in my face, if you don't mind. See if we have any breaking news here. I imagine we can find a report. We have a report from 2 hours ago. That's right. Okay, we've got something we can watch here together, ladies and gentlemen. While I find some nourishment for myself. Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna move my camera right over here, and why don't we put this right over here and let it play?
A historic strike at sea. For the first time since World War II, a U.S. Navy submarine sank an enemy warship with a torpedo. And now Iran responding, saying, quote, the continued mischief and deception by the United States in the region will come at the cost of complete destruction of the region's military and economic infrastructure. That seems delusional. Fox News senior strategic analyst, retired four-star General Jack Keane. General, what do you think Iran's trying to do there? Do they really think they're going to intimidate our Navy after blowing up and eliminating theirs?
Well, there's no way that they're going to intimidate our Navy. But talking about Iran, it's worth talking about. Where are they? I think the evidence is clear. They're in a much more weakened state, given all of that we're reporting on, the reduction of their retaliation with drones and missiles and taking down nuclear capabilities, taking down command and control. But listen, there's no evidence that they're giving up here. The evidence is quite the contrary. They've expanded into the Gulf states, and they've expanded into with Lebanon and Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah has missiles that can rain down on Israeli cities. They're not firing on them. So I think the Iranians are pushing them, but they don't want to go too far. Hezbollah is holding back, and that's good news. And the Israelis are certainly poking them pretty hard to make certain they don't do much more than what they have been doing. But they expanding into the Gulf regions, I think, is a bit of a blowback on the Iranians, because the Gulf states are coming together not only to defend themselves, and most of them have very good capability to do that, but also to take the fight to them offensively. And that is happening. And I can't talk about the ones that are doing it because they don't want us to talk about it. I totally disagree with all of their not wanting to take public stances on things. I think they should stand up, identify the principles they're fighting for, and join the United States publicly, not just privately. But right. It is who they are. But, yeah, as of now, certainly no evidence of defections. Hopefully the Mossad and CIA are telling a different story. And they are talking to people who want to break from the regime. And certainly if that was taking place, that would be realistic. Maybe it's not taking place. We're not going to know, and they're not going to tell us for sure.
Right. So as the president said, a lot of the people they identified of people that might be able to work with us, they're dead. The panel of experts picking another leader blew that place up. We know about the 40 that blew up day one, and they said the numbers, according to Senator Fetterman, are maybe in the 80s among leaders that are dead, but they put a lot of people in place for as their successors. So what phase are we in now? We hear more firepower came to the region, General. What are they doing now that they've done a good job eliminating the launchers and a lot of their missiles?
Yeah, sure. Well, let me just say once again, the significance of what has taken place here with the United States and Israel combined on this offensive operation. These are the two most proven, experienced militaries in the world. And for the first time ever, we are conducting a combined operation with common objectives. And that's truly remarkable. The trust and the confidence we have in each other, feedback from both sides, the Israeli military, the U.S. military working together, the trust they have with each other, common working together on intelligence. Yep. And we smart enough not to take the Israelis, who have their own systems and how they go about delivering air power, whether it's fighters or cruise missiles. We didn't force them into our system. Continue to use your system. And we have our own system, certainly. But talking to each other every hour of the day, mutual respect and confidence. That's number one. Two, we are in a new phase. On the U.S. side, we're accelerating the numbers of airplanes we're putting into Iran, obviously because we have air superiority, that we can introduce heavy bombers in doing that. Gravity bombs that are GPS, precision-guided, 500, 1,000, 2,000-pound bombs. That's increasing lethality. And we're still going after the same targets and having a lot of success with ballistic missile, the whole complexity of that, drones, nuclear targets, command and control. And obviously this maritime force is being destroyed. But however, on the Israeli side, they are while they're still hitting some of those targets, their primary focus, we're focused on the weapons that are sustaining the regime. Now the Israelis are focusing on the organizations that are sustaining the regime, systematically and deliberately going after the IRGC. They're pounding Tehran with 1,000 munitions, 24 hours ago, another 500 to 800 in the last 24 hours, because that's where a lot of the headquarters are. This is IRGC, headquarters there for sure. They have 32 other organizations that belong to them out in the provinces. They're going to go after all of them. Why? Because they repress the people. The Baji militia, certainly in Tehran, but also out in the province, systematically taking them down. Police infrastructure, same, taking them down because they are part of the infrastructure and security forces that repress.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have some red alert here. What are we talking about? We have a red alert on the confrontation line. This is on North Israel, just north of Haifa. If I had to guess, we've been tracking all of these all day. If I had to guess what we're talking about here, I would guess that we are talking about some gunshots or small arms fire getting exchanged across the border. Probably not a drone or ballistic missile right now. A little bit of a tiny baby alert, if you can even call it that. Now, real quick here, there is, I was seeing if we saw this live. No, there are explosions happening in southern Beirut. I'm surprised that we didn't see this. Pull this up. There we go. Just a little one there. That didn't even look like an airstrike. And it was there and gone. It was there and gone real fast. That didn't even look like an airstrike, to be honest with you. That was something on the ground in Beirut. Yep. And everything is live. Everything is live. Curious. Very curious. Also, real quick, before I finish the video and finish my food here, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a... Trying to find a source on this. Do we have a Pentagon announcement scheduled? Where are we seeing that? I saw a couple people say that we have a Pentagon announcement scheduled here in the next hour, but I'm not actually seeing that. I'm going to try to find that, okay?
The people and sustain the regime. So this focus is on setting the conditions for this regime to collapse. That's where the Israelis are in this phase of the operation. They think it'll take 10 days, maybe 2 weeks to do that. They want us to be patient because you can't objectively see those results like you can see with drones being reduced, ballistic missiles being reduced in terms of numbers of attack. It's much more intangible. We got a lot of work in front of us, and the president is 100% behind what? He is behind our president setting the conditions to finish this. If it takes longer, that's fine. If we can do it sooner, that's fine. So it's the conditions that we're trying to achieve that we're monitoring here.
In reading Arab news, Middle Eastern newspapers, trying to get Iran's perspective, and even though a lot of it's just propaganda, they look at the divide at home. They look at the Democrat and Republicans, and they're saying if we can drag this out politically, President Trump will be forced to pull back and maybe end this prematurely. And if they survive, they could feel like they could win. So how important is it to finish the job and not let politics get the best of this mission?
Well, certainly that is the case. It's more than that. I mean, they expanded into the Gulf states because they really want the international community.
Yes.
And they certainly expected the Gulf states themselves, with the Europeans, with others, to put pressure on Israel and the United States to end the war. Let's negotiate. Let's go to a ceasefire and just stop this. What the Iranians are interested in is preserve the regime. That is their objective here. Any kind of negotiations, they'll take it in a heartbeat because that preserves the regime. We're done negotiating unless it's a surrender. We'll negotiate over the times of surrender. That makes sense. Nothing else at this point makes sense. So, yeah, they want political pressure internationally and certainly political pressure inside the United States. They know us very well. They've been watching us and dealing with us for almost 50 years now. They understand the political dynamics, but also We happen to have a president who has a strong spine, and he's focused, and he has clarity here, and he's communicated it to the American people, what we're trying to achieve here. Yeah. And we're going to have the patience to achieve it.
General, you're 100% right. The president says, I'm not going to leave this to the next guy. It's been a problem for almost 50 years. It ends now. General Jack Keane, thanks so much.
It ends now. Well, it's going to be ending very soon at a minimum. I think we all know that to be the case. Now, trying to get the information here. First off, folks, I have a little bit of an update. We just got a statement from an IRGC official. You want to see what the IRGC is saying right now? He says, and I quote,
Okay,
translate that. We do not want to kill your children, but if they show sympathy for the enemy, there is a shoot to kill order. So if there is a child who is showing sympathy for America or Israel, or I don't know, one of the Arab Gulf nations, the enemy, whoever that might be, most certainly America and Israel, then the child has got to die. Okay. That's on Iranian state media. We just had some explosion in Beirut. I played that a moment ago. I'm looking at the CENTCOM page because allegedly... Oh, yes. Oh, wow. 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Oh. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, we actually have some big event that's coming up here, and I think you guys are going to enjoy this. I'm going to pull this up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a confirmation here. There is going to be an Operation Epic Fury press conference featuring Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Admiral Brad Cooper, not Kane this time, Cooper, at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That is, what, 80 minutes from now. 80 minutes from now, just under an hour and a half. And so we are going to be watching this together. Like I said, we're going to be here all day, ladies and gentlemen. I should put this up here on the big screen. Hell yeah, this is going to be a good update. I'm very excited. Normally they do these at like 5 in the morning or 8 in the morning East Coast when nobody can even watch them. Listen, I'm not waking up at 5 in the morning. So anyway, finally they're doing one of these at prime time when all of us can actually watch this. We'll talk about Kristi Noem here in 1 second, because I see a couple people asking about that. So what is it, 4:30 p.m. Eastern, Operation Epic Fury press conference with Hegseth. We don't need to know who it's with. I think that's fine enough. Okay, so there. Otherwise, it's going to take up a little bit too much space on the screen. All right, so now we have something to stick around for, folks. Thank you very much. Yeah, about 80 minutes from now, not too long. That won't be that long. I want to listen to what's going on in Beirut. Beirut, it's always going down. Folks, we have a, maybe I need to put that right there for now. Well, actually, that's not the best thing to do. This is probably really what I want to do. Perfect. And it only took us about 7 seconds tuning into Beirut for us to hear random gunfire. That's just Beirut, ladies and gentlemen. That's Beirut for you. Now you know why everybody's trying to evacuate out of the southern half of the city. Now you know why. Anyway, okay, Kristi Noem. So Kristi Noem is going to be given a new job. She is no longer going to be our DHS secretary. Mark Wayne Mullen is going to be taking her place. Do you guys want my honest, totally unfiltered opinion here? Permission to give you my totally raw, unfiltered, organic, GMO-free, grass-fed opinion here. USDA certified opinion here, if you don't mind. I think the only reason why Kristi Noem would be getting a new job, some people are calling it a promotion, it might be a sidestep, whatever it is. Here's what I think fundamentally. If Kristi Noem was knocking it out of the park at the DHS, she would probably not be getting replaced. If somebody gets replaced in a position like that, Secretary of the DHS, it's because she was doing an inadequate job. I like Kristi Noem. I like her, really, I do. I hold her in high regard, and I'm happy that she is still going to continue on and be a part of the administration, that she's going to have another job in the administration somewhere else. But let's be honest, the only reason why she would be getting replaced is because she could have been doing a better job, and she wasn't. That's my honest opinion. I like her. I don't have any hatred against her at all. But if she was killing it, she wouldn't be getting replaced. I've heard, well, first off, something to say. Anytime a position like that, you're trying to put someone new in this case, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, you got to pass him through the Senate. You need 50 plus 1 votes. You need 51 votes to push. Like, Trump can't just pick anyone he wants for these jobs. It's got to be someone that he knows he can get through the Senate. Okay? So if Trump wanted to pick me for Secretary of DHS tomorrow, for whatever reason, he probably couldn't pick me. The reason why is because 50 senators would not agree to vote for me. They don't even know who I am. And I'm totally unqualified, frankly. So he can't just pick anybody. He can only pick someone that he knows is going to be able to actually get through the Senate. So anyway, we've got Senator Mark Wayne Mullen now. A lot of people say, oh, we got to replace Pam Bondi. Well, you know, maybe it's conceivable. I don't know. It's total speculation. Maybe Trump would like to replace Pam Bondi, but he doesn't have somebody that he feels confident that he could get through the Senate. You can't just, like, do it. It's not as easy as just say it, do it. It's not that easy. You got to be able to push somebody through the Senate. You got to get them through the Senate. The Senate has got to sign off on it. Matt, you have our vote. Well, are you a senator? Are you a U.S. senator? If not, it doesn't mean jack squat. No offense. Actually, on that note, folks, we have a statement from Kristi Noem right here. Kristi Noem issues a statement. She says, "Thank you, Trump, for appointing me as Special Envoy for the Shield of America. Secretary Rubio and Secretary of War are incredible leaders, and I look forward to working with them closely to dismantle cartels that have poured drugs into our nation and killed our children and grandchildren. The Western Hemisphere is absolutely critical for U.S. security. In this new role, I will be able to build on the partnerships and national security expertise I forged over the last 13 months as Secretary of DHS. We have made historic accomplishments at the Department of Homeland Security to make America safe again. We deliver the most secure border in American history. 3 million illegal aliens have left the U.S. We have located 145,000 missing children. FEMA delivered disaster relief at 100% faster rate. We ushered the golden age of travel, saved the American taxpayer $13 billion, and revitalized the U.S. Coast Guard." There is her statement. You know, if I can get a little bit conspiratorial, and I don't even have the answer, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, folks. Keep in mind, the DHS is currently shut down. Our government is still experiencing a partial shutdown right now. The DHS has been shut down, I don't know, probably for like 3 weeks or 3.5 weeks because the Democrats refused to pass the DHS funding bill. It made its way through the House, but it has not made its way through the Senate. And so I can't help but notice the timeline. And I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud here. Is it possible that Kristi Noem getting replaced as the leader of the DHS, as Secretary of the DHS, has something to do with the current DHS shutdown? Is it possible that some type of deal was made, I don't know, with the Democrat Senate leadership? Okay, we're going to replace Kristi Noem if you will agree to reopen the DHS. I don't know. But keep in mind, the DHS is currently shut down. It is shut down right now. Who knows? Could be related, could not be related. Could be related, could not be. In DC, you know, oftentimes there's more than meets the eye. There's all, I'm not saying in this specific case with Kristi Noem and the DHS, but there are 10 million backroom conversations, backroom deals, you know, whatever, secret negotiations that are getting made that none of us ever hear about it. None of us ever hear about it. We have an update here. Chief of the IDF Chief of Staff, the IDF Chief of Staff says Israel has crippled Iran's air defenses and now dominates its skies. Quote, Israel has destroyed 80% of Iran's air defense systems and achieved almost complete air superiority of the skies in Iran. The Israeli Air Force has carried out 2,500 strikes and dropped over 6,000 munitions. We have neutralized more than 60% of the ballistic missile launchers. I need to pump the brakes on that, IDF Chief of Staff. I think the U.S. has been doing most of the heavy lifting. The IDF Chief of Staff is saying, Israel did this, Israel did that, Israel did this and that. I think the U.S. has done most of the heavy lifting here, sir, respectfully. Respectfully, sir. We got a report coming out of Fox News right now, ladies and gentlemen. The Kurds are ready to go, but they are waiting for one thing. Those missiles and drone abilities have to be more weakened or totally removed. We are not able to defend ourselves against the Iranian missiles and drones. We have had this desire for 47 years. If we get the opportunity, we will use it. Coming from the Kurds. So the Kurds want to go in, per Fox News. They're ready to join the fight here. But they need the Iranian regime to be just a little bit more weakened. Weaken them a little bit, shut down the drones, shut down the missiles. And then they're looking to go in. And the Azerbaijanis might actually end up even joining them. Iran's president personally addressed the Kurdish population today, thanking them, mourning with them, then warning them. The armed forces are duty-bound to decisively confront any separatist activities. So the Iranian president issued a statement to the Kurds saying, don't try it. If you side with the Americans and with the Israelis and start engaging in boots-on-the-ground operations, Kurds, in Iran, we're gonna have to kill you. We're gonna kill you, is what the Iranian president just said effectively. Kurds, we respect you, but if you try to work with the Americans here, we're going to have to kill all of you. The Iranians always, they talk a big game. They like to talk a big game. We have a new member, Seems Legit, thank you, on YouTube, and also another one, Huge Gremlin. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm doing a quick scan here. Oh, I was going to say something about Attorney General Pam Bondi. I've heard a lot of rumors, and it's just like chirping and chatter. Who the hell knows if it's real? That Trump is looking to have Ron DeSantis step in as Attorney General. That he thinks he might be able to get Ron DeSantis in to replace Pam Bondi. Just keep in mind, Ron DeSantis, he is done as governor of Florida in, what, I don't know, 8 months or 7 months or something like that. Just a rumor. Just a rumor. I do have some footage to show you guys here that has now just come out. It's hit the airwaves here. It has hit the timeline. Once again, folks, by the way, in about 1 hour, there's going to be an Operation Epic Fury press conference featuring Pete Hegseth. We're going to get a massive update on the current state of the operation. Now, while we are on standby, of course, we're keeping tabs on everything going on everywhere. Video footage has now been released of the moment that the Iris Shaheed Sayad Shirazi, a Soleimani-class corvette serving with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGCN, the Navy, was targeted today by a U.S. strike off the coast of Bandar Abbas. Immediately following the strike, some kind of munition, likely an anti-ship cruise missile, is seen cooking off the right deck. Oh yeah, wow. How crazy is that? So we blew up the boat, and then the explosion actually fired off one of the Iranian rockets. That's wild. Look at that. And there it goes, and who knows where the hell that thing went. That's crazy. Yeah, maybe it blew up some fish. It blew up some barnacles. We've got footage of that. And then we also have this I wanted to share with you. Footage of an American strike package that hit Iran's Bushehr airbase this week. Multiple ammunition dumps were reportedly hit. So this is not current. Could have been from yesterday or 2 days ago, but...
Oh, bacha.
Too loud, too loud, too loud.
Oh, bacha, boy!
That is just shrapnel everywhere. You hear that? You hear that? It's like metal raining down. And that's super deadly.
Oh, bacha, boy!
Yeah. You don't want to get hit by any of that. Very bad. Shrapnel's not good. So this was allegedly a supply depot, a munition depot at an Iranian air base, potentially, is what we think that was. That's crazy. Matt, the presser is Eastern time in about 5 minutes, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. No, it's 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 1 hour and 5 minutes. 4:30 p.m. Eastern. That is 1 hour and 5 minutes. There that is. No. Oh, no. Just about an hour. Just about 1 hour. And that press is being held. So normally these are about an hour long. How long are these? I didn't watch the last one in full because what's going to happen at 5 in the morning? Do they broadcast these things normally on the White House page on YouTube or what? Is Hormuz open? No, you just have some psychotic captains here. Here, you want to talk about the Hormuz real quick? So, ladies and gentlemen, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Put it up here on the big screen. You see massive vessel buildup, maritime vessel buildup on the left, on the right, on the east, on the west. They don't want to go through because the Iranians are threatening to blow up all these boats. Well, as you can see, we've got 2 tankers here that are potentially suicidal, maybe just psychotic. Take a look at this one here. They're going through anyway. They're not scared at all. So this one here happens to be from the Cook Islands, that's right. And we looked at this one earlier. This ship looks a little bit Chinesey. It's looking a little bit Chinesey, no smoking. Yeah, well that sign's not going to do you any good when an Iranian ballistic missile crashes down on your poop deck. Let me tell you, you do not want an Iranian ballistic missile crashing into your poop deck. That's the last thing you want. So, that one's going through. They're making the run for it. They're just trying to get on through. They're just trying to get on through. Can I go back here? And then there was another one here. Take me on back. You know, that might have been the only one. I think that was the only one. And it seems like they might just make it on through successfully. Seems like they might. You do just have a massive pile up here, though. So look at this town, Shinas. There's just off the coast of Shinas. Why don't we open up Google Maps real quick, ladies and gentlemen? Why don't we go see what Shinas looks like? Maybe everyone's hanging out sipping pina coladas. Shinas. Where do you happen to be? I thought it was a little bit more southern. That's Kalba. Was it north or south of Kalba? It must have been south. There it is. There's Shinas. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you right now were standing on this beach in real life, looking out in the ocean way out there, you would see, I don't know, probably 50 of these massive tanker boats, tanker vessels out there, just idling, loitering. You'd be able to see them from the beach. Drone sound. Do we have a red alert? Hold up one moment. Let me take a look. Do we have some type of red alert here? Stand by, stand by, stand by. The app is better than the website. No, I don't. Okay, I don't see any alerts right now. I don't see any red alerts right now. You think it was a lawnmower? Anyway, this is the beautiful town of Shinas. Can we go in town a little bit? How does it look in town? Just, wow, beautiful. Wow, stunning. Wow, it's beautiful. I can't wait to move here. I'm going to pack my bags and I'm going to move there right now because it's so beautiful. Look at all the rich culture. Look at the culture. Look, they've got vegetables and fruit. I love vegetables and fruit. Wow, we love it. It's so beautiful. So anyway, I mean, they have a castle. They've got a cool castle, I guess. I don't have a castle. I wish I did. Wow, they've got upholstered furniture. I love upholstered furniture. That's my favorite type. At least they have a castle. Wow, they've got drinking water. Wow, I love drinking water. I'm just like them. We have a lot in common. I love to drink water too. And have upholstered furniture and castles. Anyway. So anyway, yeah, right here, right off the coast of that town, there's like 1 million boats. And then similarly off the coast of Dubai. Frankly, I'd rather be on the Dubai side than the alternative. You cross on over here, and so right over here, there's about 1 million boats also. The Dubai side, I said, is a little bit better. I mean, at least it's just not that they're going inland, but you know, Dubai is just very nice. It seems like a nice, rich place. We drop down and take a look. How does it look down here in Dubai? I'm dropping in. I mean, looks great. I mean, hey, it looks great. This is like maybe a golf course. Probably looks like a golf course. Looks great. Looks clean and tidy. Yeah, a lot of billionaires. As far as I understand, I think this is true for the United Arab Emirates, and I think it's also true for Saudi Arabia and Qatar. None of these Arab Gulf nations have any income tax. 100% of the money that you keep or that you make, you keep it. There's no tax at all. Everything is, like, I guess you could say it's almost like hyper-socialism, and the reason, well, no, I guess it's the opposite. Well, it's kind of weird because everything is state-funded with money that they're getting from selling oil. They make so much money from selling oil, they say, yeah, we don't need to tax anybody. We're not taxing anybody at all. So it's like everything is state-funded, but also there's no taxes. It's kind of a weird dynamic, actually. It's like socialism, but not. Because you generally think of high taxes. They say nothing's free. Nothing is free unless you have $10 trillion worth of oil underneath your feet, in which case everything is free. Then everything is free. I'm going to put back up our cameras here. That could be us. That could maybe be us if we would, one, drill baby drill, two, stop paying for welfare for not just people in our own country, like people that shouldn't be here in our own country, but also paying for the welfare of every other country around the planet also. If we would just stop giving away our money for free to people that shouldn't have it, then maybe we could have nice things too. You know, it's kind of funny. What we've seen in Europe is like, this is Europe over the last 10 years. Maybe you can kind of have a little bit of socialism, and maybe you can kind of have a little bit of immigration. But if you have socialism and immigration, then it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The second you start bringing in millions of culturally incompatible immigrants that don't work, don't speak your language, and just want to take and take and take and not give back to the system, then the entire system implodes. And that's the story of Europe really over the last 10 or 15 years. All of their social welfare systems, all their social systems are just completely imploding right now because you've got too many Afghanis and whatever else, Somalians. It's not working out so well. I'm doing a quick scan. The Islamic regime has just released some footage here. Hold up. This is from the IRGC. The Islamic regime is unleashing some of its arsenal on Dubai. Dubai is getting hit right now. I thought this is I thought this was an old video. Did this get deleted? Maybe this got deleted. No. I feel like this is an old video. I feel like we've seen this. I think that happened 2 days ago. I'm not positive. That might be a new one, but I swear that was from 2 days ago. This is a trustworthy source, too. I'm surprised that this source just posted this, because I think this is an old video. I'm surprised. Normally, they don't post old stuff like this. So I'm a little bit surprised. Okay, I have a couple updates here, ladies and gentlemen. This is coming, okay, I'm just going to read this. Iraqi police in Basra say their forces have been dispatched to search for a U.S. pilot who reportedly fell within the province's borders and has not yet been found. This is coming from Al Jazeera. So it's Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says Iraqi police in Basra are currently looking for a U.S. pilot who fell from the sky, ejected, I would assume, over Iraq, and they're looking for him. Now, I'm not exactly sure, you know, because that would, what does that mean? What's the implication here? That means that a U.S. fighter jet just got shot down, is what that means. That's what that would mean. So we're going to wait for some proof. That's coming from Al Jazeera. Texas Mama says, Matt, Department of War had the Americas meet up this AM with Monroe Doctrine discussion. All leaders signed it with Hegseth to start new joint forces anti-international terror. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the update. Yeah, I think they met down in Tampa in Florida, right? We saw that they were having a meeting down there. That's right. You're right about that. Thank you very much. And then he also met with some of the CENTCOM leaders. Now, by the way, also, we are having a total Operation Epic Fury update. It's a press conference here in about 50 minutes. In 50 minutes. So we're going to watch that here live together. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. If you are new... What in the living hell was that? That was audio from Beirut. That was in Beirut. Do we have alerts? I'm checking the app. Stand by here, folks. Stand by. That was audio out of Beirut. Oh boy, okay, missile launches. As of 3 minutes ago, due to the detection of missile launches, alerts may be activated in the coming minutes in western Lachish. I think this is the central Israel area. This is not northern Israel. This is more central, if I remember. Okay. Anyway, big ballistic missile wave inbound, folks. Get ready here, ladies and gentlemen. And we just heard a big blast in Beirut. We didn't see it, but we heard it. That was in Beirut. Which is north of Israel along the coast. All right. Okay, everybody get ready here. This is Tel Aviv. We're worried about Tel Aviv right now, folks. Seems like there's missiles inbound to Tel Aviv. I imagine we're going to hear the alerts any second now. They'll pop up here in not too long. If you rewind the NBC cam, you'll see it hit before the audio in Beirut. Oh, so some of you guys saw that? Okay. I'm happy you were able to see that, at least some of you. I just heard it. I was mid-sentence and I heard it. Please play the Babylon Bee video. I'm not going to play that. I appreciate that, but I'm not going to do that right now. Oops. Now I think we're going to have these alerts pop up here in a minute. We're going to hear them all together any second now. We have a super chat here from Downton Annie. One of my favorites. She says, thank God that I'm here. Last Tuesday, I was admitted again. My husband brought a 19-inch smart TV to my hospital room so that I can cast my phone to the screen. I'm truly humbled and blessed to be with every person here. That's a very nice message. Every day really is a blessing. It really is. And it's kind of in our human nature. Sometimes you have to Sometimes you have to kind of get kicked down a little bit to really appreciate how good you have it otherwise. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to have a couple rainy days to really appreciate the sunny days. That's just human nature. That's how I am sometimes. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm happy you're here with us. Oh, whoa. Over Tel Aviv. Yeah, they're flipping on and off the Tel Aviv cam. We just saw major movement over there. Huh. You saw that? It was like something came down and then stopped. Did you see that? I can't even make sense of that. Something came blasting down on cam 4 and then just stopped and was hovering there, like in the sky. I don't want to sound like a UFO alien or conspiracy theorist or something, but that was very weird. That was weird. And then they flipped off the camera. Oh, yeah, folks. Our Tel Aviv camera just moved over here, the big one we have. Okay. Something is happening in Tel Aviv. The camera just moved. They're trying to hide something right now. And there it is. And there it is. And I would, well, that is, these alerts here, this is, okay, this is a hostile aircraft intrusion in North Israel. North of Haifa along the Lebanese border. Hostile aircraft intrusion. This is presumably some type of suicide drone getting fired off by Hezbollah. We would suspect Hezbollah suicide drones. And now we have gunfire. We've got gunfire along the border. It just keeps happening. Big time action. Big time action. Do you see that? They're everywhere. They are everywhere. This seems like a big-time Hezbollah drone attack. We're gonna have to find out here. We've got all the footage here. Look at look at cam number 5. That's probably our best one. I don't want to block any of the cameras here. I want you to see everything. This just might be an entire drone swarm. And keep in mind, we also heard about ballistic missiles in. That's an airstrike in Lebanon. You see the smoke coming up right now. That was an airstrike in Beirut. And you see the smoke coming on up right there. That's what that was. And now you hear gunfire on the streets of Beirut. So that was actually the Israeli Air Force dropping a bomb on Hezbollah, is what that was. So we just saw a big back and forth. We saw a bunch of Hezbollah drones get fired down from Lebanon. And then Israel, I don't know, they must have found the location or something, dropped a bomb on them. Israel just blew somebody up. Yeah. Now, we heard the report of those ballistic missiles inbound, and we haven't seen those yet. I'm gonna keep you posted on that. We got that report 13 minutes ago. If we see any missile interceptors launch up into the sky, I'll pop us over and you can look at it. Okay, I'll do my best here to rewind Beirut. It seems like some of you guys want to try to see the blast. I'll rewind here. If we can find that. Oh, okay, everybody. Pause it, put it on the big screen. I think you guys want to watch this. Top right. Okay, this is the blast here. It should happen any second now. Everybody pay attention. It shouldn't be long. This is what we just heard, so I'm gonna play it back. We can all watch it here together. It should be happening any second now. Any second now. Yep. Ooh. So that's it. So that's what we heard, and now we saw it. So that was that. That was a big hit. That was a direct hit. You know they were targeting some Hezbollah location in Beirut. I'll put this back live. Okay, now it's live again. And now you hear the first responders down there in Beirut. There we go. Yeah. And there's that smoke pluming up into the sky. Now, while I have a moment here, I should probably do this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not already following on the Twitter page or the X page, Matt Morris TV, make sure to drop a follow there. It really does help a lot. All the updates, if I'm early, late, whatever, everything, that is the place to be. Make sure to follow that page. And then also, we have a Morse Report page, which is 24/7 breaking news live updates. Make sure to follow the Morse Report page for 24/7 breaking news updates. And I believe we have more red alerts right now, folks. So follow those pages. Okay, ballistic missile launch inbound as of 1 minute ago. Headed towards Jerusalem and Tel Aviv area. Jerusalem and Tel Aviv area. Ballistic missiles inbound. We're going to hear that here pretty soon. Red alert, red alert. That's right. Ballistic missiles. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to put on a Jerusalem camera because I believe we might have something to look at here in Jerusalem. Top left. We've got ballistic missiles inbound. Israel. Yep, that's right. Okay. And there's that big old wall. There's the wall. The infamous wall. Everybody's talking about that wall. The app on the bottom right. This is marinetraffic.com. And you can here, I'm going to zoom out. Take a look at this. You can actually track every single vessel around the entire world. You can see all the shipping lanes. It's actually nuts. We've been using this to really focus in on the Strait of Hormuz. But, you know, this is the Cape of Good Hope, right? There. So it's off the tip of South Africa. You can see the same shipping lanes all across. That's wild, right? Into the Mediterranean, up into the Scandinavian places. It's a very, very interesting website. Anyway, so this is Strait of Hormuz, though. This is where the big drama is right now. Strait of Hormuz. We have a big super chat from Garden Mom. Garden Mom 50. I see, and I apologize if I missed any super chats. She says, my last 3 super chats are not seen. Breaking news, Christian is out at the DHS. Yes, we have talked about that a lot throughout the day. Off and on in between what's going on in the Middle East. That is right. It seems like she's going to be replaced by Mark Wayne Mullen, Senator Mark Wayne Mullen. Now, we actually don't know what that means for Senator Mark Wayne Mullen's Senate seat. We don't know if he's going to resign from that seat. Or if he's going to try to do both at the same time, I don't know. Time will tell. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you, Garden Mom. Thank you, Mom. Thank you very much. The Beirut cam froze. No. No, it's still live. Should be. Should be. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, just a couple moments ago, we had red alerts of ballistic missiles inbound to the Jerusalem area and the Tel Aviv area. And so that is what we're looking at right now.
Statements that she made, and then most recently this week, her testimony on Capitol Hill, there were reports that her defense of her campaign, her ad campaign, $200 million in spending that prominently featured her sometimes on horseback, claiming that the president, according to these reports, had approved of that, reportedly upset him. He wasn't happy about giving the impression that he had sort of authorized that amid this broader administration effort to root out fraud. So she's being moved now into another role. The Special Envoy for the Shield of the Americas, a new security initiative in the Western Hemisphere that they're announcing on Saturday. The president's been, defensive of Kristi Noem for the last several weeks as she's faced questions about her ability to carry out her duties. He regularly pointed to the success close.
Yeah, there's our red alert. Holy shit. Ballistic missiles inbound to Tel Aviv. This is one of the biggest red alerts I have ever seen in my entire life, and that is what that looks like right there. Ballistic missiles inbound to Tel Aviv right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Okay, this is the best we've got because the other Tel Aviv cam, they always turn it down to the street. So pay attention here. This is the best we've got. We're looking right now at cam 4, cam 3, probably cam 4. Cam 4. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. I would imagine that we see missile interceptors like Iron Dome. There's more. Yep. There's more. I think if we see anything here. Oh, did you see a cluster in Cam 7? You hear some explosions in the distance there. You hear something in the distance. You hear the rumbling. I just saw something there in Camp 7 right there. All the alerts are indicating Tel Aviv, not Haifa. I'm surprised we're seeing anything in Haifa right now, to be honest with you. Everything is saying Tel Aviv right now. I need to rewind. No, because it's not done. We're not doing that yet. USA, 13 bases are destroyed. 6 jets have been shot down. Tel Aviv looks like Gaza. We lost over $1 trillion in bases and ports. Hundreds of dead Americans. Regime will not change. We fucked up, bro. Are you mentally retarded? And I mean that sincerely. Do you even read what you just posted? Where are you getting your news from? What do you, like, I don't even think CNN is saying that. Where are you getting your news? What are you talking about? Hey, thank you though for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it for the $10 super chat. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Huge Gremlin 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like it's crazy to say stuff like that is just so easily fact-checkably wrong, right? It's like we're walking outside and it's a sunny day and you're trying to tell me that it's raining. No, it's sunny. It's just nuts. That's nuts. I will tell you, listen, I'm gonna try to be polite here. I'm gonna be polite. The amount of fake news on Twitter, we've talked about this. The amount of fake news on X is actually astounding. People are posting AI-generated videos from the 12-day war from 8 or 9 months ago. The amount of fake news, just propaganda bullshit on the internet right now is truly astounding. So I guess if you're not really paying attention, I guess maybe it's easy to fall for it, I guess, if you're not super dialed in. Maybe. There's a lot of fake news. There's a lot of fake news. But no, like I don't even think that I don't even think that CNN is saying stuff like that. That's nuts. That's nuts. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I've seen videos from Arma 3. Have you guys seen the Arma 3 videos? Arma 3 is like it's a video game that's known for its like wartime and combat simulation. It's the best around for combat simulation video game. And so people have been posting footage from Arma 3 acting like it's what's happening in the Middle East right now. And it's all just from a video game. I used to play Arma 2 back when I was like 18. Oh, okay. Ballistic missile red alerts in Tel Aviv. Once again, ballistic missile red alerts in Tel Aviv. Actually, just north of Tel Aviv. Just north of Tel Aviv. That's right, that's right. Okay. Okay, this is a lot. Oh, right there, Cam 7. Interceptors launched. Look at that, Cam 7. Air sirens. Here we go. Number four. Tel Aviv. Cam 7, ballistic. Is that a ballistic missile inbound? Oh boy. That might have been a direct hit, I'm not sure. More alerts north of Tel Aviv. North of Tel Aviv, even more alerts. That seemed like a direct hit in Haifa on Cam 7. It could have gone over the mountain line, though. The perspective is kind of weird on that. We have more alerts east of Tel Aviv now, by the way. Seems like we're not done yet. I think we're still not done. Keep your eyes peeled. Okay, big flashes on Cam 3 at Ben Gurion Airport, and as the flashes just happened, we just lost Cam 4. We might have just had direct hits at Tel Aviv near the airport. We are getting more red alerts north of Tel Aviv, north of Netanya. The red alerts are not done. This is still happening here, folks. This is still happening right now. More alerts east of Tel Aviv. You see these little puffs of smoke up here in the sky. You have to assume that those are interceptions. This is Kathy Pattison. Hello, sir. I'm a newbie, 75 years old, SSI broke, supporter of Trump and you. Please, we need a morale boost. Please play Lee Green's latest Trump's theme. I'm proud to be an American. I would, but I can't. On YouTube, I cannot play music. Otherwise, we run into copyright issues. But I'm proud. Here, I can sing it to you. No, I'm not going to sing to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kathy. I'm very happy to have you part of the community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would, but I can't. I would, but I can't. I would, but I can't. Matt Morris, do you even sleep anymore? I have been so busy monitoring the situation with you guys that I haven't even showered in 3 months. I haven't showered in 3 months. That's how busy I've been. Monitoring the situation. So, hey, let the record show. That's how dedicated I am. Now, for those of you that are saying, well, this war has only been going on for 5 days. Yeah, well, that's just how dedicated I am. I started not showering preemptively. Don't think about it too hard. Smoke on 3. Yeah, sure looks like it right there. This is the best camera we have. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick scan. I'm looking for updates here. Oh, holy sh! These ballistic missiles were cluster warheads, folks, and I've got proof I can show you. Everybody's been talking about these cluster missiles. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, first off, this is what we just saw. Oh gosh. That's not debris. That is not debris. That's a cluster missile. And another one. There's another one there. That's crazy. And a third here is from a different angle. Yep. Somebody said, that's a war crime. Wow, we should tell Iran about that. They'll probably stop. Wait a minute, that's a war crime? We need to write a strongly worded letter to the Iranian regime They probably don't know that. If we tell them, they'll probably stop, right? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. So this is footage we just got. It just came out right now. I'm going to scan for some more here, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 20 minutes, 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Oh, gosh. In 18 minutes, Pete Hegseth is going to be having a press conference about Operation Epic Fury, the current state of events. A big update today. 18 minutes, and we're going to be here together. I've got more footage of those cluster bombs. It's still coming out. Put this up on the big screen. Jeez Louise. I mean, yeah, I mean, we've got like 5 different angles now of the same thing, of multiple. So, to be fair, because I do care about trying to break all this down, here's what I don't know. Maybe somebody else knows. Here's what I don't know. I don't know if every single one of these cluster munitions is really an explosive munition, or if these are, just meant to be sort of distractions for the THAAD or David's sling or otherwise missile interceptors. I don't know if these are actually dangerous explosives themselves, or if these are just designed to blossom out and then sort of discombobulate the missile interceptors, but that these are not actually really deadly ordnances on their own. That's what I don't know. These might just be sort of discombobulator distractions, right? There's another one. We have another one.
והשפלה, אנחנו מקבלים עכשיו תמונות בשידור חי מאזור גוש דן, נקווה כמובן שהירי הזה כמו רובע והשפלה, אנחנו מקבלים עכשיו תמונות בשידור חי מאזור גוש דן, נקווה כמובן שהירי.
Amazing, that's crazy. And then we have another one. Another one. Very curious. You know, here's what I'll tell you. If these really are meant to be distractions, if they are in fact not debris, and they're meant to be distractions to discombobulate the missile interceptors, they don't seem to be working all that well. Where is this? Who are we doing that? Who's doing that? What is that? Anyway, it doesn't really seem like they're working that well. Yeah, I've got one more video here to show you of that recent attack. This is a 32-second long video clip. Amidst a new wave of Iranian strikes, an apparent cluster strike can be seen over Tel Aviv. This is 32 seconds long. Wow. Holy hell. So, for anyone saying that this is debris, like, I don't think so. Right? Because you... Look at how it started. I really don't think so. and there's always sort of a predictable spread pattern for this. We've seen the same spread pattern for all of these every time. Well, I can tell you what everyone on social media is saying. Everyone on X, all of these open source intelligence pages, they're calling them cluster bombs or cluster debris. Not debris, I'm sorry, cluster strikes. That's what all these open source intelligence pages are saying. Frankly, I'm not a missile expert, to be honest with you guys. I'm not really an expert of anything. Now, here's what I do know. Pete Hegseth is going to come on out and talk to all of us here in the next 13 minutes. I'm going to take a 3-minute break before that happens, so folks, I'll be right back here in a moment. But first, Super Chats. I don't want to miss anybody here. Kelly says, thank you for always making me laugh as my husband was just diagnosed with lung cancer. That's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear that. And everybody is praying for you and praying that he makes it through and pulls it together. Thank you very much, Kelly. I'm really sorry to hear that. Thank you very much. That's terrible. Thank you very much. We're praying for your husband. That's just the worst news ever. Matt Allgood, he says, respectfully, how many MIRVs do you think there are on a molt? Don't know, maybe 1 million. Thank you, sir. Quick says, congrats on the 750K on YouTube. Oh yeah, I guess we did that. I guess we did that. Thank you, Matt. Thank you again, Matt. And Quick, thank you. Debris or any exploding when they're hit. That's the debate right now. That's the debate. Okay, folks, I'll be back right here in 3 or 4 minutes, and once I'm back in the next 12 minutes from now, Hegseth is going to come on out, and we're going to have a massive, probably 1 hour long update on the current state of Operation Epic Fury. So do not go anywhere. Make sure to hit that like button, follow, subscribe. I'll be right back. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this Pete Hegseth meeting here, this update, is going to be taking place in about 8 minutes. That was a pretty serious attack we just watched. Oh, okay, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S. has officially come out and denied the report that an American fighter jet was shot down over Basra province in South Iraq, saying that the Al Jazeera claims are false. Maybe an hour ago, Al Jazeera reported that a U.S. fighter jet was shot down in southern Iraq. Excuse me? Everybody, look at Beirut. Israeli Air Force bombing in Beirut, I'm promising you. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The Israeli Air Force is taking out Hezbollah locations in Beirut. You just happened it right now. There it is. That is in Beirut. Just happened again right there. We just saw it. Wow. Okay, I need to find this broadcast. Where is this broadcast going to be held? Go to the CENTCOM page. Where's the CENTCOM page? I am not sure where exactly this is going to be live broadcast. Oh, yes, I am. Never mind. I changed my mind. Yes, I am, sure. Because we've got it. I've got it right here, folks. Well, that'll probably be just fine, don't you think? Gunfire in Beirut. I'll tell you, Beirut's a big city, isn't it? All right, ladies and gentlemen, massive Operation Epic Fury press conference update happening right now. Well, 4 minutes from now. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you very much. I believe that Raising Cane is not going to be at this one. They've got a different guy. This is Admiral Brad Cooper. Secretary Hegseth and Admiral Brad Cooper. And I believe they're down there in Tampa.
Check, check. Testing, testing. Good?
We have a couple super chats here. This is from Chosen Ally. It says, each part is rigged and upon impact, boom. Could be, yeah, could be. That would kind of maybe be one of the ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, I guess it's still debated. I guess we don't know for sure. I want to have some type of official confirmation. Everybody's got speculations. I just don't know about these alleged cluster bombs. Vaughn, he says, Matt, the guy making claims about America losing multiple jets and bases, or whatever his name was, said he has links to the info, lol. He probably got his info from the Ayatollah's ghost whispering in his ear. Yeah, I would, that would be very curious to see where we're getting that information from. I would suspect probably not the most reputable source. Source, the IRGC. In fact, you know what? I made a super funny tweet. Actually, I thought it was funny at least. Hey, I thought it was super funny. I made this late last night. Who saw this? I said, breaking news. Iran just sank 17 AI-generated U.S. aircraft carriers and successfully used over 9,000 AI-generated hypersonic ballistic missiles to completely destroy AI-generated Tel Aviv. And like that is pretty much the way that the war... Oh, hey, listen, I forgot. This is a picture of me. Hey, this is me. Wow. Hey, where did you get that very real picture of me? Where did you find that? Anyway, no, like that is how the war is going at this point. It's just a bunch of AI-generated bullshit. A lot of the news coming out of this war is just about as real as that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So, anyway. There's just a lot of fake news bullshit. You know Swole Benji? Yeah, Swole Benji and I go way back. You know Swole Benji, huh? Shout out Swole Benji if he's tuning in, if he's out there today. Chad Morris. My beautiful wife just brought me some tea, some chamomile tea. So I don't lose my voice. Yelling at my computer screen all day. Now, folks, Hegseth is coming on out any minute now. If we start having red alerts during this press conference, I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to have to figure something out, right? We're going to have to listen to Hegseth and also cover the alerts. Folks, heads up, things might get a little bit hectic here listening to this. I don't know. Depends on if Iran gives us an hour of peace or not. I'm getting early reports right now indicating Iranian strikes at the U.S. Camp Victory base in Baghdad. Early reports of, quote, continuous explosions at Camp Victory in Baghdad. We're gonna hope that that is not true. Matt, it's live on RSBN. Well, what is live on RSBN? Hegseth is not talking yet. There's nothing live on RSBN. They're just sitting here waiting, doing nothing. What are you talking about? They're not talking about nothing. They ain't talking about nothing. To be very clear, Hegseth has not started talking yet. He is not out yet. The press conference has not begun. It will very soon. It was scheduled to start about a minute ago. Hasn't happened yet. I should perhaps temporarily change the title of the broadcast here so that people know what's going on. It's going to start literally just any second now. There we go. Okay. Hegseth is a busy guy. Yeah, I would imagine at this point right now he is a busy guy. I think you're right about that. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Sarah is in the chat. I repeat. Sarah is in the chat. I'll keep you posted. Now we have a super chat here. While we wait for Secretary of War Hegseth. He says, as a retired infantry guy, this feels like closure for payback for the IEDs Iraq sent into Iraq. As an Egyptologist now, wow. Trump needs to finish this by June. I've got to dig in Egypt in August. Great work. First off, I'm like super totally jealous of you. That sounds awesome. All I do is sit here in a dark room like 15 hours a day. So I'm super jealous. That's awesome. What a cool career you have. Second off, thank you. Third off, yeah, I mean the shorter the better. Yeah, the quicker we get this over with, the better, right? Yeah. That's right. You probably didn't know this, but my ancestors literally built the pyramids. You know that, right? Here, in fact, can I show you something? I need to show you something. You're probably not going to believe this, but it is true nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Morrison Common is his name. Morrison Common. The great pharaoh Morrison Common, here he is. It's a photo of him. My ancestors are literally kings. My ancestors personally built the pyramids. So, far enough down the Morris ancestry line, it's true. We, the Morrison Commons, actually did, in fact, build the pyramids. Fun fact of the day. We was kings. We was kings. We was kings. Back then. That's right. Now, right now, Pete Hegseth, he is, he's about 5 minutes behind schedule. About 5 minutes behind schedule, right? That's okay. Listen, he's like you said, he's a busy guy right now. He might be a half hour behind schedule. So while we wait, I'm going to continue looking for updates here for you folks. So stand by here for a minute. I'm sure there's something going on right now. Oh, okay. So that recent attack in central Israel, we all just watched that together. I have footage of debris following that attack. Debris from Iranian ballistic missiles has impacted at least 3 separate locations in central Israel. So they're saying the missiles didn't directly hit, but it's the debris that fell down from the sky. There's one location. Another one here. This one looks like it might have fallen in a residential neighborhood. That's not good at all. Still no Pete Hegseth. Well, they didn't. Well, I mean, they might have hit. I'm just reading here. This is from the open source intelligence page. They might have hit. This just says debris. They entirely could have hit.
Fuck.
I feel like sometimes people come in the live chat and they think that I'm like trying to, I don't know. I'm just trying to cover the facts and cover the news. If they hit, they hit. If they don't, I'm not one of the. I think maybe you do have some other broadcasters that are up here saying, nope, there's no way Israel or Iran did no damage, nothing ever happened, nope. Iran is causing absolutely no damage. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. We've seen that a lot. Now, I will tell you, there's also on the other end of the spectrum, there's a bunch of propaganda bullshit where people are saying, Iran just fired 100,000 ballistic missiles and killed every single Jew in all of Israel, and they blew up Jerusalem, and they blew up Tel Aviv, and Tel Aviv looks like a parking lot, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, Beirut, that's Beirut, that is Beirut. That is Beirut. Okay, so we don't have that on camera, but we heard that. Is our camera guy gonna move the camera here or not? You're gonna move the camera? Where is this happening? This is Beirut, but the camera guy isn't showing it. That was not Tel Aviv. I'm looking at Tel Aviv also right now. That was not in Tel Aviv. It was not in Haifa. That was in Beirut. In fact, the only tab I've got audio from is Beirut. That was Beirut. We just didn't catch it on camera. Trump is live. I know. We're not going to watch that right now. Trump is not doing anything right now related to Midnight Hammer. Hegseth is, though. Trump is right now talking about the FIFA World Soccer Championships or something. We're not going to do that. Hegseth, any minute now, is going to come on out and talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, though. That's what we're waiting for at the moment. Yes, he is? Okay, okay, hold up here. Hold up. Hold up.
Maybe, if we were lucky, within, that's a lot of ships. Their anti-aircraft weapons are gone, so they have no air force, they have no air defense. All of their airplanes are gone. Their communications are gone. Missiles are gone, launches are gone, about 60% and 64% respectively. Other than that, they're doing quite well. I said, what's left? But they're tough, and they want to fight. And they're calling, they're saying, how do we make a deal? I said, you're being a little bit late, and we want to fight now more than they do. We've had 47 years, depending on the way you count it, but 47 years of horror with this group. And, you know, when you see somebody walking down the street without their legs, without the arms, whose face is so badly affected and hurt, it mostly came from 95% Soleimani and Iran, and we, other presidents, lived with it. I didn't live with it. And so our people are doing a great job. Again, the greatest military anyone's seen. Thank you. Thank you very much. And yesterday, my administration announced decisive action to help keep down the oil prices, including offering political risk insurance for tankers transiting into the Gulf, as you know, pretty dangerous territory. Further action to reduce pressure on oil is imminent, and the oil seems to have pretty much stabilized. We had it very low, but I had to take this little detour if it's okay with everybody. Scott, it's okay with you? Scott's the one who has to put up with it. He said, you have to do this now? I said, I have to do it, Scott, right? But it's been very strong, and everybody, including Scott, everybody feels we had really no choice. They were gonna hit us if we didn't hit them, because they're crazy. And in the long term, the actions we're taking will dramatically increase the stability of the region and oil prices and stock markets and everything else. You know, we set the all-time record in history with the Dow going to 50,000. So Dow was at 50,000. It was supposed to be maybe, if we were lucky, within by the end of my presidency in 4 years. And we did it in my first year. We did the S&P 500. We did that in a period of less than a year. And that was even tougher than the Dow, they said, so it wasn't going to happen. But we have a great country. We have a country that's never done this well. We've had tremendous success in so many different ways. I built the military and rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it more than I'd like to use it, to be honest with you. But when we use it, we found out it certainly did work. When we look at Venezuela, when we look at the first attack, Midnight Hammer, in Iran, which really set the stage for what we're doing right now. It's been pretty amazing. And I'm once again calling on all members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, the military and the police, to lay down their arms. They're only going to be killed. And now is the time to stand up for the Iranian people and help take back your country. You're going to have a chance after all these years to take back your country. Accept immunity. We'll give you immunity. And we'll be giving you really the right side of history, because that's what it is. So you'll be perfectly safe with total immunity, or you'll face absolutely guaranteed death. And I don't want to see that. They don't want to see it either. We also urge Iranian diplomats around the world to request asylum and to help us shape a new and better Iran with great potential. It's a country with great potential. There's much better future for Iran. It's now beginning. It's going to be, I think, a great future. And the United States will ensure that whoever leads the country next, Iran will not threaten America or its neighbors, Israel, anybody. If you look at what happened, they had missiles aimed at all of these other countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, many others, that weren't really involved very much, and they had missiles aimed. Well, they were aimed there long before this ever started. They were going after the entire Middle East. And then we came along. We blew up their party. So we have phenomenal people. I want to thank all of the people that have been involved. Marco, you've been doing a fantastic job. And you've been doing a fantastic job on a place called Cuba.
Cuba.
Right? Right. And A-Rod came in before. I said, hey, do you want to come up to a little award? He's gone to plenty of award ceremonies. Thank you, A-Rod. Big fan. But what's happening with Cuba is amazing. And we think that we want to finish this one first, but that will be just a question of time before you and a lot of unbelievable people are going to be going back to Cuba. Hopefully not to stay. We want you back, and we don't want to lose you. We don't want to make it so nice that they stay. But some people probably do want to stay. They love Cuba so much. I hear it all the time. That was another one that wasn't supposed to happen. Venezuela is going great. It's been stabilized. We have a wonderful person as your president-elect, Delcy Rodriguez, and she and her staff have been doing a fantastic job working with us. We're taking out hundreds of millions of barrels of oil, and it's going to Houston and various other places where it's being refined, and we're sending them back far more money than they've made in many years, and actually very shortly it'll be more money than they've ever made. And Venezuela is working. So we've had a lot of countries in places that truly love, you would say football, I would say soccer, but these are all countries that love football/soccer. And so I think the group likes it. And if you'd like, you could sit. I know I'm a very exciting speaker, but you can sit down if you'd like, okay? I'm looking at everybody standing. I'm saying, let's sit down. Because we're here to honor these great champions, and we want to take our time, right? Let's get to the reason that we're here, and it's a beautiful reason because we're honoring truly talented people. Today we're thrilled to host the 2025 MLS Cup champions, Inter Miami. Great job.
All right, folks, I think we are done talking about Epic Fury. Now we're talking about soccer, aka football, and so I hate to tell you, I kind of don't really care about that. So, what we're going to do is keep on talking about what's going on in the Middle East. Now, of course, we are still waiting right now for Hegseth, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, to come on out. He is, at this point, about 17 minutes behind schedule. That's okay, though, because we have stuff to talk about. The first thing I can show you here... Let me pull some stuff up here, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. Soccer. Football. Okay, first off, we have an update from CENTCOM. CENTCOM themselves. Rumors are circulating on social media of a U.S. fighter jet shot down over Basra, Iraq. These are baseless and not true. We just got audio. I would imagine Hegseth is coming out very soon right now, ladies and gentlemen. I think he'll be coming out any second now. The audio just flipped on. The video to show you. This is Tehran right now. Tehran, Iran right now. The skies are illuminated. Ongoing bombing campaign. And this is off in the foothills. Presumably some barracks or bunker compound is being targeted outside the city. Somebody in the audience here is actually listening to President Trump. You can hear him through one of their mics. They're talking about some football, soccer stuff. We're a little bit less interested in that. President Trump once again just posted a Truth Social a half hour ago, compelling the Senate to pass the Save America Act. Still putting pressure out there. Pass the Save America Act. Good. Thank God. Keep that pressure up. Keep the pressure up. We just heard President Trump himself say a moment ago, to every single member of the Iranian regime, IRGC or otherwise, you can surrender and receive complete and total immunity, or you will be killed. That is Trump's ultimatum right now. Doesn't matter who you are. If you're a member of the Iranian leadership establishment, political party, whatever, IRGC, you can surrender and you will receive complete and total immunity, or Trump will drop a bomb on your head and kill you, or Trump will kill you. Seems like an easy choice to me, yeah? But then again, I'm not an Iranian terrorist. But then again, I'm not a member of the IRGC. Matt, Epic City, Texas, Epic Fury Operation, hidden message? What do you say? Love your show. Probably, I don't know. Maybe, probably not. I would say no, but maybe. But maybe. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe. Who knows? Thank you. Fun fact, military technology had evolved from ballista, a Roman siege machine that threw rocks. Yeah. Yep. That's right. I know what a ballista is because I grew up playing Warcraft 2. Anybody play Warcraft 2 back in 1997? Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much. Heat is coming on out any minute now. You can tell people just came in and took their seat. Seems like they're getting ready for this. We have a massive super chat from Huge Gremlin. Thank you very much. That's a big one. I appreciate that. And the SEK, once again, is Icelandic, isn't it? No, this is Swedish krona. You know, my wife speaks fluent Swedish. German, Swedish, English. She spent 4 or 5 years working in Sweden before we were married, a long time ago. The great country of Sweden. I love ABBA. Remember ABBA? Dancing Queen. Chiquitita. Remember Chiquitita? Man. What a song. Right? What a song. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sweden as well. Yeah, maybe they're coming back though. Seems like some right-wing politics are kind of coming up. Hope so. I want mass deportations in the United States, and I want mass deportations in Sweden also. I am praying for mass deportations in Sweden and Germany and the United Kingdom. I go to bed every night, Lord. Please let them have mass deportations. Please let them deport every single one of them over in Europe and also here in the United States, please. Let's make it happen. Hegseth will be out any moment now. Tommy says, not Warcraft, but I did play Asteroids and Centipede in high school, 75 to 79, and rock and roll, of course. Good coverage. Hey, thank you very much. You know, you have these like generational things, right? I must have been 1 or 2 behind you. Although, you know, if you go to the arcade, you can still play Asteroids, you can still play Centipede. We'll go to the arcade one day. We can kick it old school. Play some Pac-Man. Thank you very much. Make Europe great again. That's right. That's right. We have seen on probably 4 or 5 occasions during just this broadcast. How long have we been here today? Almost 4 hours. On numerous occasions during this broadcast, the Israeli Air Force continues to carry out targeted strikes in Beirut. Why Beirut? Well, because that's where Hezbollah is stationed. Big time Hezbollah presence. They're bunkered down all across Beirut. We also keep on hearing gunshots ringing out through the streets. There's gunfire on the streets of Beirut. There's also an evacuation. We've got people evacuating out of Beirut. We have live footage of that. Is this live? Never mind. It's over. Never mind. It's actually over now. Anyway, we did have live footage of people evacuating out of Beirut, but that seems to have come to an end. Maybe they all evacuated. Remember Pong? Of course. Of course. Somebody said, well, Matt Morris is probably too young to know what Pong is. As if. As if. I'm doing more of a quick scan here. Hegseth, I'll tell you, he's taking his time. That's fine, though. He's a busy guy. He's right in the middle of this. Oh my god. Oh, wow, folks. Wow. Breaking news. You're not going to believe that. Okay, a little bit of a background. You know how we've been talking and speculating about how part of Iran's plan right now is to apply so much pressure on the Arab Gulf nations, Qatar, UAE, Saudi, whatever, you know, to bomb the hell out of them so that they will get so fed up with getting bombed that then they will put pressure on the US and Israel to de-escalate and come to a ceasefire and bring this thing to an end. Okay, that's part of Iran's plan, maybe, seems to be the case. That the reason why Iran is bombing all their fellow Arab Gulf nations or Persian Gulf nations is because they want to put pressure on them to compel them to put pressure on us to de-escalate. Okay, well, I've got a report coming out. Gulf leaders are privately urging President Donald Trump to continue the war with Iran, warning that ending it now would leave them facing a wounded and hostile regime on their borders, according to The Economist. The Economist is like somewhat trustworthy. I get a lot. There's some good information in The Economist, so perhaps we have a trustworthy source here. They fear Tehran would learn that striking Gulf states can pressure Washington to change course. They don't want to become a punching bag. They don't want Iran to learn the lesson, oh, anytime we want something from the US, we're just going to bomb Qatar and Saudi Arabia to get what we want. And so these Persian Gulf states, they're saying, Trump, finish the job. This is coming from The Economist. Okay, that is a shocking report coming out right now. Shocking report. Which actually kind of confirms that speculation we've had that is why Iran is bombing all of these Arab Gulf nations. They said, yeah, like that is why. And right now, that is true. That is why we're getting bombed by Iran. And if we give Iran what we want, if the US backs down in the light of that bombing, then it's just going to reinforce the negative behavior. Once again, wow, that is a stunning, that's one of the biggest reports of the day. Big news right there. Rich areas never get bombed. Dude, we saw a Shahed suicide drone run into a 5-star hotel 2 days ago in Dubai. Dubai was, and beyond that, we saw other hotels as well. Dubai was getting the living hell beat out of it. Doha also had some nice hotels get blown up. House on DHS funding passes the vote. Yeah, but that's not surprising. They've done that. The problem is never the House. The House GOP, they've been doing their job. The problem is always in the Senate. I hate to admit this because, you know, it's very popular to always be pissed off at Congress, but, like, it is true. The House GOP, the House Republicans, they're doing their job. They have passed every bill that we've wanted them to do. They have. Mike Johnson he's got the House in line. It's the Senate. It's the Senate. The problems always arise in the Senate. Right now, folks, we are on standby. Pete Hegseth is coming out any second. Has Iran won yet? Not yet. Maybe tomorrow, though. Maybe tomorrow. Has Iran won yet? Hold up. Do we have red alerts? Have we got red alerts? No. Trump just said, and I quote, "First, we'll finish off Iran, and then the Cuban issue is just a question of time." First, we're going to finish off Iran. Then the Cuban issue is just a question of time, says Mr. President Trump. Says President Trump himself. Hegseth is late. He is a little bit late. You know, I think given the circumstances, I think we can be a little bit forgiving if he's a half hour late or more. Given what is going on. CRE says, USA continues the air campaign, but the Gulf countries use their own boots on the ground to secure the Iranian real estate. Perhaps. We're going to have to see what happens, yeah, moving forward. Right now, there's a lot of murmurings of course, the Kurds that are getting ready to mount some ground offensive, and also potentially even the Azerbaijanis. Fun fact of the day, 60... Here, I'll pull up the map. Where's the little map? Just so everybody knows what we're talking about here. Okay, this is a map. Here's Iran, northwest Iran. They have a big old border with Azerbaijan. So, curiously, 60% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in northern Iran, along the border on the Iranian side. 40% of ethnic Azerbaijanis actually live in Azerbaijan itself. And so, we saw the other day that this was late last night. An Iranian suicide drone landed at the Nakhchivan Airport, international airport in this town right here, Azerbaijani town. And the Azerbaijanis are pissed. They are pissed. There's also a rumor that it was more than one drone from Iran. It was numerous drones that hit a residential area as well. So that, anyway, the point is they are very unhappy at this drone attack, Iranian drone attack. And so the Azerbaijanis might also be getting involved. And 60% of them already live in Iran. Almost behind enemy lines, so to speak. Who do we have there? Who's that over there? Their tribes all hate each other. Yeah, this is, This union of nations here, Eastern Turkey, Armenia border, Azerbaijani, Iranian, Iraqi border, like this entire area here is just like chaos. The Kurds are living up in these mountains here. It's just always been a recipe for disaster. It's one of those locations. It's one of those spots. Where was hotel hit? There was a hotel, really nice hotel in Dubai that was hit maybe 4 days ago by an Iranian suicide drone. If you want, I can try to pull that up. I'll show you the video. It was pretty bad. Happened a couple times, actually.
Anyone, we've got a 1 minute warning.
1 minute warning, 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. And that's just enough time to show you these Dubai hotel hits. I've got them ready for you here. I found 2 different locations real fast. Here's one. This was a 5-star hotel in Dubai that got hit by an Iranian suicide drone. Very expensive, right in downtown, like right on the waterfront. Yeah, there it is. So that was one, and then there was another one here that also got hit. And there's more footage of this. We actually have video footage of the drones hitting the buildings themselves, but I can't find that right now. Because Hegseth is coming out. He's right there.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're attacking this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy, making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting that America demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update.
It's bad audio, sorry.
Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those 6 that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them. But we remember them by rededicating ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight, and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities and those of the Israeli Defense Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield. The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here. They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement. No more. Our authorities, his authorities, CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself are maxed out. Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners. Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. as long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs, and what he needs he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon, and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters, America's War-Fighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the Iranian terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me, U.S. combat power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers.
Wow.
Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command, which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours of the operation compared to where we were at its start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83% since day one. Having said this, we remain vigilant. Our strikes against the Iranian Navy have intensified. You may have heard the President say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, and as we speak, it's on fire. The President gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress. This is going to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary said, and we are absolutely ready to prosecute this mission decisively. Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying a strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge of this, really doing exceptional work. I just couldn't be prouder, and I know the American people share in that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. And you guys talked about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
Thanks, Secretary Hegseth. I had two for both of you. One, was an American pilot shot down today in Iraq? And two, I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I'm also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports of an F-15 being shot down are false. As you can imagine, Iran is doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers in reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people, right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed, they claim. These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are often wrong. As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said earlier today in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objectives? Do you view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East. Mm-hmm. How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing. We're focused there. We're focused in the Indo-Pacific. We can mass combat power in CENTCOM. EUCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effect. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives. Right here, yes, sir.
Howard Ullman, both condolences for your troops killed. The Ukrainians are talking about providing low-cost interceptors, given their experience. Is that something that the Pentagon is looking for? And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternative to the more expensive
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but the interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective of what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years, you remember what you used to always hear, we're shooting down a $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the launch of the Operation Epic Fury, he addressed Iranian people and he said that there is going to be a time for you to come out but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out, how that is going to play out, and how are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral, I have one question for you. How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence that the besiege units, IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are bombarded, they are ruined, of course. So how are you going to protect the civilians while you're attacking the IRGC people hard? Thank you.
I would just say on the protests, obviously the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests, and we saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted to that. The world saw that. No one's done more than President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so. Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more you do that and you erode their will and you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people, we're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people: stay in your homes, keep things calm, stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right now is just to lay low.
Right here.
Secretary, one common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yeah, back there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. I wanted to ask, I know, Semper Gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you able to just completely, go with the mission without even worrying about that?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, "Hey, go ahead and have access." But we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way that we're operationalizing bomber runs. And as part of when we say more to come, it's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically. And part of it is that we're going to have even more basing. And it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up, and we're grateful for that. Maybe one more right here.
Yeah. The Azeri president earlier today basically authorized his Minister of Defense to begin preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the airport strike. Has the Department of War and CENTCOM been working on deconflicting with the Azeri if they were to move in or attempt something in retaliation?
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. We'll shoot with you. We'll fly with you. We'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about." But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance in order to focus exactly where we need to. So this idea that it's expanding or going, no, it's actually it's actually simplifying in a number of ways exactly what we need to achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know if you anything
I
to that.
won't get ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the partners who are willing to join us in this.
And I would just close by saying,
Mr. Secretary, one more question. What is your message to Americans who are concerned about security here at home with the change-up that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security?
well, I think Kristi Noem did an excellent job over there securing our border and keeping us focused on threats, and the President making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the President. I'm sure Mark Wayne Mullen will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. But Kristi did a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. Now, I'm talking to a young colonel who's iterating on how we target and how we find and fix different aspects of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against. And if they think they've got it solved for, they're wrong. And ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat. Oh, another launcher. Oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world-class. No one else can do it. And it's world-class Americans. Like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership. And all I'll say to you is what I say to them, keep going. Because the President and myself, we have your back. Thank you, Admiral. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Couple more. Mr. Secretary, how is this operation going to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon?
Thank you, Admiral.
Hey, thanks so much.
And there you have it. There you have it, folks.
All right, Cass.
There you have it. We just got some pretty massive updates, to be honest with you here. I'm going to put us back over here to Jerusalem. Is that what we have? That is what we have. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what are the updates? Well, Pete Hegseth, he said that, well, first off, let me turn on our Beirut audio. Let's get a little bit of Beirut audio because stuff is always going on in Beirut. Well, okay, first off, he said that right now, U.S. power in the region is actually building rather than diminishing. There's all these rumors, all these experts in the media, on X, on social media, saying that the U.S. is running out of ammo, we're running out of ballistic missile interceptors, we're running out of this, we're running out of that. He says, actually, our power is building, and our dominance over the Iranian power is growing because Iranian power is diminishing. They are running out of juice. We are getting juice. So we're building, and the gap is becoming even wider between our power and their power in the region. That's the first thing he says. Second off, B-2 Spirit stealth bombers have been making it rain over the skies of Iran. They're dropping not the 50,000-pound bunker buster bombs we saw 8 months ago with Midnight Hammer, but B-2s are just dropping mass numbers of 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs all over the place, destroying any target that even resembles a key target of the IRGC or Iranian leadership structure. So there's that. We're making it rain 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs out of B-2 Spirit stealth bombers. He also said that they are, we, the United States, are targeting and destroying the Iranians' capacity to fire ballistic missiles. And not just the capacity to fire ballistic missiles, but all their storage facilities containing the ballistic missiles and the ballistic missile launchers, and also the manufacturing facilities where they make the ballistic missiles. So we are totally neutering, castrating, destroying everything related to ballistic missiles that the Iranians have. As such, in the last 5 days, they gave some numbers here. In the last 5 days, we have seen a reduction in ballistic missiles launched by the Iranian regime by 90%, reduction of 90%. Ballistic missile launches from Iran. Simultaneously, a reduction in drone attacks by 83% over the last 5 days. That's like total dominance is what that is. That's massive. That's massive. He also said, we just got the confirmation right now, How many Iranian military naval vessels have we sunk in the last 5 days? The answer is 30. 30 Iranian military vessels, gunships, etc., have been sunk and sent to the bottom of the ocean. Another massive up. So Iran effectively doesn't have a functioning navy right now at all. We've completely destroyed their ballistic missile production program. Okay, we talked about that. We also saw the news here. Yeah, he said more than 30. That Iran has attacked 12 individual countries in the region. Can we pull this up? Pull it up here. Hegseth said Iran has attacked 12 individual countries in the region. This report says 13. So I wonder if they are not counting Turkey. I think Hegseth is probably not counting Turkey because that missile did not land. It was intercepted. It was intercepted. Or maybe he's counting Turkey but not counting Cyprus. No, he must be counting Cyprus. I think they're not counting Turkey. So anyway, 12 or 13 countries, pretty much every country in the region, Iran has attacked. Poor little Armenia. Well, lucky little Armenia has not been attacked yet. God, I hope they don't. We like Armenia. Anyway, and so we also have seen, we saw a report a moment ago saying that all of these countries are actually, well, Hegseth said this. He said these countries are not only not trying to de-escalate these countries here, but they actually are rallying around the U.S. in solidarity, saying, okay, this is enough. This is bullshit. Now is the time. If we're going to do this, we got to do it all the way. We got to take this over the finish line. The Iranian regime has got to go. That all of these Middle Eastern nations here to the west of Iran, they're saying, all right, we got to finish them off. Enough is enough. They've gone too far. They obviously are destabilizing the region. It's over. We're going to help you. We're going to work with you, U.S. We're going to help you do it. So that's where things currently stand. Now, while Pete Hegseth was up there talking, ladies and gentlemen, we got a little update that I want to show you. Footage shows Ali Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait on fire after, guess what? An Iranian drone and missile attack. This happened in the last 20 or 30 minutes. Heavy smoke and intense flames can be seen along with sounds and explosions. This is in Kuwait. There's a beautiful white horse. Look at that beautiful horse right there. Anyway, so the Iranians still, as of like 20 or 30 minutes ago, are launching drones / ballistic missiles. We have another one. What do we have here? Iranian and Israeli media have reported the use of ballistic missiles equipped with cluster warheads that released sub-munitions, allegedly causing destruction in Tel Aviv. However, I remain unconvinced that the videos show sub-munitions as claimed by many on X. They appear more consistent with debris falling after an interception. This does not necessarily mean that sub-munitions were not used, but the footage itself does not clearly confirm. There is still some debate. There is a debate ongoing whether or not these are sub-munitions or just debris. Whoa. In fact, here in this very live chat on Rumble and YouTube, we have argued, or not argued, but just like speculated back and forth. Well, it looks like that. It looks like this. Seems like kind of nobody knows right now. Nobody knows. Hegseth is live? No, he was live, but now he's not live. He was, but now he's not. Really does seem like nobody knows. Now, we heard from Donald Trump, President Trump, this must be 45 minutes ago, that the Iranian regime is calling him and asking to make a deal, and that he's not really interested in that. He's not really interested in a deal right now. Things have escalated this far, and it seems like now that the bombs have started dropping over the skies of Iran, that we are, well, the United States is going to see this all the way through. That we are going to completely cripple their entire regime's capacity to enrich uranium, make ballistic missiles, make suicide Shahid drones. We're going all the way. We're not going to half-ass this. We are going to full-ass this. Is pretty much what Trump is saying. He also said, oh, we've lost a lot of our cameras here. Well, that's fine. We've got other feeds. That's curious, though. We lost all of those ones. We've got other feeds here. That's fine. He also said that if/when a new leader is appointed of the Iranian regime, it's got to be someone that President Trump personally approves of. There will be no leader of Iran unless President Trump approves of that leader. Really, and when you think about it, if nobody is going to be leading Iran unless Trump gives his personal say-so, what does that mean? That means that Trump is the leader of Iran. That means that Trump is the leader of Iran. Given another leader cannot arise unless Trump permits it. That means that Trump really is the leader of the country. The Shah. Can I give you my personal opinion here? I think a lot of people talk about this Shah. It was his dad. Pahlavi is his name. His dad was the previous Shah, and then in '79 they fled the country. This guy, he's all over Fox News. He's all over social media. I have a very hard time believing that this guy is ever going to actually go back to Iran and control the country or govern over the country like his dad did. He hasn't been there for like 40 years or something, 47 years. I think he left when he was 18. I have a very difficult time that he's going to go back there and just kind of pick up where his dad left off. I have a very difficult time. I think that's probably not going to happen. Maybe it would be nice if it did, yeah, the Crown Prince. Maybe it would be nice if he did, but I'm just a little bit suspect that that's ever actually going to happen. Also, I will make a request. Please do not spam the chat. I don't really care what you're posting. It seems like you're posting something kind of nice, but just don't spam the chat. All you have to do is just don't spam the chat. It's called a little something. It's called a little don't spam the chat. Is what it's called. Anyway, yeah, I've got a difficult time believing that that guy's actually going to make his way back to Iran, and then everybody's going to welcome him back with open arms, and then he's going to be running the country. That seems kind of like a long shot. However, maybe it would be good if he could pull it off. Let me see here. Matt, I have seen one expert suggest it's decoys deployed from the hypersonic missile. That's kind of my guess. That's my guess, that it's decoys being deployed, that these are not actual explosive munitions, but that they are decoys instead, being fired off of the missile to sort of distract from or they're going to discombobulate Israel's Iron Dome. They seem like Iron Dome discombobulators. But once again, I mean, this is all speculation. I really am not sure. It's very difficult to know exactly what it is. You hope Trump chooses you. Oh, you want Trump to choose you to be the new leader of Iran. Is that right? Well, hey, good luck. Good luck. I hope he does. You know, for your sake, I hope that he does. Good luck. I believe you can do it. You can do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you an update here. It has been 2 hours. 2 hours since we have had any red alerts coming out of Israel. Well, at least according to the desktop app. I think on the no, never mind. It's been a little over an hour. I'll tell you, the website here is just not as good as the mobile app. Not as good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the audio up on my cell phone because I've got the app. And so if something happens, it's going to blast. Because the website just doesn't really work as well. I'll tell you what, personally, I personally would not want to be the leader of Iran. I'm going to go ahead and leave that job for somebody else. I'll leave it for somebody else. Let's go take a look at some random city here. How's it looking down there? Why don't we take a look at Qom? Well, we can't really. Let's go take a look down here. Look at that little beautiful arched building. This looks like some sort of ritual altar, maybe. Some, like, religious place. I don't really know. You know... Yeah, this is just out here in the middle of nowhere. I wonder what they're doing with this thing. Anyway, I'll tell you something here. I believe up here in the northeastern region of Iran, up here, I believe you still have a bunch of old school Zoroastrians. The Zoroastrians, it's this very, very ancient religion. They say it's the first monotheistic religion ever. Maybe they're up here in the hills, the Zoroastrians. the prophet Zoroaster. He goes by another name, Zarathustra. He said he was the prophet of the god. Oh, you can't see it. I apologize. Oh, I apologize. Anyway, I'm just rambling right now. It's kind of a quiet time. Oh, you know what? I accidentally flipped off my own camera as opposed to changing the scene. I apologize. Sorry about that. Anyway, up over here in the northeast Iran, this is where the Zoroastrians are said to still live a little bit. There's not a whole lot of them left these days, though. I don't think so. Really astounding. No, the weird little building I was talking about that I said I wasn't sure what it was. It was like somewhere in here. Oh, hey, there it is. I found it again. This is what I was talking about. This building right here. I was looking at this and I said, I wonder what the hell they use this thing for. It looks like some type of weird religious altar. But hey, who knows? You have like a fire pit in the middle, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? They said that Freddie Mercury, the singer, was Zoroastrian. Maybe so, maybe it was. Looks like somebody's flying over the skies of Tel Aviv right now. That's what it looks like to me. No, it has been almost 2 hours. It has been almost 2 hours since we've had any red alerts. Child sacrifice. No, the Zoroastrians, I don't think were sacrificing children. That's more of like a Canaanite thing. The worshippers of Baal. That's a Canaanite thing. The Phoenicians were doing that. The Carthaginians were doing that too. In fact, you guys have probably heard of the famous Carthaginian. He goes by the name Baal. I'm sorry, Hannibal. Hannibal was his name. Well, his name, Hannibal, comes from the word Baal. Was his god, the god of the Carthaginians. Hannibal means man who worships Baal. And so anyway, Hannibal was the terror of Rome during the Punic Wars. Is that right? I think it was the first Punic War. Man who worships Baal, Hannibal. You don't want to be worshiping Baal. You don't want to do that. I would advise against it. Diablo 2? Yeah, he is. He is the final boss in Act 5 of Diablo 2. You're right about that. Second Punic War. Hey, correction. Second Punic War. Second. Thank you, High Warlord of Chaz. Thank you, Mr. Chaz. You know, here's the funny thing about the situation Iran has found themselves in. I think what seems to be the case is that they were building way more ballistic missiles than they had launchers for. Let's come up with a hyperbolic example to kind of prove my point, or just like get my point across. If you've got 1 million ballistic missiles, but only one ballistic missile launcher, well, it kind of doesn't really matter how many ballistic missiles you have, because all the US or Israel has to do is blow up your one ballistic missile launcher, and then you can't launch any of your 1 million or 10 million ballistic missiles. Matt loves war. Oh, hold up. Do we have an airstrike? What do we have here? That was an Israeli airstrike in Beirut. We actually don't we don't have that on footage though. That happened off camera. I think our camera guy is going to move the camera, but that 100% that was not captured. We do not have that. Somebody said, Matt loves war. I really don't. I don't. I wish war was unnecessary. Really don't. Yeah, whoever's operating this camera in Beirut, he's kind of slacking on the job. Bear with me here, folks. That is a different Beirut cam that kind of sucks. Yeah, we're just going back to Jerusalem. Back to Jerusalem. Yeah, well, there it is. Okay, finally, like 2 minutes later, he moves the camera. Now we can see where that airstrike was. Now he's got both of them. Okay, there you go. There you have it. There you have it. He finally moved the camera. Was Hannibal mentioned in Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma? I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't read it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So I'm just thinking back. About 2 hours ago, there was a guy, he super chatted, sent in $10, and he said that right now Tel Aviv looks like Gaza Strip. That Tel Aviv has been entirely leveled. And he was serious. He was serious. And I'm just thinking, like, dude, we have a live feed coming out of Tel Aviv. We are literally looking at Tel Aviv right now. We are looking at it. And they seem to be doing just fine. We can see it. It's right in front of us. Thank you, Renbro. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you for that super chat. Zixie sends 10 gifted memberships. That's a big deal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, it's a Jewish hologram. I forgot. Ah, yes. It's a Jewish hologram. The Jews are using lasers and holograms. Forgot. I should have known. I should have known. Matt, nothing can stop what's coming. What's that? Whoa, Mike. Oh, whoa. What do you mean? Whoa. What does that mean? Oh. Hezbollah hideouts right now are being targeted. This is in southern Lebanon right now. Hezbollah hideouts are being targeted. In southern Lebanon. Well, I'll tell you, we keep on hearing bombs get dropped in southern Lebanon. So I'm not exactly surprised. What's your opinion on the Minuteman 3 test launch last? Oh, is that the one? It was like a 40,000 pound bomb or something off the coast of California? Something like that. Yeah, I mean, hey, you got to test your bombs. You got to test them. I'm sure we're testing bombs all the time, all over the place. Sometimes you got to test a bomb. I suppose at most you could say that the timing was intentional. It's meant to send a threat. It's meant to be a threat, I suppose, is what you could infer. It's meant to send a message Iran or China or whoever else. Matt, did you say that you used to work for Alex Jones at one point? No, I've never worked for anybody in the political world, ever. I am probably one of the only people in the political commentary, whatever you want to call it, ecosystem that was genuinely not put on by anybody else. I literally have never collaborated with anybody else. I've never gone on anybody else's talk show or podcast. I've never had anybody on my own show. I never worked at Alex Jones or Daily Wire or whatever. I never worked anywhere in this world, in the political world. I've got no, like, Washington, D.C. background. I didn't come from some think tank. I literally am just a guy with a webcam and a microphone. And that's that. That's all it is. I've never taken a spot. That's funny. Yeah, I'm probably the only guy. I'm probably the only guy stupid enough to never take a sponsor, man. I could probably make 5 times more money if I would take sponsors, huh? Well, I haven't done it. I've got enough money. That's one of the funny things. Sometimes people come in here, they say, Matt, who's paying you to say what you're saying? You're getting paid to say this or paid to say that. It's like, dude, I don't even take sponsors. If I was in this for money, I'd be selling you gold or something. And today's broadcast is brought to you by gold. You can buy gold using code Morse. CIA. That's how we know he's a Fed. Well, keep in mind I spent 8 years prior to becoming a full-time political commentator here about 13 months ago. I was a full-time Twitch streamer. I spent 9 years playing World of Warcraft every day on Twitch in front of a camera for 9 years. 12 hours a day, sometimes 16 hours a day playing World of Warcraft on Twitch. Really? I'm just a guy. I'm just a dude. Really? I'm just a dude. These guys don't even know that I was one of the best World of Warcraft players in the entire world. Let me see here. You wouldn't do an interview with Fox? You know, I'm not gonna name anyone or put anyone on blast here, but I have oftentimes been invited onto big podcasts, talk shows, mainstream. I get invited onto all of this stuff, and I just say no. I literally just say, hey, no thanks. Hey, I appreciate the offer, but no thanks. Maybe someday. I'm just not really interested in it right now. But I get the messages. I get the invites. Did I play with Asmongold? Yes, I did. I did used to play with Asmongold a very long time ago. A little bit. A little bit. Now, I'm doing a quick scan for updates. I'll tell you what, right now, things are just a little bit slow. Things are a little bit slow, ladies and gentlemen. Matt, you should take the opportunity when you get it, fool. Thanks. I'm not really looking for career advice, though. I'm just going to keep on doing what I think is best. Every so often we're just seeing these airstrikes over the skies of Beirut. Over the skies of Beirut. Okay, are we having people spam the chat? What is going on here? Yeah, this guy is spam. I need to ban like 5 spammers. You are spamming the chat. Who else? Who else? Okay, maybe we're good. Maybe we are good. Maybe we're good. Oh, thank you, Mushop. Thank you very much. And Chris says, I'm at Pan Express. You want anything? No, thanks. I appreciate it, though. Thank you very much. I'm Mogan Stanley says, been following your stream for 5 days now from the UK. Have a look at Flights Tracker, U.S. Air Force circling in Iraq. Right now, we'll take a look at that. Oh, I need to pull it up here. Oftentimes, all these military planes are flying dark. I think that makes sense why. Okay. This is a U.S. Strato tanker. This is another U.S. Strato tanker. Flying in circles. So we actually have an airbase here, don't we? At Nasiriyah? I thought that we did. Or at least very close in the region. So this guy is flying in circles. I wonder if he is refueling other aircraft. He might just be up here giving fuel to other aircraft as they are out here dropping bombs. Could be the case. Could be the case. If you played WoW, did you ever buy any GameStop stock? No. I wasn't a part of that. Now over here we do still see this little British drone flying laps. Look at that. This drone has been up here for like hours. This is a Royal Air Force drone. Up here attempting to shoot down... Oh, red alerts! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is a small red alert on the confrontation line. This is not ballistic missiles. This is not enemy aircraft or suicide drones. This is, if I had to guess, probably Hezbollah's taking shots. There's some gunfire up here on the border. This is as far north on the Israeli border just about as you can possibly go. So I think there's probably some gunfire up here. But, yeah, and it seems to actually already be resolved. I think that one's not a big deal. I think it's not a big deal. I think things are probably fine up there. Don't worry about that one too much. I think that one's probably good. Now we're scanning for more updates up here, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody said, finally some action. Well, I think that one is actually not a whole lot of action. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said the timeline for the war in Iran will be decided only by the United States and no one else. Not NATO, not the Arab Gulf nations, not Iran, not Israel, the United States. We are calling the shots. We also have a report here saying that Kurdistan's Sarasang oil field was just hit by a drone. There's an oil field in Kurdistan that was just allegedly hit by a drone. You think we can find this? Is it going to give us the right spot? Well, I sure think it is. All right, so this is the oil field here. And it has been hit by an Iranian drone. Well, this is the city of Sarsing. But the oil field itself, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Maybe somewhere in the region. Anyway, allegedly hit by a drone, some oil field in the area. So what does that mean, of course? Well, what that means is that, guess what? Iran is still firing drones and still launching missiles. At a minimum, firing drones. At a minimum. We'll see if we have any other massive attacks tonight. We have video footage of this recent attack, presumably a drone attack in Kuwait. I'll show you some, give you some information here. Video shows Ali Asalem Air Base in Kuwait burning. Air base. This just got hit by the Iranians. There's that horse again. And so now we know exactly where this happened. That's right. So this location has been geolocated. It's so interesting. You've got people that they spend their time geolocating all of these attacks, all of these hits. They're out here geo-confirming and they get the coordinates for them, all of it. All of it. So everything that happens, we know exactly where. Now we have a big rumble rant from Samantha 321. Says, TY, for all you do, keeping me sane while my son is in the military, Trump usually does his major damage on the weekends, right? Well, oftentimes we will see big turbulent events will take place on the weekends when the markets are closed. However, so Trump kicked this off. It was last Saturday. But this has obviously gone on into the week now. So I think at this point, kind of all bets are off. However, yeah, maybe make the argument that if Trump is going to escalate or really tighten the noose here, so to speak, yeah, it might take place on the weekend. There might be an argument for that. Thank you very much, Samantha, and we're hoping that your son stays safe also, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Jayway says, keep on keeping on with what you do. Love your show. Thank you, Jayway. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jayway. When I'm doing these shows, I really don't ever look at how many people we have here tuning in. We've got 14,000 and 7,000 on Rumble. Are we on the front page on Rumble, or how do we have so many people tuning in on Rumble? Where did all you Rumblers come from? Well, folks, we are not even on the front page on Rumble. There's just 7,000 people here on Rumble. Well, who thought we'd see that? Look at that. Folks, the Morse Force is, dare I say, taking over Rumble. We are, dare I say it, taking over this website. I think it is true. I think it's true. And then on YouTube, man, it's just even crazier. I think it's even crazier. Oh, good, Sarah. That's good. Here's a super chat from Night Raider. Says, Matt, Pahlavi is returning to Iran. They are all calling on him to return. There are only a few that don't want him. Just watch Tusi. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to remain incredibly suspicious of that. In fact, if I had to place a bet right now, I would bet my life savings that Pahlavi is not ever the leader of Iran. To be honest with you. I'm not saying I don't want him to, I just don't think he will. Frankly, I hope to be proven wrong. So I hope you are right, and I hope that I am wrong, but it's not something I'm exactly expecting. Once again, though, if I was at a Las Vegas betting table and I had to put a bet down, I would bet that he is not going to be the leader of that country. I hope I'm wrong, though. We also have a super chat here from JRG Projects. He says, I think all these attacks come from the mercs the Iranians hired because they were recalled for home defense. This is also a demonstration of power by the U.S. to Russia. Yeah, I think very true, very true. I've heard a rumor that perhaps, you know, in absence or instead of American military boots on the ground, that there might be some type of like Blackwater or PMC presence. And I'll be honest with you, like, I kind of don't really care about that. I really kind of don't care at all about that. I will tell you, I'm going to let my bias be known. I do not want American boots on the ground in Iran. I don't want it. Airstrikes, PMCs, okay, that's a different story, totally different dynamic. But U.S. military service members, like marching through the Iranian desert, sort of like War on Terror 2.0, invasion of Iraq or occupation of Afghanistan type scenario, I do not like that idea at all. Not a fan of that at all. At all. However, if it's a PMC, I think it's a different dynamic. I think so. Different dynamic. Believe it or not, I think a lot of those guys actually kind of like what they do. They're born to do it, and they're making good money doing it. If the opportunity arises in there and it's a useful service, I don't know. Who said boots on the ground? Oh, nobody. I'm just kind of talking out loud right now. In fact, the Trump administration and Hegseth and the CENTCOM commander, all of them have come out and said that boots on the ground, like American boots on the ground, are not part of the plan. They're not ruling it out. They're not ruling anything out, but they said it's not part of the plan. And I'm very happy, and I hope that continues to be the case. I hope that continues to be the case. Let me see here. Okay. Now, we do know, if you want to, depends on how you define boots on the ground. We have known for months, that we have had CIA in Iran. We know that. Trump has literally said that. Maybe he shouldn't have, but he did. The CIA is, and presumably Mossad also. Now, beyond CIA, I don't know, might there be like Delta Force on the ground also? Maybe, I'm not, who knows, maybe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, just now here, Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says it has just intercepted 3 ballistic missiles targeting the Prince Sultan Air Base. Just now, guess what? The Iranians are still firing ballistic missiles. The Saudi Arabians have just said they intercepted 3 of them targeted at the Prince Sultan Air Base. Let's put that on the map so everybody knows exactly where we're talking about. Here's the Prince Sultan Air Base, and guess what? You see a bunch of United States aircraft. Well, would you look at that? So, we are using that air base, and this is right, sort of in this, it's right outside Riyadh, isn't it, if I remember right? Yeah, there it is, just south of Riyadh. So, guess what? Ballistic missiles getting fired. There it is. There it is. Matt, I'm trying to figure out what your day job is. Are you a lumberjack or a trucker? Well, I'm part-time lumberjack, part-time trucker, part-time, I cook waffles at a local Waffle House, locally owned. I'm the owner. And what else do I do? What else do I do again? I forget. I do a lot of things. I think I have at least 5 or 6 part-time jobs. You know, you gotta keep busy. Gotta keep busy. Mm-hmm. No, thank you very much, JRG. I appreciate that. I'm gonna bring back up our our live feeds here. Rudy T. Thank you, Rudy T. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Axel says, just a thought, Matt, when we completely change Iran and good leadership that works with us, then they can start paying us back from a certain percentage of oil sale that China buys. If this situation goes the way that Trump wants it to go, this is going to be very lucrative for the United States. Yes. Yes. As Venezuela already is. Venezuela already has proven to be lucrative for the United States. Iran may end up being lucrative for the United States also, which I don't know how you could I don't know how you could be opposed to it. Matt Morris, when are you and Asmongold going to start having kids? So I already have kids. I don't know about it. I can't speak for Asmongold. That's up to him. But I'm married and I have 2 kids, and we have a 4.5-year-old daughter and a 2.5-year-old son. And I think we'd probably like some more. But hey, I'm already doing it. And I'm young. I'm 32. I think my wife is 29. Is she 29? Or 30? I don't know how old my wife. I don't know how old she is. Anyway, we've got kids. We're already having kids. We've been having kids. Shepard says, Matt, on YouTube, SGN Source Global News has several live cams, including Lebanon. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're just going to keep on watching this, though. I appreciate that, though. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. I'm totally comfortable with all of the cameras that we have right now, though. We already have, like, probably 15 of them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dominique says, hey brother, the wife and I are back with you monitoring the situation. We both really love and support what you are doing. Much love. Hey, somebody's got to monitor this situation. And if not us, then who? Somebody's got to do it the right way. And that's what we're doing here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hey, Matt, the House rejected the War Powers Resolution. Yeah, I mean, but the Senate already rejected it. So we're already, it's already good. It's already all good. They can't do anything about this. They can't stop it. Even if they wanted, they couldn't do it. Oh, that's gunshots in Beirut. There's gunshots in Beirut. Lying Dog said, Matt, everyone else stole the word massive from you. It's also pretty funny watching everyone else use it in their titles. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, hey, I invented that word. Okay, I have an update for you, ladies and gentlemen. During a phone interview Thursday with ABC News, President Trump marveled at the success of the military operations so far this year against Venezuela and Iran, telling Jonathan Karl with ABC, I hope you are impressed. How do you like their performance? I mean, Venezuela is obvious. This might be even better. How do you like that performance? Said Trump. Karl said that nobody questions the success of the military operation against Iran. The concern is what happens next. To which Trump responded, forget about next. They are decimated for a 10-year period before they could even build it back. That's a curious question. Yeah, how many years would it take Iran if they wanted to? If we just sat by and watched, how many years? How long would it take them to rebuild all of the damage that we have inflicted over the last couple days? Could be 10 years. Sometimes Trump is a little bit hyperbolic. Could be 5 years, could be 20 years, who knows? Who knows? Could be. Is Matt Jewish? I am super not Jewish. I'm super duper, not a Juper. Super duper, not a Juper. Oh, I've got an update for you folks here. Okay, this coming out of Lebanon right now. I'm sorry, coming out of Beirut, specifically in Lebanon. Where is that? There it is. South side of Beirut, Lebanon. And I think we actually saw this explosion. I think we actually have seen this one on that live footage. So here's another angle. The Israeli airstrikes continue. The Israeli airstrikes continue. Matt's LDS. I'm not LDS. I think I'm just kind of like loosely Lutheran, if anything. Maybe I'm not a big labels guy, but I think if anything, you could call me loosely a Lutheran. I was raised a little bit Lutheran. Actually, my close relative of mine has a PhD. He's a PhD in Lutheran theology. It's my grandfather's brother. I spent a lot of time with him growing up. So shout out any Lutherans out there. Shout out the Lutherans in the chat. Matt, Hegseth is on now. No, I think you're probably watching a replay. Hegseth was doing his thing live about an hour ago. That's done and over with. Okay, we have a report coming out of the New York, hold up, the New York, what? The who? The New York Times. New York Times, Iran has delayed announcing the successor to former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei over security fears, after the US and Israel signaled that the next leader could also become a target. Okay, once again, if anybody is ever talking on Fox News live, we can't watch it. We have to wait for the clips after the fact. We cannot watch Fox News live. So I appreciate you telling me that, but we can't do anything with that yet. We've got to wait for the clips to come out after the fact. That's heresy, Matt. More people need a relationship with Jesus Christ and not with a label. Yeah, that's kind of what I just told you. That's kind of what I just said, though, right? That's kind of what I was saying. So thanks. Can I tell you something, fellow Christ lovers? Can I tell you something? I just have no interest in like interdenominational bickering. I think it is so effing lame and boring and just what a waste of time. Get over yourself. Are you a Christ lover or not? Period. That's kind of all I care about. I really dislike that amongst Christian rhetoric on the internet, around the world, whatever, in real life. It seems like 99% of the rhetoric is just interdenominational bickering. It's not even about what Christ said. It's not even about what the guy said. It's just interdenominational bickering. It's like, get over it. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not doing any of it. Right? But hey, that's my personal opinion. What do I know? Well, Dr. Doomy says there's no time for bickering when there's barbarians at the gates. The barbarians are not only at the gates, they are literally inside of the castle. The barbarians are in the keep. And we still have people bickering about it. Once again, Iran has delayed announcing the successor to former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei over security fears after the US and Israel signaled that they're going to just keep on they're just going to blow up the next leader. Which, you know what? Might be actually, that might be the case. Depending on who they pick, that might be the case. That might be the case. Dog Mama New York says, howdy. If you want, I can set up a live stream from Long Island. It'll mostly be people drinking coffee. Explaining how the world really works. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That beautiful East Coast accent. You gotta love that beautiful East Coast accent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As always. Ginger Locke says, this has all been prophesized. Kim Clement died in 2016 and he has been spot on. He prophesized the BBB. He's spot on about everything. Thank you, here, stuck in New Jersey. Mikey Cheryl cheated in November. That's a lot, and honestly, I have no idea what you're talking about. But hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you for getting that out there. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe true. I'm not sure. All I know is right now there's a little bit of a reprieve at the moment. A little bit of a reprieve. Hegseth says, Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this. Going on to say that we can do this actually as long as it takes. As long as it takes. Good morning, Matt. Just wondering, are you in Oregon? Oregon is my home state, but I'm not there now. Or am I? Or am I? You're not gonna believe this. Back in 2016, I was walking around Portland Community College campus, as well as PSU, Portland State University, wearing a red, actually, literally wearing this very red MAGA hat. I've had this one. This is an OG Generation 1 MAGA hat. I used to wear this thing walking around the Portland Community College campus. And you would not believe, this was in 2016, you would not believe the meltdowns, the severe meltdowns at the Portland Community College, right there in Portland, Oregon. You would not believe how pissed off people would get. You wouldn't believe it. So anyway, we've been here from day one. We've been doing this a while. We've been doing this for a little while. Ruby Hoof, hey, thank you. Good to see you also, by the way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've got a photo here for you guys. Bad Karma says, has anyone purchased Trump's insurance in order to travel the Strait of Hormuz yet? No, and it's not going to work like that. First, the Hormuz needs to get opened up. Thank you very much. I think we're going to see the Hormuz get opened up here pretty soon. Gunshots in Beirut. Pop, 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 pop in Beirut. First Amendment Media says, will the new leader stay alive long enough to get health insurance? I don't even know if in Iran they have health insurance. I don't even know that's a thing. I don't know. It might not be worth it for the insurance provider. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a photo of the United States Lucas drone, which is a reverse-engineered Iranian Shahed suicide drone. As far as I understand, these things actually cost right around $35,000 to make, which is incidentally how much my car costs. Maybe I should get rid of my car and buy one of these. These are pretty cool. You can't help but notice, it almost looks like they've got a wooden propeller here. That's kind of cool. Is that made of wood? This like hooks you up to your GPS right there. That's pretty cool. This is a pretty cool little craft. And once again, the Iranians came up with this. This is an Iranian craft that we kind of reverse engineered. Pretty cool. Very cool. It's birchwood. There you go. We're doing a quick scan here, folks. I really think that this weekend, I think this weekend is going to be a busy weekend. You think this weekend is going to be a busy weekend? I think it's going to be a busy weekend. I think so. That drone we just looked at, that Lucas drone. Lucas is indispensable. This was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made in America sticker on it, then brought it back to Iran, and now we're shooting it at the Iranians. That is exactly what has happened. That is exactly what we did. Philip Calise, hey, thank you. Thank you and your wife. We have a strike here taking place in, what is this, western Iran. This has got to be either U.S. or American. An airstrike, U.S. or Israeli airstrike on a regime military base, Iranian regime military base in Pava, western Iran. Pava. Now, where are we located here? Well, this is a curious looking town, isn't it? And we look down. Okay, actually, I don't think we can even get anywhere on the ground here. Oh, we can get a little bit there. Well, this must be during the winter. So this is your Iranian village, tucked away in the mountains. Hava. And so somewhere down here, there was just a U.S. or Israeli airstrike. Is what we just saw. In western Iran. That's right. The airstrikes continue on. Matt's a vegan high priest. Not a vegan. I did pretty much spend about 9 months living as a vegan, though, one time. That sucked. It was terrible. I ever tell you about the time I was a vegan for like 9 months? It wasn't by choice either. Oh, hold up. Hold that story. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got red alerts. This is on the confrontation line. This means probably some small arms fire on the Israeli-Lebanese border. Israeli-Lebanese border. They're taking shots back and forth at each other. I think this is probably not that big of a deal. No ballistic missiles, no drones right now. Probably just some exchange of small arms fire. And I think that one's actually already resolved. Yeah, they heard us talking about vegans and panicked. That's right. We've got gunfire in Beirut. Pete Hegseth says the amount of firepower over Iran and Tehran is about to surge dramatically. About to surge dramatically. There's gunfire in Beirut once again, just keeps on going on. Never a dull night in Beirut. If you like to party, and by party I mean get in shootouts with members of Hezbollah, then yeah, that's the place to be. That's where you gotta go. You're gonna have a fun time. Rudy says, hey, Apple Pay works on this for a Rumble rant. Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Cambridge says, just tuning in. What did I miss today? Oh man, it's a lot to recap. That's a big recap. About an hour ago, we had in fact, I should get this up off the screen. Yeah. About an hour ago, we had a press conference with Hegseth and one of the CENTCOM admirals. Pretty much they said that Iran is going to continue getting dominated and blown the F out. We are actively blowing them the hell out, and we are going to continue blowing them the F out. And this is not done until President Trump has a leader controlling this country that Trump signs off on. Nobody, this is not over just because the Iranians, you know, appoint a new Ayatollah. Whoever becomes a new leader, Trump has to personally sign off on. We are completely dismantling, and by that I mean bombing and destroying, not only their nuclear enrichment program, but also their ballistic missile program. Trump today said that with the damage we've done so far, we've set them back 10 years. Who knows? Could be 5, could be 8, could be 10. Most certainly we have blown the living hell out of them, though. And it's going to continue. Now, we have a statement from, this is Araghchi, right? This is the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi. What does he say here on on NBC News.
Boots on the ground
Oh, you guys can't see this. There you go.
in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes, because we are confident that we can confront them, and that would be a big disaster for them.
So you're saying that Iran is ready and willing to take on the U.S. military if there were to be ground troops?
Well, we were ready for this war even more than the previous war. So you can see, the quality of our missiles, how much they are upgraded after the last war, because we learned lots of lessons. And we are prepared for any other eventuality, even, a ground invasion. So our soldiers are prepared for any scenario. When I said that we are waiting for them, it didn't mean that we are waiting for continuation of the war. No, but we have prepared ourselves to confront with any scenario, with any eventuality, any possibility, and we know that we can handle that.
Are your allies Russia and China helping you?
Well, they are supporting us politically and otherwise.
And otherwise, he says, and otherwise. Delusion maxing. You know what? I'm going to... Hostile aircraft intrusion, ladies and gentlemen. Hostile aircraft intrusion in sort of western Israel in Hemdat. Could be some type of drone, we're not sure. But it seems like that's it. This might be a false alarm. We'll put that away. Okay. Okay, folks, I'm gonna actually push back on some of you guys a little bit here. Hear me out, if it is Iran's objective to destroy the evil American empire, what would be the best way to do that? If you were the senior Iranian military strategist, if that was your job, we're going to take down the evil American empire, what would you do? What's the best way to do that? What is the best way? Well, I would speculate that probably baiting the United States into mounting an all-out ground invasion into one of the most bunkered, mountainous, dangerous terrains in the entire world, and then slowly bleed us dry, as kind of happened a little bit in Vietnam and a little bit in Afghanistan. Actually, we kind of saw a similar dynamic in Afghanistan, and Iran would probably be worse. I would probably try to bait the United States into a ground invasion and then engage in some type of asymmetric guerrilla warfare against the United States. I actually agree with him, kind of. I think that Iran disproportionately benefits from defending against a U.S. invasion on their home turf in a very complex terrain like Iran has. I think they benefit from that combat dynamic more than we do. For us, that's fighting a very dangerous, deadly uphill battle. And we saw that in Vietnam, and we saw that in Afghanistan, namely. In fact, we kind of saw similar rhetoric from the Taliban, where it was actually kind of their plan. They wanted an invasion. They wanted us to be there because that put us in the line of fire. That's what they wanted. If we're not there in their country, how are they going to shoot at us? We have another hostile aircraft intrusion in eastern Israel. In eastern Israel. In eastern Israel. You know, let me flip the equation here. For those of you that are super mad at me for saying that. Let's say 100,000 CCP soldiers tried to invade the Appalachian Mountains. Who's going to have the advantage? Mountainous, dense terrain, people that have been living there for millennia. well-armed people. They know all the ins and outs, the caves, the tunnels. They know the terrain, they know the hills, they know the hollers. Who's going to have the advantage? That's right, Cletus and his boys. Cletus and Skeetus. That's right. And their moonshine, they're going to have the advantage. We keep on having some hostile aircraft intrusions. Seems like there's some drones getting launched over here from Jordan. You can almost speculate here. Who knows, maybe there's Hezbollah in Jordan over here. They're launching drones towards Tel Aviv. Might be the case. Might be the case. Steve on Rumble says they are activating sleeper cells in blue cities. Please carry safely. It's more important than ever to be careful. That's right. Be careful. Take care of yourself. That's right. I don't think the USA would lose ground on the offensive, but on the domestic front, the Republicans would endure a fiery backlash from the public and the Democrats. Well, listen, how can I put this? The point is not that we materially could not do it. It's that we would lose public support and a lot of Americans would die and it would be not worth it. Do we have any Vietnam War era historians? One of the reasons why we ended up like losing Vietnam and pulling out is it's not because we were losing the war. It's because there was so much domestic pressure. There were protests and riots and counter-war movements, and there were draft dodgers. You had actually drafted soldiers that were fragging their own commanding officers, meaning they were killing their own commanding officers in protest. It was the pushback against what was happening in Vietnam was so overwhelming that it just was untenable. The situation was untenable, and it's not that we like lost the war in a combat way. It's that there was no support for it, so it came to an end. And in a little bit of a lesser degree, kind of a similar dynamic with the war in the Middle East. So it's like, we could do it, yeah, but at what cost? At what cost could we do it? At what cost? Just because you can do something does not mean that it's expedient, prudent, or worth it. You know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's the phrase that everybody uses. Yeah, thank you. We lost the war at home. That's maybe the most succinct way to put it. Seems like those drones are kind of done there. Come on, Matt, we were never meant to win those wars. It was all about making money. You know, okay, now I'm going to totally flip the script here. The Korean War and the Vietnam War, these were, pardon what I'm saying. Let me clarify. These are almost micro conflicts in a larger war. The larger war is the Cold War. And the Cold War was a very, very long war, like 60-year-long war of attrition that the USSR ended up losing. And they ended up losing because they continued to overextend themselves in places like China and Vietnam and Korea. They were funding all of this. And we ended up winning. And so you can point to maybe it's like, okay, we lost Vietnam. You lose the battle, but you win the war type of dynamic. We won the Cold War. And in part, we ended up winning the Cold War because of what happened in Vietnam and because of what happened in Korea. These were all flashpoints along that larger storyline. But you might notice the USSR is not around anymore. The United States of America is. You can't help but notice that. Did you just call the Vietnam War a micro-conflict? Yeah, that's what I said. I said the Vietnam War was sort of a flashpoint, a micro-conflict in a much larger, more longitudinal war, otherwise known as the Cold War. That's right. If there was no Cold War, there would have been no Vietnam. It was a component of a much larger process called the Cold War. And technically, you're right. Yeah, the Korean War still is going. That's true. That is true, technically. They say Afghanistan is where empires go to die. You know that the USSR was in Afghanistan for a long time, also in the 80s. Yeah, they left, and we kind of took over. Didn't really go that well for us either. Frankly, doesn't go well for anybody. Afghanistan is where empires go to die, is what they say. Matt, I'm a Vietnam era. Please be careful in what you think, Cap, and talk to a vet who is there. I have a lot. I've also read a lot about the Vietnam War. You know who has some very great opinions on the Vietnam War is Pat Buchanan, actually. He has a lot of really good Vietnam War literature. Holy shit, do you see that? Airstrike right there. Wow, caught live. That was an Israeli airstrike, or yeah, could have been US, but presumably Israeli. Up there in Beirut, that was a big one too. Good lord. Good lord. Now, curiously, we didn't actually hear that explosion. Where was the audio for that? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that one. Reports now that a brand new wave of joint U.S.-Israeli airstrikes are currently ongoing across Iran. Strikes and explosions have been reported in Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, Kaviz, Tabriz, Keshem, and the southern port city of Bandar Abbas. Rumble, can you guys hear me on Rumble? Real quick, yes or no. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Are we good? And on Rumble? I'm sorry, on YouTube, can you hear me? On YouTube, can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. The Wall Street Journal just reported that Iran's underground missile cities are now becoming key targets for U.S. and Israeli airstrike. So right now, it seems like a lot of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes are taking place right now across Iran. We have a report right now saying that now we are targeting underground missile cities. Aircraft and drones are destroying launchers as they exit the tunnels, while bunker buster bombs are currently now hitting tunnel entrances and surface infrastructure. U.S. commanders say hundreds of missile launchers and drones have been destroyed, and Iran's missile launchers have dropped by 86% over the last couple days. We have a photo coming out of one of these missile cities right now that we are currently targeting. This is in Iranian missile city. Oops, there we go. We've also seen videos of this. They have tunnels just like this all over the place, everywhere throughout the entire country. They call them missile cities, where they store the missiles, they manufacture the missiles, they hide the missiles, and then they pop them out of the hole and start launching missiles and then quickly scurry back into their tunnels. So right now there's a massive, seems like a massive bunker busting bomb campaign to blow up all these missile cities. Massive bombing campaign right now. These are currently being targeted like right now. AI, this is not, no. I kind of don't understand something. Every time we show a video of the Iranians firing missiles or drones or an Iranian missile or drone storage facility, I have people saying AI. And I'm not sure why you say that, because it's like, we know that they are launching missiles. We know that they are launching drones. We know that they have them. We know they have to store them somewhere. Like, where do you think they store them? Where do you think they're keeping these things? We know that they've got bunkers all over the country. We know that we're dropping bunker buster bombs. Why would you just assume that everything you see here is AI? I really don't get it. I really don't understand. We know that they have them. We know that they're launching them. We know that they're storing them somewhere. We know that they've spent 35 years building bunker complexes. Really closer to 45 years. Everything is AI. Everything is AI. I'm gonna be honest, I just need to quickly call this out. I don't know what's gotten into... Some of you guys are just being really pissy and rude, and I'm not enjoying this, honestly. For the last, like, half hour or so, every time I look at the chat, I don't know what is going on here, but there's some just very pissy, rude people in the chat, and I don't fuck with this. You guys need to cut it out. I'm just gonna start banning people left and right. Left and right, because I don't know, like... I don't know if the mental asylum let everybody loose or what, but... Every time I look at the chat, there's some rude dickhead. Get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Get a grip, some of you guys. I don't know if it's bots or what. I don't know what's going on here. Not going to tolerate it. Not tolerating that. I do have a I do have a new video here. Let me close some of these other tabs. An Iranian attack drone hit a hotel in Bahrain overnight, causing a fire. That's really loud. Hold up. Christy Nome is doing a Q&A right now on AON. That's fine. We're not gonna watch that. Yeah, we're just not gonna do that. Sorry about that. We have a report coming out from the Babylon Bee. I need to close this. Holy smokes. A report coming out from the Babylon Bee says Iranian regime has just called the White House to ask if they can have Joe Biden back. It's probably too late. You, I swear, are getting permanently banned, dude. What? I'm not crazy, right? You guys see this stuff in the chat too? I don't know. It's just like in the last half hour. It's massive spam. It's people being super rude and super annoying. What in the living hell is going on? Every time I look at the live chat, dude, it's like out of control. It's out of control. Where did all of these psychotic people come from? What is going on here? It's bad. It is. Listen, red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Okay? I will be permanently deporting. I will be permanently deporting so many people you don't even know. You don't even know. You can't even count that high. I want to do it. I need to do it. Really, it's on YouTube. Really, it's on YouTube. It's not even that bad on Rumble. Really, it's on YouTube. The YouTube chat right now is bad. It's bad. Thank you very much, Kona's mom. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that super chat, ma'am. I will tell you though, over here in the Middle East, it is kind of just quiet at the moment. It is kind of quiet. What time is it? What time is it in Israel? Israel time. It is 2:01, which means it is 3:30 in Iran. 3:30 in Iran. 3:30 a.m. in Iran. Dog Mama says, you've really built a great community of people who truly appreciate what you do. I honestly don't know why you tolerate the few troublemakers. Neither do I. Honestly, neither do I. Maybe I'm just too nice. I'm too tolerant. My downfall is that I'm too nice of a guy. I'm too nice of a guy, Dog Mama New York. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm doing a scan out here. Hold on. Stand by here, folks. And that's a massive super chat also. Thank you very much. We have a Wall Street Journal report that just came out and said Iran has spent decades constructing underground bunkers to shield its vast missile arsenal from destruction. Less than a week into the war, with its two most powerful adversaries, the strategy is beginning to look like a blunder. Yeah, you know, of course they say hindsight is 20/20, but, you know, I'm going to take the opportunity here. If you know that both Israel and the United States have bunker buster bombs, and they do, it's like everybody has known this for decades, we know this. Why would you then say, okay, we're going to spend a bunch of time and money and resources and energy building bunkers? Bunkers obviously are not really the most effective strategy at this point. Doesn't always seem like it works. If your enemy, the United States, has a bunch of bunker buster bombs, you probably don't want to build bunkers. I don't know, what do you do? What is the way? With hindsight 20/20 vision, what should the Iranian regime have done in order to combat the United States of America? Maybe focus on mobility. Maybe don't bunker down in a very fixed location. Maybe focus on mobility, so you can just stay on the move. Honestly, we'd probably still blow them. We'd blow them up anyway. I don't know what they could have done. What could they have done? What could they have done? I think we'd blow them up anyway. Build your bunkers underneath a lake. They should have built their bunkers inside of an active volcano. They should have built their bunkers on the moon, in space. Stupid, stupid Iranian regime. You should have built your bunkers on the moon or on Mars. Even better yet, they should have built them on Mars. Then there's no way we could have gotten to them. Maybe we still could have. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. No, thank you, Dog Mama. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, Tornado Fart. Make it members only. You know, I'm never going to do members only, and I'll tell you why. I really just don't like the idea that the only people that are able to post in chat are people that have given me money. I just, like, at a foundational level, I don't like that. If you want to speak in the live chat, you have to give me money. I just really don't like that, because it's not about the money. I think really we just have to ban more people. I think Dog Mama's right. Really, we just have to ban more people. We need to deport more people. We've got all these immigrants coming in the chat, coming in this community, and they're not assimilating. They're causing problems. They're causing crime. They're causing crime. They're trying to deal fentanyl. We have a bunch of illegal alien fentanyl dealers in this live chat right now trying to deal fentanyl. They're human trafficking. I don't know. They're not sending their best. We just have to deport them. These people need to be deported. Das Boot. Das Boot! Uh-huh. That's right. That's the only way. Let's pull back up our live feeds here. Misty on Rumble says, my husband and I have been catching so much of these live streams as we can. Thanks so much for all the information and the immediate updates. Much love. Excuse me. And support for Pennsylvania. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I'm happy you're tuning in. You know, we're doing our best with the breaking updates, but sometimes there are just no updates. However, now we have an update. Misty, I've got an update for you. Stand by here. Breaking news. You know what we might need, Misty? We might need the Morris Revolutionary Guard Corps. We might need to create, hear me out. I have a great idea. The Morse Revolutionary Guard Corps, the MRGC. And these will be sort of our special secret police force. And anytime somebody needs to be deported, we will deploy the Morse Revolutionary Guard Corps to get them out of here, to rough them up and get them out of here. So give me a 1 in the live chat if you're interested in joining the MRGC. The Morris Revolutionary Guard Corps. That might be the solution here to our little problem. No, here's an update coming out of the Wall Street Journal. Emirati officials are considering freezing assets tied to shadow companies and targeting financial networks linked to the Iranian IRGC. So now the Emirati officials are considering sort of like shutting down their financing. Good. Good. You got to do it all. You got to blow up their boats. You got to take out the headquarters. You got to shut down the proxy. You got to shut down the financing. Shut every single step of it down. All of it. Left, right, up, down, top, bottom, all of it. Oh, hold up. Do we have red alerts? Are we looking at red alerts here? What are we talking about? Do we have red alerts? Okay, I'm not seeing red alerts right now. I'm not seeing red alerts right now. Not at the moment. Jason Blue says, behave. That's what they should have done. Very true. You know, really the way that it is, 99.9999999% of people are really just super great. But you know, when you've got 20,000 people tuning in or whatever the number is, even if you've got 5 people, that's kind of enough to derail. You know, you don't need a huge percentage of them to do some damage here. We must remain vigilant. We must remain vigilant. Nellie says, here from Cleveland, Ohio, me and my mom have been glued to your reporting and appreciate all you have been doing. Much love. Nellie and your beautiful mother, thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. How great is that? Thank you very much. All the way from Cleveland, Ohio. Well, thank you very much. The United States has joined Russia, China, Nigeria, and several other adversarial countries on Thursday in opposing a resolution adopted by the International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors denouncing Russian attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, including off-site. Wait, why would Russia be denouncing themselves? This doesn't make any sense at all. I think it must be a typo. It must be denouncing Ukraine's attacks. Yeah, that's right. Ukraine must have conducted some type of attack on some nuclear infrastructure in Russia. And now the US, alongside Russia, China, Niger, we are condemning that. Okay, well, that's kind of a side story. Matt, why does Haifa look like Minecraft? You think so? Am I going to talk about beef? What do you want to talk about beef? What would you like to talk about? It's good. I recommend eating it. I really recommend eating it if you have the chance. You know, I really never could be an Indian. I would make a pretty bad Indian. Yeah, I'm never gonna become Indian. Screw that. And really, it's about the beef. It's about all the cow poop everywhere. There's a lot of reasons. It's about worshiping demonic monkey gods and stuff. We're not going to do that. We're just not going to do that. Whiskey baby, that's right. That's right. Thank you very much. We have a user whose name is Morris Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's his username. He says, reporting for action, sir. Hey, the MRGC is growing. The MRGC is quite an elite fighting force. Already. And we've only just gotten started. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. At ease, sir. The White Knuckler says, really appreciate you, Matt. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much. RuneScape Vet says, just a shout out to the RuneScape players, old and young, retired, old school, or RuneScape 3 salute. Look at that. Fun history fact here. I think you're going to like this. The very first YouTube video I ever made in my entire life was a RuneScape video. It was an old school RuneScape video in 2014. In 2014, it was a video about killing 1,000 skeletal wyverns and all of the loot that I got. Long time. That was the very first video I ever made in my life. Fun fact of the day. Fun fact of the day. Captain GC, thank you very much for those gifted Rumble premiums. Thank you. Thank you. You should do a history segment. Well, you know what? Can I tell you something? Well, never mind. I guess I can't. Never mind, because we have some red alerts on the border. We've got red alerts on the far north Israeli border, and this is one of these like small alerts. Let's call it a micro alert here. I think this is not a drone attack. This is not a ballistic missile attack. This is a I think some small arms fire exchange on the northern border with Hezbollah, and it seems like it's over. The zoom out means it's kind of over. Is what that means. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Patriot. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's true. I think you're right. Yeah, we should just take care of him. You're right. We have another massive super chat here. Ooh. From Maury Field, he says, I've been following you for about a year now. I always catch your daily uploads. Love the live streams. Your 12-day commentary was great, and so is this. Thank you, Matt. Sign me up for the MRGC. We have a new recruit to the MRGC. Thank you, Maury Field. Thank you. That's a massive amount of support there. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You know what? We've been live for 6 hours. I'm going to tell you something. I'm kind of in the mood just to keep on broadcasting. You know what? Even if nothing is happening right now, we're just going to keep it going. I'm not going anywhere. Remember that scene from The Wolf of Wall Street? I'm not going anywhere. We're just going to keep on going here. Even if we do have no alerts, even if nothing is happening, I'm not going anywhere. Oh. Beirut. Oh, Beirut. Ooh. Look alive. You just saw a flash, right? I'm not tripping. Am I tripping out? I just saw a flash out there. I'm almost popped. Oh. It's always Beirut. Beirut sounds like some dietary supplement. Yeah, I take 5 milligrams of Beirut every day. It helps with my blood pressure. Yeah, I mix up Beirut with my guava juice every single morning in the morning. When I do yoga, when I'm doing my yoga, I drink some Beirut extract. It helps with my pancreas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you some bad news that is potentially unconfirmed. We do the good news and the bad news. We do the good news and the bad news, and maybe we have bad news. I'm not sure. Let's go through this here. Satellite imagery from an Airbus Defense and Space appears to show an ANTPY-2 forward-base X-band transportable radar, the primary radar for the U.S. Army's Terminal High Altitude Area Defense THAAD system, having been damaged and possibly destroyed by an Iranian drone or missile strike in Muwafaq, pardon my language, Salti Air Base in Jordan. According to an investigation by CNN into the satellite imagery and others from bases in the region, buildings housing similar radar systems were also hit by Iran at 2 locations in the UAE. So, this is what it looks like. Allegedly, one of these was blown up by the Iranians in Jordan. In Jordan, this is a THAAD system, effectively. That's totally rude. Not cool. Not cool at all. Allegedly, that's what the satellite imagery here shows. Allegedly. Faith here says, Matt, ignore the people. I sit quietly and pray for all involved. I'm sad on my individual to think this is fun. Pray that what is right in God's eye is fulfilled. Very true. And thank you, Faith. That's a good reminder. It's a good reminder. And we're praying that this story is not true either, right? We're going to consider that yet unconfirmed. Oh, you know what? Did I not? Here, there's the image. We have some images there. Satellite imagery. Allegedly, this is what the satellite imagery looks like, or that's what the imagery indicates, is that one of these got blown up. Part of a THAAD system. A THAAD is a missile interception system. It's the U.S. Army's Terminal High Altitude Area Defense. 113 Green says, maybe a stupid question, but what if Iran has a full arsenal and just making it look they're running out? Then, when we think they've used it all, they bring it out and bomb the hell out of us. Yeah, what if? Then that would be bad. I just think that's not the case. I just think that is not the case. You know, you have to understand here, right? The United States military, we have the single best intelligence apparatus in the entire world. We have satellites in orbit right now that are so precise, so granular, they could zoom in on your forehead and identify a pimple on the side of your nose. Okay, that is how the U.S. military has technology that you couldn't even fathom. We as civilians, we can zoom in, like we can. It's amazing what we have as civilian, just random people. Think about what the U.S. military has, and it's all live. It's all live. They can see movements live on the ground, okay? And so the U.S. military, or our intelligence apparatus, they have been tracking every single movement on every single place, every single square inch of Iran and the bordering countries as well, monitoring every single thing everywhere for decades. Movement, troop movements, personnel movements, everything. Are they building new bunkers, trucks going in and out, missile production, manufacturing, all of it, every single thing. They have been logging and categorizing and making note of all of it. And so we say, what if they have like a bunch of, I don't know, a super silo with 10 billion missiles that nobody detected? Well, what if they do? Yeah, that would be bad, but they don't. But they probably don't, right? If they did, that would be bad, but I think they don't. And I think we've got the intelligence to suggest or confirm that they don't. That's right. If you scratch your butt, the U.S. military is watching. That's right. That is right. I'm just shocked that we as civilians can have access to this. Like, we can look at scrape marks on the side of a hillside in Iran. How crazy is that? And this is nothing compared to what the U.S. military has. Nothing. Anyway, oops. Sir, you've earned yourself a Stella. Breaking news. We were talking about a hamburger yesterday. Instead, I got pizza, and I had 2 Stellas. 2 Stellas and a pepperoni feta cheese, pepperoni feta anchovy pizza. I had anchovies also on half of it. That was yesterday. I think I probably shouldn't have any more Stellas for the next couple weeks, if I'm honest. You can't have too much. You can't do it every day. Special occasions only. That's my Native American name. 2 Stellas. Ho, it is me. 2 Stellas. Okay, folks, I have some bad news. Once again, I tell you the good news and the bad news. U.S. officials have just told CBS News that 3 American MQ-9 Reaper drones have officially been downed so far during the war. 3 MQ-9 Reaper drones, and these are the big ones. You know what these look like. I'll pull them up. I'll show you an image. This is the Reaper drone. You've all seen this. Allegedly, 3 of these have been shot down by the Iranians. Now, I'm going to do some research here. I wonder how many of these in total do we have? That's my first question. If that number is public. U.S. Air Force has 50. Well, wait a minute. Wikipedia says... I'm getting conflicting numbers here. Okay. Okay. Overall range, somewhere in the entire U.S. military, somewhere between 230 and 300. 230 to 300 active or operational MQ-9 Reaper drones. 230 to 300 approximately. And that's going through a couple different sources there. Now, what is one? How much does one cost? What's the price point? Is that Beirut? Price point is a paltry $56 million. All in a day's work. Only $56 million? Wait a minute. Wait. No. Hold up. I bet airstrike inbound. What do you want to bet? That sounds like a fighter jet flying in. We're gonna have some bombing here. The number's about $30 million, by the way, for a Reaper drone. Before I got cut off there. Before I cut myself off. That's what I saw, at least. Sorry, it sounded like an airstrike was coming inbound in Beirut, so I paused. Legendary CEO says, I've appointed myself Supreme Janitor of the Morse Revolutionary Guard Corps. Supreme Janitor. Well, we've got a couple clogged toilets already. So, hey, get to it. Let's go. They're not going to unclog themselves. Hey, thank you. Thank you again, Dog Mama. Thank you very much. You are just one of the kindest. How did I get so many kind viewers, kind members of this community? Thank you very much. Yeah, the report is that 3 of these Reaper drones have been shot down. That's the report. That's allegedly a U.S. official talking to CBS, relaying that information. Dan Stevens from the Netherlands. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Thank you all the way over here from the Americans. Well, for me, from one American at least. For me at least. We have a Dutch person. We've got a Dutch person. I've been there one time to the Netherlands. In Amsterdam one time a couple years ago. Amsterdam. I kid you not, I got a driving ticket in Amsterdam. I totally forgot about that. This was like 3.5 years ago. I got a driving ticket in Amsterdam. I'm not even lying. And because I was going 2 kilometers per hour over the speed limit. That's like 1 mile per hour. I got a ticket. And the funniest thing about it, I came back, I was in the US. I was back in the US. 2 weeks later, I'm home. And shows up in the mail, in the mailbox. I get a ticket from the Amsterdam police. They gave me a speeding ticket, 1 mile per hour over the limit. I said, oh, this is unbelievable. I've got some people in the Rumble chat talking about Asmongold. Is Asmongold on Rumble now? I saw he was talking about it, but is he now? Or in the future? I don't think he is now. I think he will someday, though. The ticket was like 45 euros or something like that, so I was like $50, I don't know. Something like that. Alufi says, AI Telly has a really awesome video on how they got Khamenei. I think you'd appreciate only 12 minutes. 30 bunker busters. Each one is 19 feet tall. So how do we know that? Because I have seen, how does a YouTuber know that? Because I have seen nothing anywhere about the operation that ended up killing Khamenei. Maybe this YouTuber knows it. I might watch that later, though. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I've seen nothing about that anywhere publicly. I'm kind of suspicious, though. There are rumors swirling that we bombed a school full of children. Is that true? There are rumors swirling we bombed a school full of children. Is that true? What I have read is that was an Iranian missile that misfired, and they actually blew their own school up. I've also read that maybe there were actually no children in the school. That nobody was even in it, or no children at least. So anyway, the point, I've heard like 4 or 5 different narratives here pertaining to that story, and I can't confirm either of them, any of them. So I have no idea. I have no idea. I do not know. You can understand how early on in a conflict like this, an entity like the Iranian regime, they would be looking to push some type of anti-American propaganda right out of the gate. Look, the Americans killed 1 billion schoolgirls. You never know. But propaganda most certainly is a big component of this entire dynamic, of course. Of course. I'll tell you what, I have seen videos. In fact, this is very common. I might piss some people off when I say this. We have seen Ukrainians do this. We have seen Iranians do this. We've seen this happen a lot in conflicts throughout just world history, where you will have combat fighters that will bunker down in schools or hospitals, or they will store their weapons in a school or a hospital. They'll try to like protect what would otherwise be a legitimate military target, surrounding it with civilians, to try to either dissuade their enemy from bombing it. And if they do, then they can say, oh, you killed 27 school kids. It's terrible. It's evil that this happens. But in war, that seems to be regrettably somewhat common. We've seen that a lot. All over the place. Russians do it too. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. It's terrible. Yeah, now I'm seeing more reports, more commentary here on these 3 MQ-9 Reaper drones that got shot down, allegedly got shot down by the IRGC. There's a back and forth. Most certainly there's a back and forth. Wouldn't surprise me. It's most certainly within the realm of possibility. Totally could have happened. Could have happened. OBX says, love the shows, Matt. Thanks for the streams. Conservative here, watching from Virginia, unfortunately. You're not happy in Virginia? Hey, what happened in Virginia? What's going on? No, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I watched Ukrainian tanks park under apartment buildings before they started censoring it a couple months in. Yeah, I saw a lot of that stuff. You know what they say about war, how it is just evil and terrible and demonic and it brings the worst out of everyone? I think that's pretty much the case. One moment. Somebody said that we got bombed in New Jersey. I have heard nothing at all about getting bombed in New Jersey. What are you talking? I'll look into it. What are you talking about? Don't see anything about that. I will tell you something here. Totally unrelated news, but I want you to see this. It's not related to Iran at all. As of yesterday, a report came out yesterday, voluntary departures from the United States have hit a record high as detained immigrants lose hope of getting released or winning in court. And so I want to break this down. What is a voluntary departure from a detained immigrant? So this is a very curious, almost like comical dynamic. And I didn't even know this. I found this out yesterday when I was looking into this. When an illegal alien is detained by an immigration enforcement officer, ICE, CBP, or otherwise, and they are going to be deported, they can actually say, okay, I'll leave on my own. You can't deport me because I want to leave on my own. And then you facilitate their willing self-deportation. And technically, this doesn't even count as a deportation. And so it's a very curious dynamic. It's called what? Technically, it's called a willing departure. What was the term? But imagine like an ICE agent apprehends an illegal alien. And while the illegal alien is already in ICE custody, they see a voluntary departure. They say, you can't deport me because I'm voluntarily departing. And then you see them out, you take them to the door, take them to the border, and they're gone. And it's like a deportation, but technically it's not. It is, but it isn't. So anyway, those voluntary departures have hit an all-time record high. Which is, good. Good. It's called a voluntary departure. It's its own unique category. It's its own special category. And once again, these are not counted as deportations technically, even though like they pretty much are. I wish they would be counted as deportations because they pretty much are and they should be counted, but they're not. They're their own category. This situation, man, this situation is getting monitored. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, airstrike in Beirut. See that? Wow, did you see that? I was on the ball that time. I got that one. You wouldn't even believe it. I was on the ball. I need to get some credit for that, okay? I gotta get some credit for that. And you actually saw the plane up in the sky that time, huh? That was wild. Wild. Matt Morris, you're dumb enough to believe that they actually will leave on their own. Are you dumb enough to think that 0 illegal aliens have left on their own in the last 13 months? Your notion is that 0 illegal aliens have left on their own? Okay, so anyway, I see that these... Hold up, what day is it? What day is it? Oh, it's 4:43 p.m. on a Thursday, March 5th. I forgot. At 4:43 p.m. on a Thursday, that's when the Special Leering Center lets out early. I forgot. The Special Leering Center must have just gotten out, and you pulled up into the live chat to post something incredibly moronic. I forgot that that's what time this happens on Thursdays. Massive Logan TWP explosion happened yesterday. Logan TWP, New Jersey. Surveillance video captures the moment an explosion tore through Sativa Naturals on Wednesday afternoon, injuring multiple people. Is this a weed, a marijuana thing? Sativa, right? That's a weed thing. Logan Township Police said the footage is part of an ongoing investigation into what caused the blast. Authorities said the investigation will now be handled by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms. Okay, probably so. So I haven't heard anything about this. Do we think this is a terror attack or just some random accident? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it was a meth lab. I don't know. Is that a weed thing? Cambridge says, I laugh a lot watching you, Matt. You bring a great sense of humor to everything. I'm not being, this is not funny. I'm not trying to be funny. There's no mods. I think we need to ban that guy. Moderators, I think we need to ban that guy. You got to take him out back and rough him up. Thank you very much. Now, Salvatore, he says, Matt, you're doing great showing everyone how much you care about our country and troops. I served 40 years ago. I would do it again for people who care like you. Be blessed. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can you, I mean, those of you that have been around a little bit longer than I have, would you ever have imagined that people would be doing this, whatever you want to call this, with you know, 9, 10, or 15 different live cameras up in front, thousands of people coming together to watch this stuff unfold in real time with live open source intelligence? I mean, compare this to, I don't know how stuff was in like 1975. Wow, night and day. What a very strange time. We live in the strangest of times. Wouldn't you say? We live in the strangest of times. Absolutely just abnormal, the time in which we live. And I'm honored you're all here together with me. We have a statement here from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. He says the U.S., the United States, is going to issue a 30-day waiver allowing Indian refiners from India to purchase Russian oil to help keep global oil markets supplied. So for a long time, the United States has been putting pressure on countries like, in fact, this was a big struggle between US and India. We were trying to push India away from Russia, stop buying Russian oil. And now temporarily because of this conflict, and effectively the shutdown of the Persian Gulf, we're saying, okay, for 30 days, just to keep prices stabilized and low, India, you can buy Russian oil. Okay. You can buy Russian oil temporarily for 30 days. In order to try to keep these oil prices low. Damon Gore says, hey Matt, watching on my front porch here in Northeast Florida. We're having a heat lightning display going on. Whoa, he's sitting on the front porch. That sounds kind of cozy, actually, to be honest with you. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Thank you very much. Max Anger, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. It has been 9 minutes since we've had any alerts coming out of Israel, but really, more accurately, it's been really an hour since we've had, yeah, it's been about an hour since we've really had any concerning alerts. So really kind of over an hour since anything crazy has happened in Israel. It must be about 2:49 in Israel right now. Any Cold War vets? I mean, if you fought in Vietnam, you're like technically a Cold War vet, right? It's part of the Cold War. Korean also. It's all part of the Cold War. Cold War vet. It's under the umbrella, I suppose. Do I know any songs? I know lots of songs, I just can't sing them or play them on any instruments. I'm not a musically talented guy, I hate to say. Ooh, gunshots in Beirut. You wouldn't trust the Russian oil. Well, you know, the Indians, they were buying Russian oil up until a couple months ago. And then Trump was able to successfully push them away. And now they got a 30-day waiver. Here is an absolutely insane fact. In the year of 2024, 2023 also, so at the height of the Ukraine war, the European Union was collectively spending more money per year on Russian oil than they were in support of Ukraine in their war against Russia. Does that make sense? So let me break this down. On one hand, you have all the European Union member nations and NATO member states that are saying Russia bad. We have to defeat Russia. We need to support Ukraine. We need to throw in all in behind Ukraine, support them to defeat Russia and push Russia back out. And they were giving them some money and military equipment. The U.S. was also giving a lot of money and equipment. At the same time, the European Union, they were spending more money collectively on Russian energy and Russian oil than they were actually helping Ukraine fight Russia. So they were like effectively subsidizing the Russian war effort, which is kind of absurd when you think about it. B-Nug over in Rumble Chat. Hey there, B-Nug. What is Matt's primary job profession other than an awesome political news commentator? I hate to say I haven't had a real job in probably 9 years. The last real job I had, I worked in a medical lab at a doing specimen. I was working at a toxicology lab doing specimen processing, and I was just about to finish up my microbiology degree, and then I dropped out to become a Twitch streamer. Kind of the stars aligned. Maybe it's 9 years ago now, and I had a chance to try to become a streamer on Twitch. And I said, okay, I'm gonna give it a go. I'll try. And if it doesn't work out, well then I'll just finish I'm 1 year away, I'll go finish my degree. And the problem is, it worked out. Everything went pretty well. And so I never went back and finished my degree. And so still to this day, I am 1 year away. I'm 1 year away. I am 1 year away from having my microbiology degree. But I still don't have it. I've been 1 year away for almost a decade. That's the way it goes. You can do it. You know, I've thought about actually just finishing it. Just cause, but it really kind of just would be a waste of money. It'd be a waste of, I don't know, what, $40,000? It kind of doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, I'd get a whole lot out of it. Oh, airstrike right there, folks. See that? Whoa, in Beirut. And there's anti-air fire. Wow, and you also saw anti-air fire. Hezbollah launched something up at that Israeli jet. Wow, that was just crazy. Wow. Wow. That big plume of smoke, that's where the bomb landed. Yeah. So I'm going to tell you something, man. We have seen over the last 2 hours, Israel has bombed that spot specifically numerous times. It's that spot specifically. We've seen them drop maybe 3 or 4 bombs right there. You want a rewind? Okay, hold up. I'll do a rewind. Okay, before I rewind here, I'm gonna put this up. I'm gonna make it big so you guys can see. All right, everybody, peel your eyes. Everybody, watch. I'm gonna play it one more time. Here we go, folks. It'll be soonish. I'm not sure exactly when, so don't look away. It could be 10 seconds or it could be 60 seconds. I'm not positive. Oh, there it is. Look. And then anti-air fire in the left. Wow. That was crazy. Absolutely crazy. Astounding. No, Beirut is in Lebanon. Here, I'll show you here. So let me tell you why we're talking about Beirut, which is in Lebanon. Here is Iran, right smack dab in the middle. Lebanon is all the way over here. In between Lebanon and Iran, you've got Syria and Iraq. And then Iran. Well, Lebanon is over here. It's on the water. It's on the Eastern Mediterranean. And it's also notably just north Israel, Lebanon. And there's Beirut. And that's where we're looking right now. Israel, Lebanon. They're neighbors. They share a border right here in the middle. Now, Lebanon has a problem. They've got a really big terror force. It's called Hezbollah, who's been for you guys can't even see this. I'm sorry. All right, class. All right, class. We're gonna start today's presentation over. Thank you. That was a test. You all passed the test. I was seeing if you were paying attention today, class. Anyway, here's Israel, and just north of Israel is a country called Lebanon. And there's Beirut. There's that big city we're looking at right now. You've been watching that. Now, Iran is all the way over here. All the way over there. And in between Lebanon is Syria and Iraq, and then Iran. So it's a little bit far away. I don't know, it's maybe 400 miles, maybe 450 miles. Probably 450 miles. Anyway, the reason why we're talking about Beirut and we're talking about Lebanon is because Lebanon has a problem. They have a big terror force. It's called Hezbollah, who's been getting funded and supplied by Iran for a very long time. They say Hezbollah is kind of an Iranian proxy force. And Hezbollah is all over Beirut and really up and down Lebanon. And so Hezbollah, they've been having skirmishes along this border here with the Israelis for a very long time. Very long time. I'm not talking like 3 days, I'm talking like years. And in Beirut, which is a very dense population center, Hezbollah has all types of locations, storage facilities for bombs and drones and weapons, and they're all over the place. Headquarters, etc., etc., etc. And so Israel has been carrying out targeted strikes trying to blow up Hezbollah because they're an Iranian terror proxy, effectively. That is the deal. And so if you look back at our camera here, put it back up, you are looking at the Beirut, Lebanon skyline. And look, there's a fire out there. You can tell that fire is raging on the streets of Beirut. Look at that. Hey, Southern Fried Patriots. Hey, thank you very much. Welcome to the show. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing your community with me. We are doing some live situation monitoring. We are monitoring the situation here. We just had an Israeli Air Force airstrike in Beirut, Lebanon. You can see that smoking, fiery crater there. Look at that. Good Lord, goodness gracious. They're having barbecue over there. Just probably not pork barbecue. Thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. The Tomb of Gilgamesh is a very interesting topic. Matt, are you aware of this topic? I believe it's located back in Obama's administration. You want to have a little bit of a schizophrenic conspiratorial talk for a minute? In fact, we actually had this talk, I think, maybe 4 days ago. One of these ideas, I think this is probably what you're talking about. Correct me if I'm wrong. One of these ideas is that a lot of these wars that have been waged in Iraq and Iran and Ukraine also, that they are waged, these wars are waged in these specific locations for the purpose of destroying ancient historical secrets. There's tombs and statues and all types of ancient remnants of ancient civilizations, and the reason it's because the global elite, they want to destroy it. They want to destroy the evidence. Now, I don't know how much truth there is to that. I'm not saying I personally ascribe to that belief, but I've read, that is one of those conspiracies. I've read a lot about those conspiracies, yeah. Yeah. I have read about that. You hear the beeping? What beeping? That's just the bird that lives in my hallway. That's the hallway bird. Beeping, what are you talking about? That's just the hallway bird. It just chirps sometimes. Like Tartaria. I'm not a Tartarian guy. It's not my personal conspiracy, but yeah, I mean, maybe you could tie this into Tartaria in some way. I'm sure you could. It's like maybe Tartarian adjacent. That fire, man, that fire is raging on. Look at that. That strike, that they might have hit whatever they were targeting. Looks like they hit the hell out of it, huh? I'm not sure what they hit. Something Hezbollah related. I kind of have a hard time believing in the global mud flood. But hey, you know what? You never know. You never know. I wasn't there. There's more gunfire on the streets of Beirut, Lebanon. Matt, can you make the Beirut cam bigger? How about, because you asked so nicely, how about we do this? Why don't we just throw this one up on the big screen? How about that? How about that? Hezbollah, Hezbollah. Oh yeah, that's right. In Beirut, Lebanon. Yeah, why don't we just put that one up there for a while? Look at that, good lord. Something's on fire. Something smells good. Matt, that's a bacon grease fire. You think so? Probably not. Maybe they blew up the snack bar. Maybe they blew up the Aloha snack bar. God forbid, Lord forbid. Phil D's Nuts. Hey, thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil D's Nuts. Thank you for that super chat. Thank you very much, Phil. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm out here. I'm out here scanning for updates out here, and it is just very quiet right now, admittedly. It is just very quiet. Not a lot of news coming out right now. I'm gonna scan the timeline here. The United Arab Emirates is considering freezing Iranian assets in order to punish the Iranian regime. They're going to freeze their financial assets. The cam in Beirut is frozen. No. No, it is not. I appreciate that super chat, though. Who's talking in the background? It seems like this camera that is pointed down over the Beirut skyline is being operated by, I don't know, some guy in a house. Maybe a woman, too. I hear a woman's talking sometimes. Sometimes you hear the noise of a woman. The Beirut cam most certainly is live. It is. It is. It really is. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Okay, can I talk a little bit of smack? Do you guys mind? You have a lot of these guys on the right that are like losing their freaking mind. You might call them panicans. They're melting down over this entire situation. I'm telling you. Within a couple weeks, I don't know, maybe 2 months at most, I don't know. It's gonna be over very quickly. A lot of these guys are gonna look very emotional, and all these people that are like, all these super based right-wing guys that are having total meltdowns. Oh my god, oh my god, oh. They're like hyperventilating. In a very short amount of time, they are all going to look very stupid. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm going to be looking stupid. Who knows? Who knows? I doubt it. Maybe we have something here, folks. Hold up here. No, okay, false alarm. Oh. There's just the other, like, kind of fundamental opinion I have here. Trump's got 4 years in the White House. We are 13 months in. Let's say we're 1/4 of the way done with Trump's term right now. Right now, we are engaging in a death battle for our republic. If Trump doesn't win, or if Trump does not at least stop us from losing, the republic will be lost. We're 1 year into this death battle, and really, that's what it is, a death battle for the future of this republic. And 13 months into this death battle, and we all know, we all can see every single day the degree to which these far left and globalist freaks are doing every single thing they can to undermine and subvert his administration and destroy this country. We're 13 months in, 1/4 of the way through here, and you have all of these super based right-wing guys that are like, all right, MAGA's dead, it's over, screw Trump, he's a failure. 1 year into the battle, if you flip on your commander-in-chief, when you are in a death battle for the future of the republic, and 1/4 into that battle, you flip on the guy that you put in charge, that we all put in charge. If you like betray your leader, you betray your commander-in-chief, your general who's leading charge in that battle, you flip on him. Like what type of soldier were you? What type of guy were you? You know what I mean? Where's it? Listen, the battle is ongoing. Stand by here, folks. One moment here. Oh, get ready, folks. Yep, there it is. Wow. Ooh. Yep. They didn't get any anti-air fire off that time. You can tell it's about that same location. It's about that same location. They're trying to take something out right there. I wonder what it is. That's a big ass boom. That's a big ass boom. Beirut is popping off. Yeah. It is blowing off. U.S. officials tell CBS News that a total of 3 MQ-9 Reaper unmanned combat aerial vehicles with the U.S. Air Force have been downed so far. Ladies and gentlemen, here's some bad news. I mean, we've already talked about this, but once again, 3 of our U.S. Air Force Reaper drones have been shot down over the skies of Iran. 3 of them. We've lost 3 of these bad boys. Better that than a U.S. soldier. I think we all agree, better that than a human. Ideally 0, ideally none of them. Ideally none of them. What do you think this woman is back there saying? She's just like back there yapping. What are you yapping about? Oh, I have a very curious chart for you guys. Can I pull this up real quick? Frick. There we go. Okay. I'll put this right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a chart detailing reported strikes by location on the left, February 27th, over here, March 5th. So, one day, one day, one day, one day. It's like a calendar kind of thing. Okay, so you can see Iran and Tehran have been consistently getting hit by the U.S. and Israel about the same frequency from the start of the war a week ago to where we are now a week later. We've been battering them nonstop. Lebanon now is also getting battered nonstop. A week ago it wasn't. For the first couple days it wasn't. Now it is. In fact, we're actually watching that happen live right now. Israel seems to be getting hit less. UAE is getting hit less. Iraq is weird because it's friendly hits and enemy hits. Seems to be simmering down a little bit there too. Bahrain, much less. Qatar, never a whole lot. Kuwait, much less. Saudi Arabia, just not happening. And so anyway, the point of what I'm showing you here is that the pressure against Iran is staying the same, maybe even slightly ramping up. But the pressure that Iran is applying against us and our regional allies is super winding down. Iran is not applying pressure anymore. Not a whole lot. They're gassing out. I just think they're running out of ballistic missile launchers. I think they probably still have a fair number of ballistic missiles, but they have a hard time getting them in the air at this point. They have a tough time getting them airborne. It is hard to imagine that going into this conflict a week ago, there were actually people that thought Iran was going to win this. And you know, there were people that they were like, yeah, oh man, America's about to get owned. America's about to lose everything. Iran is going to totally dominate America. A lot of people thought that. Well, some people thought that. Completely delusional. Completely and totally delusional. Like, whether or not you are in favor of what we are doing in Iran right now, that's a different conversation. But we are doing it, and we're going to do it very well. We're going to do it very well. Whether or not you're happy about it. We are going to do it well. Who thought that? Hassan Piker, for one? Maybe so. Hassan Piker. America's most famous communist. I've got a cool little image to show you folks. I think you'll like this. By the way, if you're tuning in, I saw the question, what is smoking on the screen here? These are Hezbollah holdouts in Beirut, Lebanon. And Israel is targeting Hezbollah and trying to blow them up now. These are all Israeli airstrikes. I want to talk about United States airstrikes real quick. I think you'll like this. These are U.S. F-15E Strike Eagles deploying GBU-31 bunker buster bombs. So this is an F-15 U.S. Air Force loaded up with GBU-31 bunker buster bombs to be used against hardened locations in Iran. And you can tell these things are massive. And this bad boy's got 4 of them. That is pretty impressive. These things are just freaking massive. Oh my gosh. These fighter jets are really big. Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't want to get hit by one of those. Load it up. Would not want to get hit by one of those. Oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. Wow, this changes everything. This changes everything. You ready? Iran has just stated that it has developed new military innovations and weapons that have not been used. Ah, wow. The Iranians have new secret weapons that they have not even used yet. That's very ominous. That's very ominous. That's very scary. Ah, wow. Man, if we hit their bunkers, are those missiles like ammunition in a fire and explode too? Let me try to figure out what... Matt, if we hit their bunkers, are those missiles like ammunition in a fire and explode too? Well, the missiles are exploding on impact. Now, we don't know exactly what Hezbollah targets are being hit. Could be headquarters, could be weapons storage facilities. You can imagine that if you drop a massive airstrike bomb onto a weapons storage or ammunition storage facility, the facility itself might explode and go up in flame. That could be what we're looking at right here, a weapons cache or something right there. We don't know exactly what is being targeted, though. We don't know. I'll tell you what, this fire is just chugging along, though. Chugging along. It is chugging along. Is that a threat of nukes? Right now, the only nuclear threat that people are really talking about at the moment is this. The Iranians yesterday afternoon posted an AI-generated image. I kid you not. It was a picture of the Israeli Dimona nuclear reactor. They've got a nuclear... It's called the Nuclear Research Facility. It's in the middle of the Israeli desert on the south side of Israel. And the Iranians effectively said that they were going to blow it up. So yesterday afternoon... I'm sorry, the Iranians threatened. The Iranians yesterday afternoon threatened to blow up Israel's nuclear research facility. And if I can remember exactly where it is... Dimona. Ah, here it is. So this is in the southern Israel desert. This is the Dimona Nuclear Research Facility. And yeah, Iran said yesterday, soon we're going to blow it up. Soon. We're going to blow it up soon. It's been about 36 hours. Hasn't happened yet. But yeah, that would probably be pretty bad if they start launching ballistic missiles at a nuclear research facility. That would probably not be good. Hold up, I'm kind of hearing something here. What are we listening to here? We do have alien technology. Do you think the United States military has alien technology from an alien race? Like actual laser beam, Star Wars type of stuff? Yes or no in the live chat, Rumble and YouTube. Let me hear. Do we have space age alien technology? I don't even know what that would look like. Force fields, laser beams, I don't know. Yes or no in the live chat. I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Wow. I'm seeing like mostly yeses. And of course, if we have alien technology, then implicitly you've got to believe in aliens, like advanced interstellar aliens. Otherwise, where did the alien technology come from? So, I think no, I'm not a big alien guy, if I'm honest. I'm not a big alien guy. But I'm seeing a lot of you guys say yes. Wow, I'm surprised. We have some real alien believers here in the community. I'm shocked. I'm appalled. I'm mortified. Hold on, I've got something to show you guys. But first, we have a couple super chats here. This is from Pete Jones. This is, hey Matt, this is my first super chat. Thanks for all the updates and coverage, making it easy to watch the war. Have you read Jeremiah 49 verses 36, 37, 38? I think it's happening before our eyes. I can't recall those right now, but hey, I appreciate. I can't speak English either. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, and I'm very happy that your first super chat is here. It means a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And we have another Rumble rant from Frug. Thank you, Frug, over on Rumble. Now, this is the report I wanted to show. Thank you, Frug, and also thank you, Pete Jones. Asked by Time magazine whether Americans should be worried about retaliatory attacks at home, President Trump said, I guess, but I think they're worried about that all the time. We think about it all the time. We plan for it. But yeah, you know, we expect some things. Like I said, some people will die. When you go to war, some people will die. I'm just going to tell you something. If anybody dies as a consequence of some Iranian terror plot here in the U.S., it is the Democrats' fault because they left the border open for 4 years, and God knows how many of these third world freaks came flooding into our country. That will be who is to blame. Who is to blame? The people that let them in the country in the first place. That is whom? Whom? That is whom? "30 minutes ago," okay, here's some news. 30 minutes ago, the Saudi Arabian ministry announced that they intercepted an Iranian drone in the eastern areas of the country. Well, okay, just now they announced that 30 minutes ago they intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile. I'm sorry, no, an Iranian drone. So guess what? The Iranians are still firing drones and missiles into Saudi Arabia. We saw them do that about 90 minutes ago also. I hear a plane coming in. Folks, I think we might have another airstrike. I would pay attention right now if I were you. I think we might see another airstrike here, ladies and gentlemen. I would not be surprised. We will see what it is. Explain the Space Force. Well, just because the Space Force exists does not mean that there's, like, intergalactic aliens. I don't know, maybe I'm the stupid one here, but when I think of Space Force, I immediately think of, like, space-based satellite viewing technology, perhaps even space-based weaponry. Although I think there's some international agreement that we're not going to put weapons in space, but maybe we've done it anyway. Maybe we just did it anyway. I think a lot about satellites. Yeah, maybe that was not an airstrike coming in. Cyber war? Yeah, maybe cyber war. Fallen angels. Yeah, maybe the Nephilim are living on the far side of the moon, and Trump has made contact with them. Maybe. Trump just said in an interview with Time magazine, he said, they can't have a nuclear weapon. That's number 1, 2, and 3. Number 4, no ballistic missiles. President Trump said in a recent Time interview, another objective is, quote, installing somebody who is rational and sane. Okay, 3 objectives for this conflict, for this war. No nuclear weapons. No enrichment. No uranium enrichment. No ballistic missiles. Oh, here we go. Whoa. You can hear them coming in. You can always hear them coming in. It's always in this area right here. The Israelis are not happy with this area right here. They do not like it. There's got to be something there. They hate it. They don't like it. That was a big one, yeah. That was a big one. I would super love to know what they think is down there. Well, we have a second here. I'm going to show you something here, folks. The United States CENTCOM here has just released footage showing the destruction of the IRGC Navy drone carrier Iris Shahid Bagheri. It's a drone carrier. And goodbye, drone carrier. So it's almost like an aircraft carrier, but they're just launching drones off of the deck of this thing. And goodbye. And now they're not launching drones off this thing anymore. I want to find an image of what this thing looked like before it got blown up. Hold up. I don't think this is an airstrike coming in. What are we listening to? It might just be a motorcycle driving down the road. I think we're good. Anyway, so this is what the Iranians were using as a drone. It's effectively a drone aircraft carrier, right? They're launching drones off this thing. The Iranians actually had somewhat of a navy. Somewhat. Not now, not anymore. Not anymore. On a scale of 1 to 10, how pissed off do you think they are right now? I mean, they're just getting... They have spent 47 years preparing for this scenario. Literally, their entire modus operandi, their entire existence has been preparing for this for almost 50 years. And they just got completely, absolutely rolled. Just rocked. Rolled and rocked. Rocked and rolled. Worldwide piss is what you have to worry about. Well, it seems as if pretty much all these European nations are on board with this. It seems as if all the Arab Gulf nations are also similarly on board with this. I am sure you have a series of like third world hellholes, like Somalia, that are livid. But, you know, maybe that's just the way that it is. Maybe that's just the way that it has to be. Pull this up. Okay, there we go. That's probably good. The Iran missile chart is the most important geopolitical visual of 2026. Not because of the 350 on day 1, but because of the 0 on day 10. So on day 1, Iran fired 350 ballistic missiles. On day 2, 175. On day 3, 120 ballistic missiles they fired. On day 4, they fired 50. On day 5, they fired 30. Today is day 6, they fired 17. That's where we are. And then beyond that, it's within the realm of projection. And people are suspecting they're going to be firing 0 within 10 days. 0 ballistic missiles within a 10-day window. Maybe 11 days. They're running out of juice. You know what I say? Hey, if you're juiceless, you are useless. If you don't have any juice, you don't have any use. And they are running out of juice. If you're juiceless, you are useless. We have a report coming out of Axios 5 minutes ago. Take a look at this. Breaking news. Several dozen Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps officers have fled Beirut. We're looking at Beirut now. Over the last 48 hours, fearing that they will be targeted. Officials tell Axios. So there was an IRGC presence in Beirut. Perhaps we are watching them get blown up right now. I'm not sure who we're targeting exactly. Anyway, they've actually fled the city over the last 2 days because they're worried that they're going to get blown up. And Trump gave these guys an ultimatum. Listen, if you just surrender, you will have immunity. It's all good. It's all good. Immunity. You will be immune. I wonder how many have surrendered. I'm sure some number have. I wonder how many of them have actually surrendered. Garden Mom says, watching you on TV on Rumble while chatting on YouTube on my laptop. All right. We're double dipping. That's my favorite type of viewer. I won't tell anyone. That's our secret, Garden Mom. She says, your coverage is tremendous. Speaking of aliens, have you seen Age of Disclosure documentary? I don't think I have. The aliens are here with the Nephilim. The Age of Disclosure. I'll have to look it up. I'll tell you, man, if we want to get a little bit schizo, reading through Genesis, and then if you want, you see, if you're really fascinated by all the Nephilim stuff in Genesis, and also in the book of Daniel, when they are effectively purging the Nephilim, well, the descendants of the Nephilim. No, it was Noah's flood that took out the Nephilim, but then some of the Nephilim's descendants survived, called the Rephaim, and the Anak and the Rephaim. That's right, from the book of Daniel. See, I told you I read books. They survived, and then Daniel actually went in there and, I think it was Daniel went in there and slaughtered all of them. Anyway, and they had 6 fingers, and they were, God knows how many cubits they were. Anyway, if that super fascinates you, then you can go read the book of Enoch. Then Enoch goes further into it, but that's not canonical, yeah? I guess you have to take it with a grain of salt. The Anak and the Rephaim. It really is pretty curious. It's pretty curious stuff. It's pretty curious stuff. You can't help but read Genesis and read about Noah's flood and then come to the conclusion that the flood was like designed to purge the Nephilim. We had all these Nephilim. God wasn't happy about it. Got to get rid of them. And here comes the flood. And then there were some survivors. And so then God sent in an army to go take them out. You got to go finish them off. Joshua, not Daniel. Sorry, Joshua, not Daniel. Thank you for that correction. Thank you very much. Matt gives off youth pastor vibe. I am the furthest thing from a youth, and I'm saying that in a bad way. I wish I was more like a pastor. I probably would be better off for it, but I'm not. I wish I was. Any news right now? Right now, for the last like 90 minutes or 2 hours, we have just been watching the Israeli Air Force just bomb Beirut. News is kind of slow at the moment, but the Israeli Air Force bombing runs continue over Beirut. They're either trying to take out Hezbollah or maybe some IRGC locations in the city. This is Beirut. We hear a noise coming in. Pastors don't teach Enoch. Yeah, right. Enoch is not canonical for any denomination. Actually, no. It is. There's some group of like Ethiopian Christians, and for them, they have decided they've been around a long time. There's some Ethiopian Christians, like really old school, and they have incorporated Enoch, I think, into their canon. But that's neither here nor there, I guess. So anyway, I think there's one group of Christians. The Ethiopians. They do it. The thing with the Book of Enoch is that it wasn't discovered until very recently, whenever it was, like in the last 100 years. I couldn't tell you when, but it's a pretty recent edition. It was lost for a very long time. Nobody knew about it. And some of the other more like Gnostic stuff, like the Book of Thomas, I think they found in there also. Hey, Crystal, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. That just like in concept though, that's pretty crazy that they're still finding new stuff. They just found that in a cave in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in some cave on a hillside that nobody had touched for almost 2,000 years. That's like crazy. That's so cool. Right? That's awesome. And it was preserved enough that you could actually read it. That's so cool. Did Nostradamus predict this? You want to hear a very weird story about Nostradamus? I think probably I would bet that nobody here knows what I'm about to tell you. This crazy story about Nostradamus. But before I tell you, I'm going to take a 90-second bathroom break, and then I'll tell you. Sorry to leave you on a cliffhanger. It's a super fascinating story, but I need 90 seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me do a quick scan for the news. There is one thing I wanted to show you real quick here. story time. Oh yeah, that's right. I actually forgot. Okay, story time here in a moment. I forgot about that. I'll tell you a very cool story, a very just interesting story. But first, we have an official casualty count. Estimated death toll so far for the 2026 Iran war. Iranian casualties somewhere between 1,000 and 3,000. Lebanese casualties, some 123 precisely. Israeli casualties 12. U.S. 6. Rest in peace. Terrible. All of it is terrible. You wish it didn't need to happen. And Kuwait too. And Kuwait too. And Kuwait too. The 12 Israelis, somebody asked, were civilians. There's actually 12 Israeli civilians, and 11 are missing. 4 military personnel injured. With the U.S., 6 military personnel killed, 20 injured. Terrible. This guy says, don't pretend you care. Dude, what is with some of you? Some of you people are so just corrupted in the soul. Your soul has been corrupted. You need to repent. The fact that you typed that in the chat, you need to go repent. You got to do something. Do a couple Hail Marys or something. Anyway. Oh, airstrike. Right there. Off in the distance. Off in the distance. That was way, you could barely see it. It was way back there. Right on that skyline back there. Way in the back. Yeah, we didn't hear a plane coming in that time. It was a big blast though. Gen X Racer, hey, thank you very much. Thank you. And we have here a big, very informative super chat from Craig Morris. He says, the Book of Enoch was discovered in 1773 by the Western world, but the Ethiopians had it in their Bible before that. It was verified by the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1940s. Oh, is that so? Okay. So they had kept it alive, and then we got the proof. Got the proof. Very curious. So it's such a fascinating history. It really is. It really is. Thank you for sharing that. Very fascinating. And Miss Attitude says, old saying, but never put all your eggs in one basket. And that is one of the best sort of idioms to live by. Seriously. You can't trust Iran to not use all their missiles and save most to live and fight another day when we have an installed president equals 2 auto pen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we've just been battering them so much that they, even if they wanted to launch their missiles right now, I think they just can't. I think they're running out of launchers. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. The Nostradamus story. Okay, that's right. The Nostradamus story. Long time ago, in ancient Greece, this goes back to 2800 BC. I'm sorry, goes back to 800 BC, 2800 years ago or more. There was a place in ancient Greece, it's called Delphi. And Delphi is right here. It's in Greece. You still go there. There was a temple of Apollo. Now it's a bunch of ruins. Anyway, there was a temple of Apollo right here, and inside of, there it is, there's the ruins. It's on a hillside here. Inside of this temple was a priestess. Her name was the Pythia. The Pythian Oracle, the Oracle of Delphi. You might have heard of that term. And in the ancient Greek world, really in the ancient world at that time, everywhere, she was the most highly recognized oracle. She could almost predict the future, in a way. At least that's what they said. That's what they said, at least. And the oracle, when she was giving her predictions, her oracular predictions, it was always a woman, a priestess. She would sit over a tripod. And I want to show you, and it's important, I'm telling you this information because it's important. It ties into Nostradamus here. Just a little fun history lesson. Here's maybe an image that will be sufficient. Just to have a visual in front of you. The priestess would be working out of a tripod, like a bowl with 3 legs. She would sit on one, and then there'd be offerings and sacrifices in the tripod. And that's how she would read the future. Out of a tripod. This was big history in ancient Greece. Anyway, Nostradamus, who lived in the 1500s, about 500 years ago. The fun fact, the reason why I say this is because Nostradamus, when he was making his predictions, he actually he built his own metal ancient Greek style tripod, trying to emulate. It's almost like he was trying to tap into this ancient magic that the Pythian oracle was using 1500 years before him or more. So he actually built his own tripod. And he would offer sacrifices into this bowl on 3 legs. And so all of Nostradamus' predictions, he actually, I guess, allegedly he got after interfacing with this Greek tripod. He tried to emulate what the ancient Apollonian priestess did so long ago before him. Just weird history. Scrying. Yeah, maybe like a scrying bowl. That's right. That's right. What do we have here? Attempting to tap into the ancient pagan Apollonian magic. I suppose. We have another super chat here from Richard White. He says, the Book of Enoch is also in 1611 King James Bible. The 1611 King James Version are the Bibles that the settlers had on the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. Is that really true? And so I suppose at that point, the only way that they could have gotten the Book of Enoch, given that the Dead Sea Scrolls had not been discovered, would be to sort of adopt them over from the Ethiopian Christians. Is that true, really? I don't know. I'll look into it. Thank you. Oh. Thank you very much. Mo Danger says, banning Transformers from the armed forces was a mistake. They are the deadliest group out there. Transformers killed more people in 2025 than ICE agents did. You know, that's your insane fun fact of the day. That's your insane not so fun fact of the day. Transformers in 2025 killed more people in this country than ICE agents did. But the libtards they're not going to want to hear about that one, are they? time is it right now in Israel? $3:50, let's call it 4 in the morning. 4 in the morning! So in Iran, it must be what? 5:30? Yeah, I'm just about 5:30. Hammy 2024, hey brother. Hey brother. Hello there, sir. Well, hello there, sir. You know, I'm gonna be honest, really the only reason why I'm still here is because I have not gotten hungry yet. I have had a very small meal today, just one. It is 6 in the evening. I've had one small meal today. I think probably the second I get hungry, I'm gonna call it a day, but I just have not been hungry. I'm just not having any food today. I'm just a robot. I'm just an automaton today. I don't need any food all day. I don't even know why. I don't know why. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. The Iranians have purchased ChatGPT Pro so that they can generate even more artificial weapons. They hit their image generation cap. They had to upgrade their ChatGPT version. Now they're going to be generating a whole new batch of ballistic missiles using artificial intelligence. We got to be on the lookout for that. Leonardo da Vinci. Have you heard about the conspiracy about Leonardo da Vinci? Have you heard that story? Leonardo da Vinci kept a very, very detailed diary his entire life. He was writing daily diary entries. But there, oh, airstrike right there, right above my head. Right there, wow. Oh my gosh, that was a big one. Holy hell. Right up. They almost hit my head that time. Hey, Israel! I'm right here. You almost blew my head off. If my head had been up a little bit higher there... Watch out, watch out. I'm not even a member of Hezbollah. Or the IRGC for that matter. Stop joking. Oh, is my joking about terrorists getting blown up, is that offending you? Did that hurt your feelings? Am I not allowed to make light of the death of terrorists? I'll try to be a little bit more sensitive. Sincerest apologies. Anyway, so there's about a 2-year period where Leonardo, I think it was in his 30s, where Leonardo da Vinci, he disappears. There's no diary entries for 2 years. He just disappears. And one of his last diary entries prior to disappearing, 2 years, he talks about a cave. He discovered a cave. He found this cave, a mysterious cave, and nobody knows where it was or what it was, or I don't know, but one minute he's talking about, hey, I found this cave in his diary, and then he disappears for 2 years. Disappears. And then, after he returns, this is when he has all of his most profound inventions, discoveries, artistic creations, only after returning from this very mysterious 2-year absence. Finds a mysterious cave, disappears for 2 years, and then once he comes back, then he has all of these crazy ingenious ideas. And I mean, he was already a genius beforehand. But he comes back, and then the juices are really flowing. Then the ideas are really pouring out of his head. What happened? I don't know. I don't know where it was. Da Vinci. They call him Da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci. This is Karen's son. Hey there, sir. He says, trucker here. Waiting for trailer to unload in Portland. Got you streaming to my phone and my laptop through my mobile Starlink strapped to my bulkhead. Keep up the great coverage. Hey, keep on trucking, brother. If I give you some advice, watch out for Indian truck drivers. A little bit of advice. I'd watch out for those Indian truck drivers if I were you. I'm sure. By the way, I'm sure you know about that also. I'm sure you know about it better than I do. I want you to take care of yourself. Be careful. Stay safe out there. And thank you very much for tuning in on the road. Thank you very much. Is that anti-air? Breaking news, this is information coming out of CENTCOM. Iranian ballistic missile attacks over the last 5 days have decreased by 90%. Iranian drone attacks have decreased by 83% over the last 5 days. Iranian ballistic missile attacks reduced by 90%, drone attacks 83%. Hi there, Josie James. Hey there. Hey there. Hey there. Dozens of the IRGC Guard Corps officers have fled Beirut. We're looking at Beirut right now. Over the last 48 hours, fearing they will be targeted by Israeli airstrikes. And you know what? I think their concerns are probably warranted. Probably warranted. Because it does seem as if there are airstrikes. Paul, hey Paul Rudisil. 4703. That's a massive super chat. That's a massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's huge. I appreciate that. Thank you. Matt, that truck driver who just donated a super chat is Indian himself. Sar, you got to get off the road. Listen, Sar, you got to get off the road. I hate to be a little bit boring here, honestly. There's just not a lot of news coming out. There's like no updates. Everybody's asleep. Nothing is happening. It is just... We're getting like one update per hour right now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, folks. There's not a lot happening right now. I don't know what to tell you. I hate to say it. It is true. If you want, I could keep on telling you weird stories, I guess. I don't know. Brian Ledbetter, he says, this war has me missing downtown Portland, Oregon. Where do you think is safer, outside the Portland ICE facility or in downtown Beirut? It's close. It's close. Thank you again, Paul. Thank you again, Paul. Thank you very much. What I'm worried about is that they will drop a dirty attack, if you know what I mean. Oh, like some type of dirty bomb. I think we are in that danger window. Yeah, if it is ever going to happen, if Iran ever is going to use a nuclear weapon or a dirty bomb, we are kind of in that window right now. Yeah. If you consider the circumstances that would compel them to do that, I think we've like kind of checked all the boxes, and I hope they don't. God forbid. God forbid. Oh, hear that? All right, everybody get out the carpets. It's time to pray. Which way's Mecca? I don't know. You can hear it's ringing out through the town. For the record, Matt, I'm not an Indian. I'm a tall, lanky, big-nosed Norwegian-looking dude who loves America nowhere else. God bless. God bless. Thank you. Good clarification. Thank you. And thank you. If I had to listen to this 7 times a day or whatever it is, 5 times a day, I would go insane. You know what? When you kind of consider the circumstances, it's hot as hell. You got to listen to this 5 times a day. You can't eat bacon. You kind of, there's sand everywhere. It's up your ass. You kind of begin to understand. Like, you start to connect the dots here. Yeah, I kind of get it. I get why everybody's pissed off all the time. I kind of get it. Not justifying it. You can't own a dog. You can't have any puppies. You can't even drink a Stella. After a long day at work, you can't even come home and open up the fridge. Anti-air fire, anti-air fire. You see that? Did you see that? Tracer rounds into the night sky. They think a jet is coming in. They're trying to shoot down a jet up there. You can't even have a Stella. Greg Adamai. Good to see you, brother. Good evening. Good evening, by the way. Good evening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it has been pretty much totally dead quiet for an hour now. There's not really any breaking developments. We see a bomb go off here in Beirut every 30 minutes. I think that probably everybody is asleep. Generally speaking, I think so. I think it might be time to wrap it up, folks. I'm going to mute that. Folks, I think it might be time to wrap up for the night and then come back tomorrow. I think it might be that time. I want to say thank you, everyone, very much for tuning in today. I really do sincerely appreciate it. Thank you very much. On Rumble as well as on YouTube, a lot of new people tuning in today. Thank you. Matt, can you please bring up the inbreeding statistics for the area? Yeah, it's bad. It's like 60%, 55%. It is not good. It's very bad. Thank you, Jenna. That might be a contributing factor here also. I think so. Final super chat of the day from Danny. He says, "Love your coverage. Don't stop, please." Well, this is awkward because I am going to stop. Well, at least for now, for the day, I'm going to stop now. But we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday. Perhaps the weekend is going to be, I don't know. Really, maybe I'm going to be disappointing for you guys. I really just hope this comes to an end. I hope that the Iranian regime capitulates to Trump and we have a leader in charge of Iran, whoever it is, that just agrees to Trump's demands, which are totally reasonable. No more ballistic missiles, no uranium enrichment, no nuclear weapon program, no funding terror proxies. We can stop the bombing. We can de-escalate. Nobody has to die. Nobody has to die on any side of this equation. Just bring it to an end and let's have peace and quiet. That is the goal. That is the goal. That's what I want to see. So hopefully we're praying for that. Hopefully this de-escalates sooner rather than later. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, thank you very much. God bless. Stay safe. Pray for peace and de-escalation. And one more time, thank you all very much. I'll see you folks tomorrow morning. Take care, everyone.